strict on timing. So, knowledge of if I'm going to give you one minute order, I'm in 5 minutes to make your order to do the next. So let me start to kick us off. I'll start by inviting Olivier Press, who is the Deputy States General for the world. And say, let us post a few questions for you self-formation and provide some of the thoughts. This is the first census being referred since when it was of your return next time to conduct a census from international organizations. One of things from your global experience, what would you check for implementation is successful? So if you can provide quickly just reports over these issues to next 5 minutes.
알았어요. 신호에게 그 신호하고 비도. 네. Chair, you understand I only have 5 minutes, thus you would take just a few seconds to first express my gratitude to the chairman of the Statistics Committee for the invitation to participate not only in this conference, but to join the team at NEC for 4 weeks discussing some technical aspects of population systems. So, as my friend and colleague Robert mentioned, I'm from the World Bank. I'm also representing the World Bank, the International Census Committee, Population Committee, which is a group of international organizations working on population census. When we heard that the statistics was completely census, in compliance with the principles and recommendations and manipulations in the guidance of the field. See in starts is vice standards of this is something or that we sent last studies. Нет, кто-то оставить как включить.
So I think this was really here for what was the uh, so far. And tonight I would like to find questions that was provide even in we talk about time change. Video alors chat is not
fevralgacha O'zbekistonda olish tadbiri yurtdoshlarimiz uchun juda ham muhim.
aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olishda faol ishtirok eting.
birga ro'yxatdan o'tamiz, birga kelajakni quramiz.
E'tibor beruvchi rahmat. Endi ushbu yo'nalishda amalga oshirilayotgan ishlarni ushbu sessiyada bafurja muhokama qilib olishni reja qilganmiz va bu jarayonga ushbu tadbirda uyushmasidan bizni hamkasbimizni taklif qilganmiz va ushbu jarayonda ishtirok etayotgan xalqaro tashkilotlarni ham taklif qilganmiz. Umuman olganda ro'yxatga olishni muhimligi, unda shakllanadigan ma'lumotlarni davlat ahamiyatiga qanchalik molikligi haqida bugungi ekspertlarimiz juda ham to'g'ri ta'kidlashdi va buni inobatga olgan holda o'sha O'zbekistonda ham aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini imkon qadar tezroq ro'yxatga olish tadbirini o'tkazish uchun o'sha maxsus prezidentimizning farmonlari qabul qilingan. Va bu jarayonni hozirda mana tarixiga agar to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, O'zbekistonda ro'yxatga olishni o'ziga yarasha bir tarixiy ma'lumotlari, unda shakllangan tarixiy jarayonlar mavjud. Mana so'nggi 100 yillik aholi ro'yxatga olish tarixini ko'taradigan bo'lsak, 26-yildan hozirgi kungacha aholimizning o'zgarish dinamikasini ushbu grafikda tasvirlashga harakat qildik va so'nggi aholini ro'yxatga olish mana bundan ko'rishimiz mumkinki 89-yilda amalga oshirilgan va 89-yildan hozirgi kungacha bo'lgan aholini hisob-kitoblari o'sha xalqaro standartlar, xalqaro hisob-kitoblarga mos ravishda metodologiya asosida amalga oshirib kelingan. Bu o'sha aholini tug'ilishi, o'lim, ko'chib kelish va ko'chib ketish bilan bog'liq bo'lgan ma'muriy ma'lumotlar asosida hisob-kitoblar amalga oshirilib kelyapti. To'g'ri, xalqaro standartlarga asosan bu jarayon amalga oshirilgani bilan bir qatorda ro'yxatga olish natijasida olinadigan ma'lumotlarga hech bir ma'lumot tenglasha olmaydi va uni qiymati jihatidan, uni qamrovi jihatidan bu juda ham katta tadbir va undagi ma'lumotlar ham juda ham qimmatli hisoblanadi. Buni bir nechta o'sha normativ huquqiy va xalqaro hujjatlarda ham ta'kidlab o'tilgan. Mana bu hujjatlarni ko'radigan bo'lsak, aholini ro'yxatga olish tadbiri o'sha Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotini alohida konvensiyasida ta'kidlangan 2020-yil raundida barcha a'zo davlatlar ushbu tadbirni bir marta bo'lsa ham o'tkazamiz deb barcha kelishib olingan. Shunga muvofiq O'zbekiston ham ushbu yo'nalishda o'rganishlar amalga oshirilib 2020-yilda aholini ro'yxatga olish to'g'risidagi maxsus qonun qabul qilindi va ushbu qonun bilan ushbu yo'nalishdagi barcha munosabatlarni tartibga solib belgilab berildi. Va u hozirgi kungacha amalga oshirilgan ishlarimiz uchun qonuniy asos bo'lib xizmat qildi. Mana hozir ta'kidlandi, aynan aholini ro'yxatga, aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish tadbirlarini boshlanishiga sababchi bo'lgan hujjat esa muhtaram prezidentimizning 19-sentyabrda qabul qilgan 173-sonli farmonlari bo'lib xizmat qildi. Ya'ni bu farmon bilan ro'yxatga olishni qachon o'tkazamiz, qaysi shaklda o'tkazamiz va bu jarayonlarga kimlar jalb qilinishini aniq qilib belgilab berdi. Bundan keyingi qabul qilingan hujjat esa Vazirlar Mahkamasining qarori barcha tashkiliy jarayonlarni yo'lga qo'yish uchun asos bo'lib xizmat qildi. Biz o'zimizning uslubiy hujjatlarni ishlab chiqishda albatta xalqaro standartlarga asoslanamiz. Bu tadbirni metodologik asoslarini yaratishda biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining aholishunoslik jamg'armasi va boshqa tashkilotlar FAO tashkiloti tomonidan ishlab chiqilgan nizomlar, yo'riqnomalarga asoslanib ishlab chiqqanmiz va ekspertlar bu jarayonda bizga katta yordam berdi. Endi umuman olganimizda mana shu aholini ro'yxatga olishga tayyorgarlik ko'rish jarayonida biz juda ham ko'p usullarni birgalikda o'rganib chiqdik va an'anaviy usullarni eng qulay, eng afzal taraflarini o'rgangan holda va O'zbekistondagi mavjud imkoniyatlarni hisobga olgan holda unikal bir takomillashtirilgan usulni biz yaratdik deb o'ylayman. Bu usul mavjud imkoniyatlar, ya'ni mahalla instituti imkoniyatlaridan keng foydalanish ko'zda tutilgan va undagi ham kadr salohiyati, ham hududlardagi orttirilgan tajribalar va undagi o'sha planshet qurilmalarining mavjudligini inobatga oladigan bo'lsak, texnologik imkoniyatlarni ham bu metodologik hujjatga kiritildi va hozirgi yakuniy ishlab chiqilgan ushbu usulga asosan masalan jalb etiladigan xodimlar soni misolida ko'radigan bo'lsak 113 mingtadan ortiq xodimlar jalb etilishi rejalashtirilayotgan edi, lekin hozirgi kunda o'sha mahalliy yettiligi tizimida faoliyat yurituvchi xodimlarni jalb etish orqali bu jarayon 2-4 baravargacha bu soni qisqartirildi. Undan tashqari mana hozir janob Dupler aytdilar, ma'muriy ma'lumotlardan foydalanish ham juda ham yaxshi samara berishini inobatga olib, biz savolnomalarni ham bir qator takomillashtirdik va maqbullashtirishga erishildi. Mana ikkita aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish savolnomalarini yig'indi shaklida oladigan bo'lsak 328 ta edi, lekin hozirgi kunda o'sha takomillashtirilgan usulda bu savolnomalar soni 71 tagacha tushirildi. Bu ham ro'yxatga oluvchiga, ham aholimizga bu jarayonda qulay ishtirok etish imkoniyatini yaratadi. Bundan tashqari ro'yxatga olish muddati ushbu farmon bilan belgilab berildi. Ya'ni 26-yilning 15-yanvardan 28-fevraligacha bo'lgan 45 kunlik muddat ushbu jarayon uchun ajratildi. Buni birinchi bosqichi internet shaklida, keyingi bosqichlari esa mahalliy yettiligi yordamida amalga oshiriladi. Savolnomalar aholishunoslik Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti aholishunoslik jamg'armasi ekspertlari va oziq-ovqat va qishloq xo'jaligi tashkiloti, ya'ni FAO tashkilotining ekspertlari bilan birgalikda ishlab chiqildi va ularni ijobiy xulosalari ham ushbu jarayon uchun olindi. Bu xulosalarga kelish uchun biz ikkita ro'yxatga olish tadbirlarini albatta o'sha xalqaro tavsiyalarga asosan pilot shaklda avvalambor o'tkazib oldik. Bu pilot ro'yxatga olishlar aholini ro'yxatga olish qismi bo'yicha 21-yil o'tkazildi va bu jarayonda respublikamizning 4 ta viloyatida amalga oshirildi. Umuman olganda ro'yxatga olishni pilot shaklida biz barcha turdagi usullarni biz qo'lladik. Ya'ni qog'oz shakldagi qayd etishni ham, internet orqali ro'yxatga olishni ham va planshet orqali ro'yxatga olishlarni ham keng qo'llab sinovdan o'tkazib oldik. Ikkinchi sinov esa 22-yil o'tkazildi. Bu sinovda aynan qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish savolnomalari va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish obyektlari sinovdan o'tkazildi. Bu jarayon respublikamizning ikkita viloyatida, Parkent Samarqand viloyatini Jomboy tumani bilan Toshkent viloyatini Parkent tumanlarida o'tkazildi va bu jarayonda ham 3 ta usul, ya'ni qog'oz shakldagi, planshet va internet turidagi ro'yxatga olishlardan biz foydalandik. Endi mana ushbu sinovlar yakuniga asosan biz ishlab chiqqan usulga ko'ra ikki bosqichda ro'yxatga olish jarayonlarini amalga oshiramiz. Bu birinchi bosqich, birinchi 15 kunlik deyiladi. Shu ro'yxatga olishni barcha aholimizga ochiq shaklda, elektron shaklda bir sayt tashkil qilib, shu saytdan mustaqil ro'yxatga olish uchun imkoniyat yaratildi. Endi bu jarayonda ma'lumotlarni haqqoniyligini ta'minlash maqsadida va ma'lumotlarning xavfsizligini ta'minlash maqsadida har bir ro'yxatga oluvchi, o'zini ro'yxatdan o'tkazuvchi OneID tizimi orqali ushbu tizimga kiritish imkoniyati yaratilgan. Barchaga ma'lumki, O'zbekiston hududida One ID tizimidan barcha turdagi davlat xizmatlaridan foydalanish imkoniyati yaratilgan va uni faqatgina o'sha One ID tizimi egasigina foydalana oladi. Shu tarafdan ham biz xavfsizlikni ta'minlashga bizga imkoniyat yaratib beradi. Ushbu jarayonda tugagandan keyin biz internet orqali ro'yxatga o'tganlarni hududlar kesimida taqsimlab, mahallalar kesimida taqsimlab, ro'yxatga oluvchilarga biz ajratib beramiz va fevral oyida o'tkaziladigan 4-fevraldan 28-fevralgacha bo'lgan davrda o'tkaziladigan ro'yxatga olish jarayonlari planshet qurilmalari orqali mahalla yettiligi tizimi xodimlari yordamida amalga oshiriladi. Umuman olganda ro'yxatga olishni internet orqali o'tkazish xalqaro hamjamiyatda ham juda ham keng, so'nggi yillarda juda ham kengaymoqda. Sababi aholini o'zi raqamli faolligi juda ham kuchayib bormoqda va uni bezovta qilishni o'rniga o'sha hozirgi kunda hamma ishlaydi, ish jarayonida bo'lgani uchun oila a'zolari ham uyda hech kim bo'lmaganini inobatga olgan holda o'sha ish joyida ham ro'yxatga o'tishi imkoniyati mavjud bu holatda. Xuddi shu shaklda qishloq xo'jaligi ro'yxatga olish ham uylarga tashrif buyurgan holatda va internet tarmog'i orqali o'tkazilishi imkoniyati yaratib berildi. Ro'yxatga olish savolnomasini tarkibini ko'radigan bo'lsak, 71 ta savolni 54 tasi aholi va uni uy sharoiti, demografik holatiga qaratilgan bo'lsa, 17 ta savollar qishloq xo'jaligi faoliyati bilan bog'liq savollar kiritilgan. Ro'yxatga olish natijalariga to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, albatta bu hamma uchun qiziq va so'nggi 36 yilda kutilayotgan ma'lumotlar ushbu jarayonda kutilyapti. Ro'yxatga olish ma'lumotlari 2 bosqichda e'lon qilinadi. Birinchi bosqich dastlabki ma'lumotlar, bu 26-yilning 1-iyuliga qadar e'lon qilinadigan ma'lumotlar. Bu umumiy yig'ma shakldagi respublika bo'yicha ma'lumotlar e'lon qilinadigan bo'lsa, yakuniy ma'lumotlar 2027-yilning 1-iyulida to'liq shaklda jildlarga, ya'ni to'plamlarga bo'lgan holda va tuman, mahallalar kesimida, undan tashqari o'sha faoliyat turlari kesimida, mahsulotlar turlari kesimida e'lon qilinishi rejalashtirilgan. Endi dastlabki hisob-kitoblarga ko'ra, ro'yxatga olish natijasida 290 dan ortiq aholi va uni uy sharoiti bilan bog'liq ma'lumotlar to'plamlari e'lon qilinadi va undan tashqari 300 dan ortiq o'sha qishloq xo'jaligi faoliyati bilan bog'liq bo'lgan ko'rsatkichlar bu jarayonda shakllanadi. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Savollar bo'lsa, albatta biz tayyormiz javob berishga. Rahmat kattakon.
Thank you very much. I know there was a lot more you could say and a lot more that people would want to hear, and we'll leave that to the question and answer session. I would like to call on the next speaker, but I would switch the order a bit because, like you mentioned, that there is one unique way in which Uzbekistan will conduct the census, which is through the use of the Mahala survey. And from that perspective, the association of the Mahalas of Uzbekistan is playing an integral role in the implementation of the census. I would like to call upon the Deputy Chairman of the Association of Mahalas, Mr. Inagamov, to talk about what the Mahala Association would be in the implementation of the census and what is the state of preparation and readiness for the participation in the census. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Rahmat, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, hurmatli hamkasblar. Mana mendan oldingi nutqimiz Zohidjon akaning so'zlarida ham eng ko'p ishlatilgan so'z aholi bo'lsa, ikkinchi eng ko'p ishlatilgan so'z bu mahalla bo'ldi. Mahalla tizimi haqida bizning vatandoshlarimiz juda yaxshi fikrga ega, ular ma'lumotga ega, lekin chet ellik hamkorlarimiz ham zalda ko'pchiligini tashkil qilganligini inobatga olib qisqacha ruxsat bersanglar 2 daqiqa davomida mahalla o'zi nimaligi to'g'risida ham tushuntirib o'tsak. Mahalla so'zi arabcha so'zdan olingan, arabchasiga ma'lum bir hudud nomini bildiradi. Shuni aytish kerakki, mana shu hozir aytilgandek moderatorimiz ham aytdi, unikal tizim deb aytdi, haqiqatda unikal tizim. Dunyoni biror bir mamlakatda aynan bizga o'xshagan mahalla tizimi hech qayerda yo'q. To'g'ri, o'zini o'zi boshqarish organlari u yoki bu ko'rinishda bor, lekin aynan bizdagi mahalla tizimi dunyoni biror bir davlatda, mamlakatda uchramaydi. Bu yaqin 3000 yilga yaqin tarixga ega tuzilma. O'sha bizni O'zbekiston hududida aholimiz, odamlar o'troq bo'lib yashashni boshlagandan beri shakllanib kelgan o'zini o'zi boshqarish organi. Mana bilasizlar, bizni qadimiy shaharlarimiz Toshkent, Samarqand, Kiyev va boshqa ko'plab shaharlarni bilasizlar. Ular 3000 yilga yaqin tarixga ega. Mana shu yerda birinchi mahallalarimiz o'sha kasb hunarga oid, o'sha aytaylik kamonchilar, kulollar, ipakchilar va hokazo to'planib o'zlarini oqsoqollarni saylashgan. Bu aynan demokratiya o'chog'i desak juda ham to'g'ri bo'ladi. O'zini o'zi boshqarish organi bo'lib kelgan. To'g'ri, sovet tuzumi davrida bunga biroz panja orqasidan qaralgan desak to'g'ri bo'ladi, chunki bu sovetlarni boshqarish tizimiga juda ham mos bo'lmagan demokratik tuzum bo'lgani uchun, lekin mustaqillik yillarida bunga alohida e'tibor berilib, mahalla tizimi qaytadan ikkinchi hayotini boshladi desak to'g'ri bo'ladi. Bunga o'sha qonunchilikka kiritilgan o'zgarishlar, mahalla fuqarolar yig'inlari to'g'risidagi qonun, ularni raislarni saylash to'g'risidagi qonunlarni qabul qilganmiz. Hozir kunga kelib esa mahallada 7 kishi, bir necha marta mahalla 7ligi degan ibora ishlatildi. Qolganlarga bizning vatandoshlarimizga yaxshi tushunarli ekan, xalqaro hamkasblarimiz ham tushunishi uchun mana shu 7lik o'zi nima ekanligi to'g'risida ham bir tushuntirib o'tmoqchimiz. Bu O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining tashabbuslari bilan mahalla 7ligi tuzilmasi kiritildi. Mana shu tuzilmadagi 7 kishining barchasi maosh olib ishlaydi. Bu prezidentimiz iboralari bilan aytadigan bo'lsak, mahalla xalq va davlat o'rtasidagi ko'prik deb nom olgan. Bu xalqimizni yuragidan joy oldi. Deyarli hamma xalqimizni birinchi qiladigan murojaatlari aynan mahalla tizimiga murojaat qiladi. Shuni aytish kerakki, hozirgi kunda butun respublika hokimiyati, tuman hokimiyati, viloyat hokimiyati, respublika tashkilotlariga qilinadigan murojaatlarni 85% hozir aynan mahallani o'ziga murojaat qilinyapti va mahallani o'zida hal qilinyapti. Shuning uchun ham mana shu oldimizda turgan katta tadbir aholini va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatdan o'tkazish aynan mana shu 7likki kuchi bilan amalga oshirib ko'zda tutilgan. Agar ruxsat bersanglar, qisqagina 6 minutlik rolikimiz bor mahalla 7ligini har bir nima ish qilish to'g'risida ko'p tushuntirib o'tirmaslik uchun. Agar Zohidjon aka mumkin bo'lsa shuni qo'yib bersak.
Iltimos videoni qo'yib bering mahalla bo'yicha.
O'zbekiston hududida mahalla tushunchasining tarixi bir necha ming yillik qadriyatlarga borib taqaladi. Ya'ni ko'hna Turon zaminida odamlar jamoat bo'lib yashashni boshlabdiki, mahalla tushunchasi paydo bo'lgan va bugunga qadar sayqal topib, jilolanib kelmoqda. Xalq yetakchisining mehri, e'tibori bugun har bir mahallaga, xonadonlargacha kirib bormoqda. Mahalla 7ligi. Odamlar yurak qulfini ochuvchi prezidentning kaliti.
Mahallani jamoatchilik boshqaruviga aylantirish uning jamiyatdagi o'rni va rolini kuchaytiradi. Mahalla boshqaruvida aholining faol ishtirokini ta'minlash esa har bir fuqaro o'zi va oilasining kelajagi, moliyaviy ahvoli va farovonligini ta'minlashda mas'uliyatni sezishi kerak ekanligi tushuniladi. Hokim yordamchisini mahalla faollari safiga qo'shilishi hokimiyat va mahallani bir-biriga yaqinlashtirdi. Mahalladagi tadbirkorlikni yuzaga chiqarish esa fuqarolarimizdagi kichik biznesga bo'lgan ishonchsizlikni yo'qotish uchun qo'yilgan ilk qadamlar deb bemalol aytsak bo'ladi. Hokim yordamchisi sifatida vazifam shuki, mahalladagi tadbirkorlarni yuzaga chiqarish, ya'ni kredit olish yoki subsidiya olish kerak bo'lsa, yordam berish bilan birga shu mahalladagi ishsizlik sonini keskin kamaytirishga qaratilgan.
Aynan mahalla yoshlar yetakchisi 14 yoshdan 30 yoshgacha bo'lgan mahalladagi yoshlar bilan ishlaydi. Qanday qilib? Mahalladagi iqtidorli yoshlarni vaqtini behuda o'tkazmasligi uchun 5 tashabbus olimpiadalariga jalb etish yo'li bilan Agar ishsiz bo'lsa, hokim yordamchisi bilan hamkorlikda uni bandligini ta'minlash, davlat g'amxo'rligiga muhtoj bo'lsa, ijtimoiy himoya xodimi bilan birgalikda unga kerak bo'lgan ko'makni olishida yordamlashish. Jinoyatchilikka moyilligi bo'lsa, profilaktika inspektori bilan hamkorlikda uni jinoyat ko'chasiga kirib ketmasligi uchun yordam berish.
Mahallada jinoyatchilikning oldini olish oliy maqsad. Lekin ijtimoiy profilaktika degan tushuncha paydo bo'ldiki, bunda inspektor mahallada bo'lgan nizoli oilalar, xulq-atvori og'ir yoshlar, ichkilikka ruju qo'ygan fuqarolar kabi jinoyatchilikka moyil toifadagi shaxslarni aniqlaydi va ularning muammolari o'rganilib, mahalla yettiligining jamoaviy kengashi asosida fuqaroning muammolariga yechim topiladi. Mana shu ijtimoiy profilaktika degan tushunchaning yangicha uslubdagi ishlashini ko'rsatadi.
Oila kichik bir jamiyatdir. Ajrim yoqasiga kelgan oila esa jamiyatning bir bo'lagi sifatida yordamga muhtoj. Mahalla xotin-qizlari faoli ana shunday ayollarni oiladagi mustahkamlikka chaqirish bilan birga mahalladagi ayollar daftariga kirgan xotin-qizlarga har tomonlama yordam beradi. Ijtimoiy xodim har bir tushgan murojaat yuzasidan murojaat egasini ijtimoiy kelib chiqishi va uni muammolari omili to'liq o'rganganidan keyin yig'ilgan ma'lumotni mahalla yettiligida fuqaroga yordamning qaysi turi kerakligi aniqlanadi. Yoki qaysidir sabablarga ko'ra murojaat qilishga jur'at qila olmagan, lekin ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj bo'lgan fuqarolarimizni ham xonadonma-xonadon yurib o'rganadi.
Mahalladagi soliqchi sifatida amalga oshiradigan eng asosiy vazifam bu mahallada soliq bazasini kengaytirish. Buni amalga oshirish uchun mahalliy tadbirkorlarimizni soliq sohasidagi eng so'nggi yangiliklardan ogoh etib, ular uchun ko'zda tutilayotgan yengilliklardan boxabar qilishdir. Tadbirkorlarimizni soliqdan qochmaslikka o'rgatish, mahallada tadbirkorlikka qiziqishi bo'lgan fuqarolarimizni tadbirkor maqomini olishga ko'maklashish, daromad solig'ining 10% mahallada qolayotganligini aholiga to'g'ri tushuntirishdir.
Ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj bo'lishlikni darajalari va ko'rinishlari xilma-xildir. Ya'ni ijtimoiy yordam tibbiy ko'rinishda, maslahat ko'rinishida, moddiy yordam ko'rinishlarida bo'lishi mumkin. Shuning uchun ijtimoiy xodim bir paytning o'zida yurist, psixolog, shifokor, qo'llab-quvvatlovchi sifatida og'ir ahvoldagi fuqaroni turmush tarzini yaxshilash uchun ko'maklashadi. O'qish istagida bo'lgan ayollarni ta'lim olishi uchun ham shartnoma asosida o'qishga kirgan bo'lsa, ijtimoiy kelib chiqishni hisobga olgan holda kontraktini to'lab yoki qo'shimcha kvota asosida o'qishga kirishda ham yordam beriladi. Kasbiy yo'nalish istayotgan ayollarimizni esa o'zi qiziqayotgan kasbi bo'yicha ish o'rganishda ham yettilik bilan hamkorlikda kollegial muammosiga yechim topiladi. Mahalla yoshlar yetakchisining eng katta vakolatlaridan biri bu mahallada yoshlar daftarining imkoniyatlarini mahalla yoshlarga tushuntirishdir. Qolaversa, xorijda bo'lgan yoshlarimiz bilan ham aloqalar o'rnatib, agar ularga yordam kerak bo'lsa, yordam berish yoki iste'dod egasi bo'lsa, uni iste'dodini targ'iboti bilan shug'ullanish ham aynan yoshlar yetakchisi zimmasidagi ishlar sirasiga kiradi.
Kuch birlikda degan xalqimizning 1000 yillik maqoli bor. Bu mahallaning yangi yettilik qiyofasida o'zini kashf eta boshlayapti desak to'g'ri bo'ladi.
Mahalla faqatgina yaqinlashtiruvchi ko'prik emas, balki kelajagimiz asosi. Bu yerda tug'ilamiz, o'samiz, oyoqqa turib mustaqil hayotga kirishamiz. Mahalla kattalar yordamida yoshlarga hayot yo'lini o'rgatadigan, insoniy qadriyatlarini muhokama qiladigan maydondir. Bu yerda quvonch ham, g'am ham o'rtoqlashadi. Har bir qo'ni-qo'shni, har bir oila bir-birini qo'llab-quvvatlaydi. Kichik kamchiliklar kechiriladi. Katta muvaffaqiyatlar hammaga xursandchilik bag'ishlaydi. Mahallaning naqadar ahamiyatli ekani ana shu birdamlikda ko'zga tashlanadi.
Ruxsat bersangiz 2 minut yana 2 minutgina buni yana ishlatib olsa 2.
Okay, you can wrap up quickly because we have someone in line also is waiting for that.
Hop, juda qisqa qilaman. Hozirgina ta'kidlab o'tdik, biz statistika qo'mitasi bilan o'qishlar o'sha kirish jarayonida etdik, o'qishlar tashkil qilganimizni. Bitta narsani aytish kerak, mana shu mahalla tizimi hozir kimlar aholini ro'yxatdan o'tkazishini ko'rib chiqdik, yetkazgan a'zolar. Ularning hammasini qo'l gadjetlari bor, planshetlari bor. Mana shu planshetlar yordamida amalga oshiriladi. Shuning uchun ham qog'ozbozlikdan, menimcha, vaqtni iqtisod qilishdan ham bir ma'lum natijalarga erishamiz. Yana bir narsani aytish kerak, raqamli mahalla platformasi mavjud. Bu raqamli mahalla platformasiga mahallani pasporti, o'sha sizlar xalq ichida yaxshi ma'lum bo'lgan ombor daftari kiritilgan. Bu yerda aholi to'g'risidagi, xonadonlar to'g'risidagi, manzili to'g'risidagi ko'plab ma'lumotlarga egamiz. Shuning uchun ham mana shu aholini ro'yxatdan o'tkazish paytida bu yaxshi samara beradi deb o'ylayman va aytish kerakki, mana shu yettilikdagi vazirlarni barcha platformalari mana shu platformaga integratsiya qilingan. Bu ham ishimizni yengillashtirsa kerak degan umiddamiz. Biz Zohidjon aka mana rais xabarlari bor. Bir nechta hozir o'tkazayotgan mahallalarimizni o'zimizni kamchiligimizni ham ko'rdik, xronologiyasini ham ko'rdik. O'sha har bitta oilaga ketayotgan vaqtni ham hisoblab chiqdik xonadonga. Shuning natijasida o'zimizni ishlarimizga yangilik kiritdik. Endi vaqtim chiqib ketmasligi uchun aytmoqchiman, oldimizda o'sha olis hududlardagi, yuqori tog'li hududlardagi qishda qor tushishi, transport tizimini ishini qiyinlashtirish bo'lgan mahallalarda hozir 224tasida yakunlayapmiz. Xudo xolasa 208 ta tuman shaharimizda yana ikkitadan mahallada mana shunday ishni amalga oshirmoqchimiz. Men mana shu tadbirda hammamizga muvaffaqiyat, omad tilayman. Hamkorlarimizga, hamkor tashkilotlarimiz barchasiga minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Mana shu seminarda ishga ham bizni yana ishimizni xalq orasida ommalashtirishga, hammaga yetib borishga xizmat qiladi deb o'ylayman. Katta rahmat.
Thank you very much. It is important to see the role the Hala Association is playing, and also that you are doing some preparatory work to identify where more needs to be done and taking the necessary step to address that. I want to turn the discussion from the partners to the Uzbekistan on the implementation of the census. Our partners in the sense of providing the technical assistance from a methodological point of view, but also there are also stakeholders and users, like Olivier had mentioned earlier, for this data. So one of the important users, those who find this information to be useful, is also the information that we can potentially get relating to migration. And for that, we do have Mr. Andrew Gray, who is online. I would like to invite him to offer some remarks and thoughts in terms of what do they see as the value and use of the population census from a migration point of view. So over to you, Mr. Gray. Is the connection live now?
Hi, assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I hope the translators are good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And firstly, to say assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Gray. I'm the Chief of Mission from the International Organization for Migration, the UN Migration Agency based in Tashkent. Firstly, apologies for not being able to be with you in person today, but I'm not currently in Uzbekistan, but thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. And I would just like to firstly thank the all of the government agencies, the National Statistics Committee, and the chairman and the deputy chairman, and all of the people who are present today. It's truly heartening to see such a good cross-section of partners within the government system and the Oli Majlis, and also within international organizations and academia. I mean, what would I say? I mean, I think this is obviously, as many people have said, a great moment for Uzbekistan. The last survey you had was in 1989, when you were part of the Soviet Union. Now you're an independent country. And to say there has been a transformation since 1989 clearly doesn't really need saying. There's a whole generation that has grown up without ever having taken part of in a census. And Uzbekistan has obviously changed dramatically. Your population has grown and diversified. You have new cities, new economic sectors. Millions of people have entered the labor market. The country is changing at a dizzying and very optimistic pace, even in the last few years, even in the last 10 years. The change has been enormous. And I think what we can see is how important within that story migration is. It's an integral part of Uzbekistan's development strategy. Millions of citizens have moved abroad for work, study, or other opportunities. and millions more have relocated within Uzbekistan, responding to changing labor markets, moving from rural areas to urban areas. So we have a whole series of new dynamics. But that movement really is bringing tremendous opportunities. Tremendous opportunities in terms of the national economy. We know that when people move abroad for employment, they send money back to support their families and communities. The level of that remittance income is, I think, an all-time high, and accounts for around 12% of the gross domestic product of Uzbekistan. So that is really important. It's also a human story. People migrate for work, they go abroad, and it's a human journey to support their families. And we can see how important that is in the country. But we can also see, I think, a gap in statistics. Sometimes difficult. We see a lot of changing patterns. Traditionally, the overwhelming majority of labor migrants went to employment in the Russian Federation. That's still the case. It's still by far the top destination. But we can see a reduction in the number of people in the Russian Federation, an increase in the number of people seeking employment in Kazakhstan, for example. And although the numbers are smaller, significant increases in people going to other destinations, Japan, Korea, the Gulf states, the states of the European Union, the United Kingdom. And I think it's important to have the right statistical base. We need to understand what the figures are, where people are moving. We also, I think, need the census is a tremendous opportunity to look at the occupation profiles of people, the socioeconomic profiles, because it's that, as speakers have said, it's that evidence that it's really crucial for policy. To make policy, you need evidence, you need statistics, you need data, you need analysis. And I would agree, I think, with the, I think it was the speaker from the World Bank who talked about accessible data. I think that is really important. Obviously, a huge amount of information will be collected and analyzed by experts from the government with some assistance from international organizations. But it is critical that that data is then disseminated quickly and presented in an accessible way. Accessible not just for data practitioners, for civil servants, but for ordinary people. And I think this is a tremendous opportunity to do something, to be open about data, and to use this as a way to inform and educate and enlighten people. And I completely agree with the comments about AI and about accessibility. I think it is really important. And one of the things that IOM is helping the Statistics Committee on, we're giving some technical support, and we'll continue to give that technical support to look at the migration elements of the population census, but also in terms of awareness raising. I mean, we've heard today about the Mahala system and how that is really critical to this. But as we've also said, we haven't had a census since 1989. So most people in the country weren't even born at that point, or a significant number. So I think there is a very important opportunity here and a need for education, for awareness raising, to get people behind the census, to get them enthused, to get them to understand how important it is. I think that is really incredibly critical. So, I mean, we know a census touches every household and every community. It tells the story of the nation as it truly is, and informs decisions on where to put schools, hospitals, housing. It enables us to understand how the labor market works, what our infrastructure needs. It enables Uzbekistan to understand, for example, what its occupation opportunities are, what sectors it can compete in, what sectors maybe it needs to do further work on in terms of vocational training, so that the workers of Uzbekistan have the skills and the abilities to contribute to the economy domestically as it continues to grow, and also in terms of labor migration. So I think I would just like to really thank the Statistics Committee and to say I'm really heartened by the level of collaboration. I'm impressed and humbled by the level of ambition in terms of conducting the census and the agriculture census. And we can really see when we work with the National Statistics Committee how open they are, how dynamic they are, how receptive they are to dialogue and assistance. And I think that forward-looking approach really deserves recognition. I think it's an honor for us to participate and to support, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Statistics Committee, both in the run-up to the census, as I said, with support for awareness raising and some technical support, and post-data collection analysis as well. I think this is a really exciting opportunity, and one we're really happy to be part of. And in closing, I would once again like to express my sincere appreciation to the Chairman, Mr. Bezos Kamara, and the Deputy Chairman, Mr. Zizaya, and the entire National Statistics Committee for their leadership, dedication, and vision. IOM is honoured to be a partner in this important national endeavour. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to join you today. Thank you. Cataract Map.
Thank you very much. Now, let me also attend to some of the partners who have been playing an important role in the methodological development for the population, housing and agriculture census. So for that, let me first turn on to the population expert from UNFPA, who've been working with the National Statistics Committee for this gen. Azam, the floor is yours. Let's try to keep it to 5 minutes. We are running over time.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Уважаемые участники конференции, уважаемые партнеры. Во-первых, позвольте поблагодарить Национальный комитет статистики за приглашение на эту важную конференцию, которая посвящена новому этапу в развитии статистики в Республике Узбекистан. Как вам известно, Узбекистан впервые с 1989 года готовится провести перепись населения и сельского хозяйства. Это важнейшее событие. Перепись является важнейшим событием, имеет не только национальное, но и международное значение. Перепись населения является глобальным процессом, который проводится во многих странах примерно раз в 10 лет и является основой международной статистической системы ООН, которая обеспечивает сопоставимость данных и возможность анализа мировых демографических тенденций. Перепись населения является не просто статистическим мероприятием, это стратегический инструмент, который лежит в основе эффективного государственного планирования и реализации политики устойчивого развития. Данные, полученные в ходе переписи, позволят принимать решения, основанные на фактах в различных сферах, в том числе в образовании, здравоохранении, занятости, жилищной политике, социальной политике и других. С первых дней подготовки к переписи населения Фонд ООН в области народного населения оказывает всестороннюю поддержку Национальному комитету по статистике Республики Узбекистан. Эта работа охватывает ключевые направления от разработки закона о переписи, подготовки методологических документов в соответствии с принципами ООН, до создания общего плана проведения переписи и укрепления кадрового потенциала на всех уровнях. ЮНФПА оказывает постоянное техническое и экспертное содействие, помогает совершенствовать программное обеспечение, обучать специалистов, а также организует миссии международных экспертов для обмена опытом и внедрения передовых практик. Особое внимание уделяется информационно-разъяснительной работе, формированию понимания в обществе того, насколько важно участие каждого гражданина в переписи. Ведь только полное участие населения позволит получить качественные данные, которые станут основой для эффективного планирования развития страны. Поддержка ЮНФПА процессу переписи охватывает 5 основных направлений, которые осуществляются в сотрудничестве с Национальным комитетом по статистике. Первое – это методологическая и экспертная поддержка. При участии ЮНФПА была разработана нормативно-правовая и методологическая база переписи населения. Совместно с международными экспертами были адаптированы переписные инструменты в соответствии с принципами и рекомендациями ООН. ЮНФПА также содействовал проведению пилотной переписи населения в 4 регионах страны. Международные наблюдатели высоко оценили ее организацию, а их рекомендации были учтены при доработке методологии и программного обеспечения. Одним из ключевых решений, принятых по итогам пилотной переписи, стало внедрение интернета и планшетных компьютеров в качестве основного метода сбора данных. Такой подход позволит значительно повысить оперативность, качество и безопасность сбора и обработки данных. Предстоящая перепись населения станет первой в истории Узбекистана, которая будет проводиться в полностью цифровом формате, что является важным шагом в модернизации национальной статистической системы и повышению ее эффективности. В продолжении этих усилий ЮНФПА совместно с другими партнерами на прошлой неделе...
So two more minutes to finish.
Yes. На прошлой неделе была организована миссия международных экспертов, которые осуществляли наблюдение и консультирование в ходе тестирования программного обеспечения для сбора данных переписи населения и сельского хозяйства. Эта миссия позволила провести оценку готовности цифровых инструментов и их соответствия международным стандартам качества и безопасности. ЮНФ также оказывает техническое и финансовое содействие в разработке и тестировании программ, а также закупке оборудования и организации рабочих процессов. Кроме того, ЮНФПА оказывает содействие в организации и укреплении кадрового потенциала органов статистики по проведению переписи населения. При поддержке ЮНФПА сотрудники Национального комитета по статистике приняли участие в ознакомительных учебных поездках в Азербайджан, Беларусь, а также в регулярных заседаниях экспертной группы ЕКОН по вопросам переписи и других международных форумах и конференциях, посвященных переписи населения. Такое сотрудничество стало важным шагом в повышении квалификации национальных кадров, укреплении их потенциала в проведении переписи в соответствии с международными стандартами. ЮНФА продолжает оказывать содействие в информационно-разъяснительной работе, о которой я выше отметил. Также ЮНФА играет важную роль в координации взаимодействия партнеров по развитию, включая Всемирного банка, продовольственную сельскохозяйственную организацию ООН, ФАО, Управление Верховного комиссара ООН по делам беженцев и другие международные структуры в оказании содействия в подготовке переписи населения и сельского хозяйства в Узбекистане. Такое партнерство будет способствовать эффективному объединению ресурсов и экспертизы различных организаций, согласованию подходов и повышению качества проводимых работ. Уважаемые участники конференции, ЮНФПА остается надежным партнером Узбекистана в области статистики, демографии и устойчивого развития. Мы уверены, что совместные усилия правительства, международных организаций и национальных институтов обеспечат успешное проведение переписи на высоком уровне в соответствии с международными стандартами. Следует отметить, что перепись населения – это инвестиция в будущее, устойчивое и справедливое развитие. И особо важно проведение переписи в строгом соответствии с международными принципами и стандартами ООН, что обеспечит получение данных, сопоставимых и надежных данных, которые помогут Узбекистану успешно реализовать цели стратегии Узбекистан 2030 и достичь целей устойчивого развития. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear, we've been talking about the population census, but in fact, it is actually a population and an agricultural census. And for the agricultural aspects, FAO has been an important partner in the methodological development for the combined integrated population, housing, and agriculture census. So I would like to turn to the expert from FAO to talk about the cooperation and the contribution that the FAO has been making to help the National Statistical Committee to also implement the agriculture aspect of the census meeting international standards. So over to you is Mr. Namarov.
Arif Namozov.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I think I will try to be in English because it's much shorter. It can be much shorter. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate our National Statistics Committee because it's huge, tremendous work is now have to be done. It's very, very let's say, tough stage from one side, difficult stage, let's say, for the Statistics National Committee, because they are working day and night, and I feel it, and I know, because in FAO we are in very close operational communications, that so many phones, emails are coming, etc., etc. On the other side, we are very happy because 35 years we were waiting. You know, the Independence Day was in 1991, and 35 years passed. But now we are very happy that we will have something very solid, which will give us some base for the more, let's say, improved evidence. I mean, for data, because today we can't live without data, because everywhere is data, in supermarkets, in shops, in private life, in business life, in everywhere. In statistics, it's very, very hugely important. And of course, this will be very big shift, I believe. And unfortunately, from my professional point of view, it's hybrid company. I mean, the combined agricultural census and population census. There's two big elephants, but in one. But I do believe on the other side, Uzbekistan is not only the first country who are doing this experience, and the international experience taken into account. And I believe readiness level is increasing every day in the Statistics Committee. UNFPA and FAO also, we are trying to help them. In June, we have a very good mission from our regional Central in Europe and Central Asia statisticians. Mrs. Rasmia came here and to provide very quick ad hoc technical assistance, just to quickly understand what's going on, what are the gaps, and what have to be very quick, let's say, feedback from FAO. And she provided both general recommendations, and also she contributed very greatly in two statistical forms, questionnaires, one for physical people, another questionnaire was for legal agricultural entities. So, and also start in May until today, very intensive online communication between FAO and Statistics National Committee. And we are very happy. We also set Telegram group, and very closely in December 1st, the mission of 3 good experts are coming from FAO. Mrs. Rasmia, she will lead as a lead technical officer, and other 2 guys, very experienced statisticians also. One of them is, my God, I did not write this. No, Georgi Kvinikadze, expert on agricultural census, and Mr. Anthony Burgard. He's the international consultant on data processing. That's why the focus of FAO assistance will be fairly comprehensive, focusing on organizational aspects, on methodology, and also on data processing. And I believe this December 1 and December 5 will be 5 days very intensive work between FAO experts and the National Statistics team. And I'm very excited that it will be very interesting and fruitful in time. And this kind of technical assistance will continue until the August 2027. So it's because this technical assistance project was elaborated during the first June mission to Uzbekistan. So I'm sorry for just saying about this operational things, but it's very important. What the message is, FAO very close. FAO is very close to your very esteemed agency, Statistics National Committee. We respect this National Statistics Committee. The staff are very experienced with good competences. But also we would like to say that should be coordination with other agencies like the Minister of Agriculture, because agriculture is very important. And we know in Uzbekistan it's about 24, still maybe less, but agri-food sector about more than 30, if we take into account the processing and other, the whole value chain. That's why I believe that agricultural census will provide very good basis, evidence to understand who are producing and what is the structure of the agricultural economy. what are the typology of the producers, and what are they doing. And it will be, I think, a very good shift to the next level of data generation in agriculture. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we have heard from all the panelists. We did have a question and answer, but we are running out of time, and I don't want to I would like the next session to start on time. I'll take one question for someone who is outside the statistical system. So if there is somebody who is not involved in the implementation of the census or supporting from a methodological point of view, someone who is potentially just a user or maybe a participant in the sense that they will do they will be reporting in the census. That's the question that I will take, and I want to rely on you, Ulukbek Noipov, to pick on one person if there's anyone with a burning question right now. Anyone? Okay. So if there is no immediate question, I would like to turn to you, Mr. Zayev, or just to talk about where people can find information about the census. Some would be interested in information in terms of the methodological approach for the census. Some would be interested in information in terms of about how they can participate and what to expect during the next stage. And after that, we conclude the session.
Katta rahmat javob Robert. Haqiqatdan ham ma'lumotlarni bu jarayonda yetkazib berish ham foydalanuvchilarga ham ishtirokchilarga juda ham muhim. Biz shuni inobatga olgan holda eng avvalo o'sha eng qulay mexanizm, ya'ni bu veb-saytimiz aholini ro'yxatga olish uchun alohida bir veb-sayt tashkil qilingan. aholi.stat.uz veb-sayti va ushbu veb-saytda barcha ushbu tayyorgarlik jarayonlari bilan bog'liq ma'lumotlar, metodologik ma'lumotlar, savolnoma shakllari va normativ huquqiy asoslar hammasi keltirilgan. Bundan tashqari, bu jarayonda ishtirok etuvchilarni operativ ma'lumot bilan ta'minlash maqsadida, ya'ni bu kimlar? Aholini ro'yxatga oluvchi mahalliy yet tiligi faollari, bundan tashqari ommaviy axborot vositalari ishtirokchilari va ushbu jarayonga jalb qilingan boshqa xalq vakillari. Bu uni targ'iboti bo'lishi mumkin, o'qitishi bo'lishi mumkin. Bular uchun ham Telegram kanallari tashkil etilgan. Bilasiz, O'zbekiston hududida Telegram ijtimoiy tarmoq messenjeri juda ham ommaviy tarqalgan. Shuni inobatga olgan holda Telegram kanallarda kanallar tashkil etilgan. Va bundan tashqari hozirgi kunda ommaviy axborot vositalarini barcha turi bilan biz hamkorlikni yo'lga qo'yganmiz. Ya'ni bu bo'lishi mumkin o'sha televideniya, undan tashqari radio, ko'chalarda tashkil etiladigan bannerlar va albatta o'sha internet tarmog'i. Bu ijtimoiy tarmoqni barcha turlari, bu blogerlar bilan birga katta kompaniyani boshlaganmiz. Ya'ni ma'lumot shunday maqsad qo'yilganki, oldimizga ma'lumot aholini barcha toifasi, barcha darajasiga yetib borsin. Bu hudud bo'ladimi, bu yosh bo'ladimi, bu mutaxassislik sohasi bo'ladimi, barcha toifasiga yetib borishini ta'minlash niyat qilganmiz.
So thank you very much. So as you all heard, there are multiple channels of info where you can get information about the implementation of the census. Let me take this opportunity to thank the panelists. Thank you for describing the process, the methodology, and the various steps for implementation of the census. We have also heard from the Association of Mahalas in Uzbekistan about the role the Mahalas is going to play. And from what the experts are all saying, that role is beyond just the data collection itself. It is also in the dissemination of the information, as well as the providing citizens with an opportunity to get information, clarify about the implementation of the census. So it is just beyond the collection of the data. Thanks to the international participants, we have described the support that is being provided to Uzbekistan to make sure that the census is going to be implemented successfully, but also looking beyond just the enumeration phase to other critical steps, from data processing, from the dissemination, and also highlighting that the use is much more broader than just reporting the population statistics, but there's also an economic value. There are also a broad range of stakeholders. And thank you for standing with the country all the way to make sure that this census will be implemented successfully. So thank you. We take a short break. It will only be for 10 minutes, so we are cutting it short. Please just come back in time so that we can start the next session by 11:32. Otherwise, if we delay that further, that means a delay in lunch. But please, just this short break, and then we reconvene in 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes time. Thank you to the panelists.
Recording in progress.
Bir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to restart the next session. So during the next session, we are going to talk about the results of the GDP recalculation to reflect the newly identified volumes in Uzbekistan. As the IMF representative has mentioned before, there's been a transformation in Uzbekistan since 2017, a transformation triggered by significant reforms that the government is undertaking. And of course, with those reforms, the economic structure has changed. We've seen high economic growth in Uzbekistan as well. And it is important that this is accurately reflected in the economic statistics of the country. So to discuss this today, I would like to call on to the stage once again Mr. Hamraev, who is the chairman of the National Statistics Committee. We will later be joined online with Mr. Levan, who is the real sector expert from the IMF. And depending on how things go, we might also be joined by the Mr. Abdulmalik Jalilov, who is the head of the Department of Analysis and Forecasting from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. He is still involved in other engagements, not present at the moment, but we can start. I think before I hand the floor over to Mr. Hamraev, I wanted to note that you do sort of occupy a unique position in this field, in the sense that now you are the chairman of the National Statistics Committee, but before you have also been a policymaker and an institutional expert regarding sort of economic statistics. So now this is to hear from you taking your combined experience, first as the premier leader of statistics in the country, but also combining that as someone who has been a policymaker heavily reliant on the use of statistics such as GDP, but also leading the generation of some of the economic statistics as well. So if we can take this opportunity to have some of the broader reflection about the importance of the accurate economic statistics from a policy-making point of view, given your background, but then focus more on the results from the recalculation of GDP to reflect new developments. So I offer the floor to you, Mr. Raev, to kickstart this session.
Katta rahmat, Robert. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And okay, I will continue in Uzbek. You have translated. Yeah, okay. Hurmatli qatnashchilar, mana kirish qismimizda boshida aytdik, ya'ni bugungi tadbirimizda o'sha 4 ta mavzu bo'yicha sessiyalarimiz bo'lsa, mana birinchisi hozir aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish bo'yicha gaplashgan bo'lsak, endigi mavzu bevosita yalpi ichki mahsulotni takomillashtirish bo'yicha. Bu uzoq muddatli jarayon, bir adashmasam 6-7 oy davomida xalqaro ekspertlar bilan birgalikda ishlangan. Ya'ni mana Robert hozir ta'kidlaganidek, iqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlar, statistika tomonidan e'lon qilinadigan makroiqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlar bu qarorlar qabul qilish, iqtisodiy sohada analizlar, tahlil uchun juda ham muhim hisoblanadi. Shuning uchun xalqaro ekspertlar bilan birgalikda shu valyuta jamg'armasi bilan birgalikda makroiqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlarimizni takomillashtirish bo'yicha qator ishlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Kuni kecha xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi bu bo'yicha missiyasini tugatdi. Bu missiyaning natijasi bo'yicha hisoboti ham tayyor. Endi men juda ham katta minnatdorchilik bildiraman bu ishda jonbozlik ko'rsatgan Livan Gabrashvili, u bevosita xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi Sikamtak guruhining a'zosi. Bu milliy, ya'ni milliy hisoblar tizimi bo'yicha mutaxassis. Buning hisob kitoblari va Milliy statistika qo'mitasining mutaxassislarining hisob kitobiga asosan ma'lum bir yalpi ichki mahsulot ko'rsatkichlariga o'zgartirish kiritildi. Endi aslida yalpi ichki mahsulotda nimadir o'zgarish bo'ladigan bo'lsa, u ikki xil turga bo'linadi. Ya'ni konseptual o'zgarishlar, ya'ni metodologik jihatdan takomillashtirish hisobiga o'zgarish bo'ladigan bo'lsa, bu konseptual o'zgarishlar bo'ladi va har yil aslida dastlabki yalpi ichki mahsulot ko'rsatkichlari yil oxiriga kelib, mana ko'pchilik davlatlarda noyabr oyi, bizda ham noyabr oyida dastlabki ko'rsatkichlar oxirgi yakuniy ko'rsatkichlar e'lon qilinadi. Shuning uchun mana bu noyabr, bugun 17-noyabr sanasi bo'ladigan bo'lsa, bizda yalpi ichki mahsulotni ham konseptual, ya'ni metodologik jihatdan takomillashtirish hisobiga, ham joriy joriy hisoblari, joriy natijalar bo'yicha revising, ya'ni qayta ko'rish hisobiga qo'shma yangi hisob kitoblar qilindi. Endi nima savol tug'iladi? Xo'p, qanday konseptual o'zgarishlar bor? Birinchi konseptual eng katta bu aytishim mumkin o'zgarish, bu ya'ni ma'lum bir qamrab olinmayotgan sohalarda, ya'ni xarajatlarni makroiqtisodiyot o'sha solishtirish natijasida budjetdan tashqari jamg'armalar xarajatlari eng katta ulushga ega. Bu xarajatlar qamrab olindi. Chunki oxirgi yillarda bilasizlar, o'sha davlat budjeti va konsolidlashgan, ya'ni yig'ma budjet deyiladi. Ya'ni bu yoqda budjetdan tashqari jamg'armalar bo'ladi. Ya'ni har bitta vazirlik idoralari qoshidagi maqsadli jamg'arma va hokazo va hokazo, shular xarajatlarni to'g'ri ko'rsatish hisobiga, chunki bu xarajatlar 2018-yildan beri davlat statistikasi, moliya statistikasi bo'yicha e'lon qilinib kelingan, lekin bizni yalpi ichki mahsulotni ichiga olinganda faqat davlat budjeti qisminiki qamrab olingan. Bu juda ham katta metodologik kamchilik bo'lgan. Buni o'sha xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi bilan birgalikda o'tirib ishlagandan keyin, ya'ni to'liq yig'ma konsolidatsiyalashgan budjetni
tarkibi olindi, ham xarajat, ham daromad bo'yicha. Qolaversa, xalqaro yirik ishlab chiqaruvchi tashkilotlari, yirik sanoat ishlab chiqaruvchi tashkilotlari xalqaro audit xulosalarini solishtirish. Ya'ni hammamizga ma'lum, yalpi ichki mahsulot bu yalpi qo'shilgan qiymat bo'ladi. Ya'ni ishlab chiqarilgan mahsulot va undan oraliq mahsulot ayriladigan bo'lsa, qolgan qismi o'sha qo'shilgan qiymat. Endi soddaroq qilib aytadigan bo'lsak, bu masalan respublika bo'yicha necha mingta korxona bo'ladigan bo'lsa, bular bo'yicha har bitta sektorga, guruhlarga bo'lingan va ma'lum bir metodologik jihatdan o'sha hamma korxonaning qo'shma o'rtacha nimasidan kelib chiqariladi. Ya'ni oraliq iste'moli o'rtacha koeffitsient bilan topiladi. Lekin ma'lum bir vaqt o'tgandan keyin bu xalqaro auditorlar, ya'ni kuchli to'rtlikka kiradigan audit kompaniyalar yirik korxonalari audit natijalarini e'lon qilganda ma'lum bir oraliq iste'mol hajmlari aslida statistikada qo'shilgan qiymat bilan hisoblanayotgandan farq qilishi mumkin. Bular hisobiga adashmasam bir 10 trillioncha qo'shilgan qiymatlar qo'shilgan. Qolaversa xizmatlar sohasi. Xizmatlar sohasi O'zbekistonda oxirgi yillarda juda ham katta nima bilan o'zgarib boryapti, rivojlanib boryapti. Ya'ni yangi xizmat turlarining paydo bo'lishi. Mana o'zlaringizga ma'lum, oxirgi 3-4 yil, 2 yillarda bo'lsa yetkazib berish xizmatlari. Bular statistikaning oldingi metodologiyamizda qanday inobatga olingan va bugungi kunda qanday hisob-kitob qilinyapti. Chunki bu sohada bitta narsani aytish kerak. Bu jarayon doimiy tarzda rivojlanib boradi. Yangi xizmat turlari, yangi nimalar qo'shilgandan keyin albatta har bittasi bo'yicha alohida nima deydi, doimiy ravishda takomillashib borish kerak bo'ladi. Bundan tashqari integratsiyalar eng asosiy omillardan bittasi, ya'ni statistik hisobotlar yig'ish bilan soliq integratsiyasi o'rtasidagi o'zaro bog'liqlik. Ya'ni mana juda ham O'zbekistonda oxirgi yillarda bu katta qadam deb aytishim mumkin. Ya'ni statistika, Milliy statistika qo'mitasi ma'lumotlari bazalari va soliq bazalari o'rtasida integratsiya. Buning hisobiga, buning natijasida juda ham ko'p yangi ma'lumotlar, chunki statistika topshirilgan hisobot bilan soliqqa topshirilgan hisobot, soliqda agar u ma'lum bir ko'proq hajm ko'rsatilgan bo'lsa, demak uning hisobiga bu korxona yoki tashkilot soliq to'layapti. Bu ko'proq ishonchli bo'ladi, qaysiki statistikaga topshirilgan hisobotdan ko'ra. O'shaning uchun juda ham bu integratsiyaning natijasi mana bu ham bugungi o'sha yalpi ichki mahsulotni ko'rib chiqishda inobatga olingan. Mana bu slaydda ko'rishlaringiz mumkin. Mana birinchi aytgan omilim, ya'ni budjetdan tashqari rivojlanish jamg'armalari xarajatlarini qamrab olish natijasida, ya'ni 36.4 trillion so'm 2024-yil uchun hisob kitobi, bu mana ish haqi va unga tenglashtirilgan to'lovlar 25.5 trillion so'm bo'ladigan bo'lsa, 10.9 trillion so'm boshqa maqsadlar uchun xarajatlari hisobidan yangi qamrab olingan. Qaysiki bu oldingi yillarda bo'lmagan. Endi mana boya ham aytdim, ikki xil o'zgarish bo'ladi. Ya'ni bazaviy konseptual o'zgarish va joriy tekushi nimaning natijasida chiqadigan. Agar metodologik jihatdan mana xalqaro talab shunaqaki, yalpi ichki mahsulotga konseptual o'zgarish bo'ladigan bo'lsa, uning dinamik qatorini maksimum qancha ma'lumot topa olsa, o'shangacha qayta hisoblab borish kerak. Bizning sharoitimizda bizda o'sha yangi ma'lumotlarni availability'siga qarab 2018-yilgacha qayta hisoblandi. Ya'ni mana bu bitta mana budjetdan tashqari mablag'larning ta'sirini ko'rishingiz mumkin. Ular mana qayta hisoblash o'tkazilmasdan oldin mana 2029-yilda 160.9 bo'lgan bo'lsa, qayta hisoblashdan keyin u 197, ya'ni 36.4 trillion so'mga oshgan. Xuddi shunday orqaga qarab yurilgan 2018-yilda 5.9 trillion so'm farq qilyapti bu qayta hisoblash hisobiga. Endi xuddi shunday mana boyagi yuqorida aytganim audit natijalari, ya'ni xalqaro tashkilotlar, bu yoqda Ernst & Young, Deloitte, bu o'sha to'rtlik. to'rtliking natijalari bo'yicha sanoat korxonalari hisobotlari, moliyaviy hisobotlari statistika topshirilgani ichi tarkibi o'rganib chiqilgan. Bularni hisobiga mana sanoatda bu bitta omil bo'ladigan bo'lsa, qo'shimcha bu yoqda nimalar bo'yicha, ya'ni balansdan ham kelib chiqilgan. Umuman oladigan bo'lsak, sanoatda qo'shilgan qiymatning umumiy miqdori 2024-yilda qayta hisoblashdan keyin 12,7, 2023da 9,4, 2022-yilda 11 trillion. Bu ham 2017-yilgacha konseptual, chunki metodologik o'zgarish bo'layotganligi uchun oxirgi mavjud 7-8 yilga qayta hisoblab chiqilgan. Va bu xizmatlar bo'yicha qayta hisoblash juda ham bir ham qiziq, ham sal murakkabroq. Chunki mana boyagi auditni natijasi bo'yicha qayta hisoblash osonroq, chunki yirik korxonalar bo'yicha osonroq hisoblashingiz mumkin. Lekin xizmatga kelganingizda, xizmatda bu yoqda norasmiy sektor bilan rasmiy sektor orasidagi farqqa juda ham diqqatli bo'lish kerak bo'ladi. Chunki mana yangi xizmat turlari bu yoqda qo'shilyapti. Masalan, hozir aytaylik, kuryer xizmati, catering xizmati, ya'ni o'sha ovqatlanish nimalar tashkil qilish xizmatlari. Mana bu advokatlar xizmati, yuridik xizmatlar, kargo yuklar tashish xizmatlari, xo'p, mana bu nimachilik, vositachilik xizmatlari va hokazo. Bu xizmatlarda bu juda ham murakkabroqligi, ko'p vaqt olganligi shunaqa bo'lganki, bu xizmatlarda ma'lum bir, masalan, yangi qamrovlar olingandan keyin, lekin u qamrovlar o'tgan davrda nimaning ichida bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin, ya'ni norasmiy kuzatilmaydiganda bo'lgan bo'lsa, bu yoqqa qo'shimcha qo'shilayotganda uning farqi olinadi. Buni hozir ekspertimiz ham o'zlari ham tushuntirib berishlari mumkin. Bu o'shandan farqlardan kelib chiqib, har bitta nimadan, endi katta bo'lmasa ham hammasidan bir jamini qo'shganda 10 trillion so'mlik, bu ham xuddi dinamik qator oxirigacha yurilgan har bittasi bo'yicha. Endi qurilish sohasida ham xuddi shunday, xizmatlarga o'xshab, qurilish sohasida ko'proq bu o'sha boyagi integratsiyaning natijalari. Chunki agar qurilish korxonasi statistikaga bergandan ko'ra soliqqa berganda ko'proq ishlab chiqarish berib, ko'proq soliq to'lagan bo'lsa, demak bu soliq bazasidan olingan ishlab chiqarish ma'lumoti xalqaro standart bo'yicha yalpi ichki mahsulot ko'proq qo'shilgan, ishonchliroq bo'ladi. Shu nuqtai nazardan soliq qurilish sohasining hisobotlari qayta ko'rib chiqilganda, mana 2024-yil uchun 10,3 trillion so'm miqdorida yalpi qo'shilgan qiymat bunda alohida qo'shilgan va bu ham xuddi 2027gacha orqaga qarab yurilgan. Endi alohida bizni yalpi ichki mahsulotimizda bizni alohida tarmog'imiz bu qishloq xo'jaligi. Qishloq xo'jaligi odatda bir adashmasam 19-16% atrofida yalpi ichki mahsuloti ichida ulushga ega. Juda ham bir katta va bandlar sohasi qishloq xo'jaligida, umuman iqtisodiyotda bazaviy tarmoqlardan. Demak, qishloq xo'jaligida nimalar inobatga olinmayotgan bo'lgan? Birinchidan 2024-yil o'zini olib qo'yganda 252 ming gektarga yaqin yerlar bu o'sha auksionlar o'tkazib foydalanish uchun ijaraga berilgan yerlar. Bu yerlar bo'yicha hisobot bo'lmagan. Ya'ni 2024-23 yillardagi hisobotlarni ko'radigan bo'lsak, bu yerlar haqida, chunki qishloq xo'jaligi statistikasi qayerdan olinadi? Statistikada qishloq xo'jaligini mana fermerlar ishlab chiqarishini beradi va uy xo'jaliklarida ishlab chiqarilgan mahsulot 4 daftar va 4 dehqon hisobot shakllari bor, ularda olinadi. Lekin mana bu ijaraga berilgan yerlar bizda har doim e'tibordan chekkada qolib ketgan va mana bu bandlik vazirligining onlayn mahalla platformasi bunda hammasi qamrab olinganligi uchun bu bilan integratsiyamiz hisobiga mana bu yerlarni qo'shilgan qiymatga yetirilgan, bu yerlarda yetishtirilgan mahsulotlarni qo'shilgan qiymatga hisoblash imkoniyati bo'ldi. Bundan tashqari o'zi faoliyati qishloq xo'jaligi mas'ul, ya'ni o'sha faoliyat turi qishloq xo'jaligi emas, lekin qishloq xo'jaligi yerliga ega bo'lgan tashkilotlari qamrovini alohida bu yoqda nima qilindi? Oilaviy tadbirkorlik, keyin ijtimoiy soha obyektlaridagi butun respublika bo'yicha mavjud qishloq xo'jaligi yerlari va ularda olinayotgan hosil hisoblarini qo'shish hisobiga qishloq xo'jaligidagi qo'shilgan qiymat 2017-yilgacha qayta ko'rib chiqilgan. Endi xo'p, mana shu mana gaplashdik, xizmatlar sohasi, qishloq xo'jalik, sanoat, to'g'rimi? Qurilish sohasi, 4-5 ta asosiy sohalardagi nimalar hisobiga qo'shilgan qiymatlar ko'rilgan bo'lsa, jami umumisini oladigan bo'lsak, mana 2024-yil misolida bizda nominal yalpi ichki mahsulot miqdori 1454,6 trillion so'm bo'lgan bo'lsa, qayta hisoblash natijasida 1535,4 trillion so'mga oshdi. Ya'ni foizda bu 80,9 trillion so'm, foizda 5,6%. Nominal hajmning o'zgarishi. Endi buning ma'lum bir qismi, mana 5% bu konseptual, ya'ni metodolog takomillashtirish hisobiga, 0,6% mana bu o'sha joriy hisobotlari, yillik hisobotlar yopilishi hisobiga to'g'ri kelgan. Endi buni AQSh dollaridagi qiymatini, ekvivalent qiymatini qaraydigan bo'lsak, 2024-yilda nominal yalpi ichki mahsulot 115 milliard ekvivalentdan 121,4 milliard dollar ekvivalentiga oshdi. Va buni mana bu jadvalimizdan ko'rishingiz mumkin. Har bitta 2017-yilgacha, 2017-yildan 24-yilgacha qanaqa o'zgarish bo'lgan. Bu mana birinchi qatorda, uchinchi qator bu farq ko'rsatyapti. Ya'ni qayta hisoblashdan oldin necha trillion so'm edi va qayta hisoblangandan keyin necha trillion so'm bo'ldi. 13,1 trillion so'mdan 2024da 80,9 trillion so'mga o'chgan va xuddi shunday mana ichidagi har bitta ishlab chiqarish, sanoat, qurilish, ta'lim, qishloq xo'jaligi, sog'liqni saqlash va boshqa tarmoqlarda har bittasining ulushi, har bittasidagi o'zgarishlar alohida hisob-kitob qilib chiqilgan. Mana shu 80,9 trillion, mana 2024 misolda oladigan bo'lsam, uni ichi tarmoqlar bo'yicha bo'lingan. Bu albatta men yana bir bor o'sha jamoamizga men boya aytganim, bu 6 oy, 7 oylik juda ham hisob-kitobi oson ish emas. O'sha metodologik takomillashtirish bu xalqaro ekspertlar bilan birgalikda shuncha vaqt talab qildi va mukammal, chunki yalpi ichki mahsulotning har bitta milliy hisoblar tizim bo'yicha o'zgarish, u boshqa sektorda, boshqa tarmoqlarda, o'zaro boshqa hisoblarda o'z aksini topishi kerak. Endi mana bunda diagrammamizda yaxshiroq ko'rinadi. Men bu hozir ko'k rang bu qayta hisoblashdan oldingisi, ya'ni ochiq yashil rang, qoraroq rangdagisi bu qayta hisoblashdan keyingisi. Men bu yoqda mana 2024-yil ustun shakli bu nominal ko'rsatkichlar, milliy valyutadagi, tepadagi ikkita qator bu yalpi ichki mahsulot, real yalpi ichki mahsulotning o'zgarish dinamikasi. Mana ko'rishingiz mumkin, agar konseptual o'zgarishlar va yalpi ichki mahsulotni qayta ko'rib chiqilganda qanchalik to'g'ri va mukammal qilinganligi, bu o'sha o'sish dinamikasining qanday ko'rsatilishiga ham bog'liq. Mana ko'radigan bo'lsak, dinamika qayta hisoblangan va oldingi eski nima bir-biridan deyarli katta farqi yo'q. 0,1 0,2 ga farq qilishi mumkin, lekin o'sha nima trend o'shanday saqlanib qolgan. Xuddi shunday endi bu yalpi ichki mahsulot nominal hajmi o'zgargandan keyin bu mos ravishda aholi jon boshiga to'g'ri keladigan yalpi ichki mahsulot dinamik qatorida ham o'zgarish. Trendda o'zgarish yo'q. Trend o'sha, chunki lekin nominal hajm o'zgargan. Masalan, oldin qayta hisoblashdan oldin bu hozir bunda o'zgarmabdi. Bunda mana aholi jon boshiga 39,131,4 ming so'mga to'g'ri kelgan bo'lsa, qayta hisoblangandan keyin 41 million 306 gacha, ya'ni aholi jon boshiga qismi o'zgargan. Yanada buni tushunarliroq bo'lish uchun buni mana AQSh dollaridagi nimasini ham ko'rishimiz mumkin. Ya'ni AQSh dollarida hisoblaganda boyagi mana 115 milliard dollar ekvivalentdan 124 ga 2024 o'zgaryapti. Bu 2027 dan dinamik qator o'zgarib kelishi. Xuddi shunday aholi jon boshiga to'g'ri keladigan 3093 bo'lgan bo'lsa, hozir yangi hisob-kitob bo'yicha 3265 AQSh dollariga aholi jon boshiga yalpi ichki mahsulot o'zgarishi ko'rsatilgan. Xo'p, endi bu sohada qiladigan ishlar. Agar Obert ruxsat bersangiz, men shu Umarjon Abidov bizda milliy hisoblar tizimini bo'yicha mana shu hisob-kitoblarga bevosita jamoaga boshchilik qilgan. Kelgusi rejalari bo'yicha Umarjon agar nimalar bilan o'rtoqlashsa, keyin savol-javoblar bo'lsa bemalol nima qilaveramiz. Rahmat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli yig'ilish qatnashchilari. Albatta bevosita mana shu jarayonda ishtirok etib, mana shu konseptual qayta hisoblash bilan bog'liq o'zgarishlarni amaliyotga joriy qilish bilan bog'liq ishlarni amalga oshirdik. Bu vaqtda biz bevosita Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi eksperti ko'magida amalga oshirdik. Bu jarayon birinchi tarafdan olib qaraydigan bo'lsak, mamlakatimizning makroiqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlarini xalqaro uslubiyotlarga moslashtirish, ma'lumotlarning aniqligi va to'liqligini aks ettirish bilan bog'liq jarayonlarni aks ettirishga asosiy ko'mak hisoblanadi deb ekspertning o'zi ham ta'kidladi. Endi biz xalqaro valyuta eksperti bilan birgalikda bir necha yildan beri faoliyat olib boramiz. Mana men bu 25-yil, ya'ni milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025-yilni amaliyotga joriy qilish bo'yicha ham biz hozir ishlarni rejalashtirganmiz. Bu ishlar quyidagilardan iborat bo'ladi. Ya'ni 25-yilning mart oyida Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti komissiyasi va Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi rahbarligi ostida Xalqaro statistika hamjamiyati tomonidan milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 uslubiyoti yangilangan shakli e'lon qilindi. Bunda yangilanishlar iqtisodiyotda kechayotgan jadal o'zgarishlarga, raqamlashtirish, iqtisodiy aloqalarning yangi bosqichlarga kirishi, ya'ni chuqurlashib borayotgan globallashuv, farovonlik va barqaror rivojlanishga bo'lgan e'tiborni ko'rishimiz mumkin. Hamda bundan tashqari moliyaviy innovatsiyalarni kengayish kabi jarayonlar ham inobatga olingan. Milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 joriy qilish orqali raqamli tovarlar va xizmatlar ishlab chiqarish hamda tashqi dunyo onlayn savdo oqimlarini aniqroq baholashni ta'minlaydi. Ushbu o'zgarishlar iqtisodiyotda raqamli platformalarning o'rnini aniqlab belgilab beradi hamda milliy hisoblarni zamonaviy raqamli va global tendensiyalar bilan muvofiqlashtiradi. Milliy hisobchilik yalpi ichki mahsulot qamrovini yaxshilashda maqsadida milliy hisoblar 2025 ni biz amaliyotga joriy qilishda quyidagi ishlar bilan muvofiqlashtirmoqchimiz. Ya'ni bunda amalga oshirishimiz kerak bo'ladigan ishlarni ketma-ketligini tuzib olganmiz. Ya'ni aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish ishlarini o'tkazishimiz kerak bo'ladi. Bunda bevosita o'sha milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 ni asosiy talablaridan biri hisoblanadi. Ya'niki aholi va qishloq xo'jaligi bilan bog'liq ro'yxatga olish ishlarini amalga oshirilishi bu bevosita makroiqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlarning sifat darajasini yaxshilanishiga turtki bo'ladi. Keyin muntazam ravishda statistik hisobotlar va so'rovlar asosida shakllantiriladigan norasmiy iqtisodiyot tarkibidagi faoliyatlarni kuzatiladigan norasmiy iqtisodiyot tarkibiga o'tkazish. Bu nima degani? Milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 da norasmiy iqtisodiyot kuzatilmaydigan iqtisodiyotdan kengroq tushuncha ekanligi tushuntirilgan. Ya'niki bunda norasmiy iqtisodiyot sifatida belgilangan tartibda faoliyat yuridik shaxs sifatida faoliyat yuritmayotgan bo'lishi mumkin, lekin belgilangan tartibda faoliyat yuritayotgan bo'lishi mumkin. Bunday korxonalar norasmiy iqtisodiyotda band bo'lgan korxonalar bo'ladi, lekin bu iqtisodiyotni bu tarkibidagi institutsion birliklarni biz muntazam ravishda o'sha vazirlik va idoralardan, ya'ni soliq qo'mitasidan olinadigan ma'lumotlar asosida biz muntazam ravishda bu turdagi korxonalarni faoliyat turlarini qamrovini choraklar kesimida shakllantirib kuzatuv asosida qamrovini ta'minlab boradigan bo'lsak, bunday faoliyat turlarini biz kuzatiladigan norasmiy iqtisodiyot sifatida aks ettirishimiz mumkin bo'lishi bildirilgan. Hamda bundan tashqari kuzatilmaydigan iqtisodiyotni baholashni takomillashtirish bilan bog'liq ishlarni boshlangan hozirgi vaqtda. O'sha milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 uslubiyotini amaliyotga joriy qilish ishlarini rejalashtirish bilan bog'liq ishlari ham amalga oshirilyapti. Bir hisobda aytadigan bo'lsak, hozirgi vaqtda mana shu konseptual qayta ko'rib chiqish ishlari mana shu yuqorida aytib o'tilganidek shu makroiqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlarni to'liqligi va aniqligini yanada aniqroq aks ettirishi mumkinligi shu xalqaro ekspertlar tomonidan ta'kidlangan. E'tiboringlar uchun rahmat.
Thank you very much. I would say that based on what you have presented, it is clear that this is already some of the results from the transformational activities of statistics in the country, especially in terms of the expansion of data sources, including the use of digital sort of platforms as well, to incorporate this in the calculation of GDP. So it's nice that we are at this point where we can already start discussing some of these results. I'm sure there will be plenty of questions around the recalculations and revisions, and we have time to receive questions from the floor. But before then, we do have two more speakers to come in. First, let me call upon Mr. Abdulmalik Jalilov, who is the head of the Department for Analysis and Forecasting and Economic Growth in the Ministry of Economy and Finance. The Ministry of Economy and Finance is both of a source for economic statistics information, including information that's being used in the re-estimation of GDP, but also a user as well. So I would like to hear your reflections in terms of the changes that have been made in the re-estimation of GDP in the country.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much. Assalomu alaykum. Umuman olganda, hozirgi mana statistika milliy agentligi qo'mitasi tomonidan amalga oshirilayotgan mana shu yalpi ichki mahsulotni hisoblash bo'yicha haligi yangi integratsiyalashgan barcha vazirlik idoralar ma'lumotlari asosida hisoblashi va hozirgi o'zgarishlari haqida gapiradigan bo'lsam, umuman olganda mana agar 2018-yil haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, mana o'sha OSRDni amaliyotga joriy etilishi, barcha makro hisoblarni ochilishi bu shu vazirlik idoralarida shu tahlil va prognozlash bo'yicha yangi bir etapga olib chiqishga olib keldi-da. Masalan, o'sha iqtisodiyot Moliya vazirligida ham, Markaziy bankda ham yoki boshqa iqtisodiy institutlarda ham. Ya'ni mana masalan iqtisodiyot Moliya vazirligi misolida aytadigan bo'lsam agar, mana u prognozlashtirish jarayonida shu xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan birgalikda mana bir nechta instrumentlarni amaliyotga joriy etdik. Ya'ni bu o'sha qarzni barqarorligi, moliyaviy barqarorlik, iqtisodiy o'sishni moliyalashtirish jihatdan haligi prognozlashda moliyaviy dasturlash haligi instrumenti yoki o'sha tarmoqlar aro balansidan foydalanish. Bular hammasi birinchi navbatda tahlil, ikkinchi navbatda risklarni aniqlash va uchinchisi bu prognozlarni belgilashda va istiqboldagi amalga oshirishimiz kerak bo'lgan vazifalarni belgilashimiz uchun juda ham haligi katta instrument bo'ldi. Endi hozirgi o'zgarish haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak agar, mana bu yalpi ichki mahsulot shu mamlakatda ma'lum bir davrda yaratilgan boylik deb agar yoki daromad deb olib qaraydigan bo'lsak agar, bu albatta hozir yana kelgusida davlatimiz rahbari tomonidan qo'yiladigan haligi hududlarni rivojlantirish yoki iqtisodiy o'sish sur'atlarini ta'minlash yoki moliyaviy barqarorlikka erishish bo'yicha vazifalarni yanada bir aniqroq va belgilanadigan choralarni ta'sirchanroq qilib berishga haligi bir yordam beradi. Masalan, bitta misol qilib aytadigan bo'lsak agar, mana hozirda mana hududlarda xalqaro o'sha Yevropa ittifoqining grant mablag'lari asosida o'sha fazoviy rejalashtirish haligi loyihalari amalga oshirilyapti. Hozir ishlab chiqish jarayonida va mana shunda o'sha hududda uzoq muddatda, ya'ni bu nafaqat 30-yil, bu 35-40 yilgacha bo'lgan o'sha ijtimoiy soha obyektlariga talab yoki umuman iqtisodiyotning rivojlanishi va bundan kelib chiqib boshqa infratuzilmaga bo'lgan talablarni baholab va uni asosiy ustuvor vazifalarni belgilashga yordam beradi. Bu yalpi ichki mahsulotni qayta ko'rib chiqishdagi jarayon esa mana shu holatda hududlarni umuman iqtisodiyotni rivojlantirishda infratuzilma yoki ishlab chiqarish excuse me, umuman infratuzilma, ishlab chiqarish infratuzilmasi yoki ijtimoiy obyektlar yoki umuman mamlakatning raqobatdoshligini belgilashimizda, ya'ni qaysi tarmoqlarga asosiy urg'uni berishimizda aniqroq tahlil qilishimiz va shunga qarab aniq vazifalarni belgilab olishimizga yordam beradi. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you very much. So, of course, the process of re-estimation of GDP is a very complex process. Working with partners is important not only in ensuring that the latest innovations are incorporated in that, but it also provide a seal of credibility also to the re-estimation and the recalculation for that. So I would like to turn and call upon Levan from the who is the real sector expert from IMF, who is going to be joining us through Zoom to come also and talk about the process and support that the IMF has provided to the National Statistics Committee during this process of the recalculation of GDP. So over to you then.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this press conference. And my apologies for not being able to attend in person. I'm currently in Almaty, in the IMF Center for Capacity Development for Central Asia, Caucasus, and Mongolia. And our center provides very extensive technical assistance to member countries. And Uzbekistan is one of our main technical assistance recipient. As my colleague Koba, the IMF resident representative in Uzbekistan, mentioned this morning, we provide technical assistance on national accounts and price statistics. And the results we are discussing during this session is the major outcome of the technical assistance missions that we provided in Tashkent. I have visited Tashkent several times, and we have very history of long-standing cooperation, during which we achieved a lot of improvements and progress on national accounts. And these results that Behzod, Mr. Hamraev, and Umar mentioned is just another step towards progress, which I believe improved the accuracy of national accounts, and the nominal GDP numbers are more precise at this stage. And I'm glad that it has been achieved as a result of our joint cooperation. And the technical assistance reports would be available on the IMF website. And I believe the updated results will be also published on the website of the National Statistics Committee, so all users can access them. And in the end, I would like to congratulate Mr. Hamraev and the all staff of National Statistics Committee, which worked very hard, and we see some results already. And I also hope that our cooperation will be continued in terms of improving data sources and methods for compilation, and the center will provide further technical assistance in order to implement the 2025 system of national accounts. And also, we will provide assistance to incorporate the new results of the population census, which will also have great impact on national accounts. So, and usually the national account statistics are revised once again when the population census results are available. So we are very much looking forward to these very important results. And we stand ready for further cooperation in terms of improving data sources, in terms of improving methodology. Thank you very much, and my congratulations.
Thank you, Levan. Now we do have time for questions. So this is an opportunity for people in the audience to ask questions. We do have 15 minutes that we can spend in this question and answer session. I'll take like 2 questions at a time before I turn it over to the panel to respond. So anybody with questions from the floor? No questions? Okay, so while others may be thinking about the questions, I may take this advantage of my position as the moderator to probe on a few areas that may be of interest to users. I think in talked about the process for the transition to SNA to 2025. So if you could elaborate in terms of what is the expected timeline and what will be the major changes that might be expected along the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Haqiqatan bu oxirgi slaydda mana Umarjon tushuntirib o'tdilar. Ya'ni milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 standartlarini O'zbekistonda joriy qilish bo'yicha bu juda ham katta uzoq jarayon va o'ylaymanki shu ekspertlar bilan birgalikda, chunki o'zi 2025 standartlari buyuk kelgusi yildan boshlab qo'llanmalar chiqishni boshlaydi xalqaro institutlar tomonidan. Endi 2030-yilgacha mo'ljallangan, lekin biz kecha ham Umar bilan juda ham va jamoa bilan gaplashganimizda bosqichma-bosqich joriy qilish boshlayverishimiz kerak, chunki O'zbekiston iqtisodiyotidagi mana hozir bitta element hozir Umarjon aytib o'tdi, ya'ni observed and unobserved in official non-official economy masala, ya'ni kuzatiladigan, kuzatilmaydigan va rasmiy, norasmiy. Shunday elementlar hozir takomillashyaptiki, senasi 2025-yilda u kuzatiladigan, u norasmiy bo'lishi mumkin, lekin kuzatiladigan iqtisodiyotda bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki bugungi kunda mana integratsiyalar imkoniyati, mana bitta hozir mana biz boyagi yalpi ichki mahsulotimizni qayta ko'rib chiqqanimizda eng asosiy omil bo'lgan bu soliq tashkiloti ma'lumotlaridan, soliq bazasi ma'lumotlaridan foydalanishimiz 2025 milliy hisoblarda ham ko'proq integratsiyalar yutuqlariga qaraydi. Chunki bu bizni hozir rivojlanish uchun ketayotgan yo'limiz bilan ustma-ust tushadi. Shuning uchun o'ylaymanki, bu jarayonni tezlashtiramiz. Bundan tashqari elektron tijorat bo'yicha alohida nima bor. Bu qaysiki nafaqat O'zbekistonda, umuman rivojlanayotgan davlatlarda bu uchun bu statistika bo'yicha juda ko'p ishlashimiz kerak. Buni xalqaro hamkorlarimiz bilan bu sohani rivojlantirishimiz kerak bo'ladi. Chunki oxirgi yillarda O'zbekistonda ham e-commerce deymiz, ya'ni elektron tijorat to'lovlar tizimi ancha rivojlandi. Bularni hisobga olish, qanday takomillashtirish yoki milliy hisoblar 2025 da alohida uy xo'jaliklarining xizmatlari bo'yicha bor. U iste'molli ishlab chiqarish hajmlari. Bu ham yangi sohalar, buni ham masalan chuqurroq o'rganib nima qilishimiz kerak. Shuning uchun men bu sohada aytardimki, albatta biz yaqin 1-2 yilda, chunki e'tibor bergan bo'lsangiz, mana ekspertimiz Livanni hisobotida ham hozir bu e'lon qilinadi. Bu hisobotlar asosiy urg'uni bu kishi ham aytib o'tganiga, shu aholi va qishloq xo'jaligi ro'yxatga olish juda ham bazaviy talab. Chunki uning natijalariga qarab milliy hisoblar tizimi 2025 elementlarini bosqichma-bosqich tezroq joriy qilish imkoniyati bor. Shuning uchun men xalqaro hamkorlarimizga ham bu sohada hamkorliklar uchun rahmat. Yana ko'proq hamkorlik so'rab qolaman va jamoaga ham bu uchun muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Menimcha o'rta muddatli istiqbolda obert yaqin 2-3 yil ichida shu suratda boriladigan bo'lsak, asosiy qismlari milliy hisoblar 2025 amaliyotga joriy qilinadi.
Thank you very much for elaborating on that. Let me turn back to Abdulmalik. Since part of your role is on the forecasting, maybe you can share how does the revisions, if you've seen so far, change your forecast?
Juda yaxshi savol bo'ldi. Juda qiziq. Albatta bu o'zgarishlar bizani prognozlarimizni va oldimizga qo'ygan vazifalarni qandaydir jihatdan yana bir marta ko'rib chiqishni talab etadi. Bu narsa hozirgi paytda endi yangi bazalar, yangi ma'lumotlar chiqishi bilan endi vazirlik idoralari bilan birgalikda ishlab chiqib bir ko'rib chiqiladi albatta. Chunki bu narsa hozir aytib o'tganda balkim yaxshi ochib bera olmagandirman. Bu hozirgi o'zgarishlar umuman yalpi ichki mahsulot hajmi bo'yicha yoki qishloq xo'jaligi aholini ro'yxatga olish jarayoni bo'yicha bu bizga bir qandaydir jihatdan iqtisodiyotni prognozlashtirishda yoki modellashtirishda yangi imkoniyatni ochib beradi. Ya'ni o'sha countable general equilibrium bilan aholini daromadi kesimida yoki protsentlar kesimida bir ko'rib chiqib, ularni har bitta qilinayotgan islohot yoki har qilinayotgan chora bo'yicha qanday ularga ta'sir ko'rsatishini baholashimizning imkoniyatini beradi. Bu albatta ishlab chiqayotgan har bitta choramizni ta'sirchanligini va natijadorligini oshiradi. Va shunaqa deb bilaman. Rahmat.
Thank you. Indeed, the population and housing and agriculture census is featuring heavily even in the discussion of economic statistics. Levan had mentioned that this year there are big implications for GDP and economic statistics broadly from the population and housing and agriculture census. So I want to go back to you, Levan, just to describe what are some of the changes that are triggered when you conduct a new population census, a new agriculture census, so that people can have a broader appreciation in terms of when the changes happen, they are already primed to know that these are the sort of changes to expect.
Thank you, Robert. First of all, I would like to mention that the population census provides very essential numbers for national accounts. The overall number of population and the number of population by each region and districts is very important for regular statistical surveys, because all sampling surveys, especially for households and small entrepreneurs, all these surveys are based on the current number of population and also the distribution of population by geographical areas. So if the new survey will provide certain changes, and I believe it will provide certain changes to the overall size of population and their distribution, it will have direct impact on the results of statistical surveys. And after the population census, our experts are working to revise historical time series as well, because the population, the number of population will be changed to historical time series to align with the previous benchmark, and the same benchmark revisions will be applied to national accounts. And of course, the regular statistical surveys provide very essential and very important data for the compilation of national accounts. And this is the standard practice to revise national accounts after the population census. This practice is applied in many countries, including advanced economies and many developing countries. And especially considering the fact that the previous census was conducted more than 30 years ago, it is very important for us to receive updated numbers, and it will ultimately lead to significant revision of the whole historical time series of national accounts. The current revision was applied to the time series starting from 2017 to 2025, because the administrative sources and these improvements was basically covered the period from 2017. But the results of the population census would cover the longer period, including the historical time series. So I believe this is a lot of work and very exhaustive work ahead. And but first of all, the population census should be conducted, and the results, I think, will be available maybe in 2027 at most earliest. And we expect the revision of national accounts maybe into 2028 based on these results. And as Mr. Hamraev mentioned, the implementation of 2025 SNA is expected in the long term as well. So using the optimistic scenario, most likely it will be implemented by 2030. But I will be happy if it will be implemented earlier. But we keep these two directions right now, the two most important directions for future revision of national accounts. And also we are working on other important areas like sectorization of national accounts. And I see the improving cooperation between the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the National Statistics Committee, which ultimately resulted in this revision of budget funds. And I believe this cooperation will increase in future, and which will result in updated institutional sector accounts, and the share of government sector, the general government sector will be revised after that. So, and I believe we have also another project in parallel on government finance statistics, which is also very important area of improvement. And we believe in the long term, we will have tangible results in this area as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just checking if there's any more questions. If there's, I just have one question, last one for you, Mr. Hamraev. How are you going to communicate this re-estimation to the public and to the broader stakeholders?
Yeah. Rahmat Robert. Communicate communication nima bu ya'ni muloqot juda ham muhim, chunki har doim mana bugungi tadbirimiz nimasi mana aytib qo'ygan bo'lsak, ya'ni ochiqlik, shaffoflik va xalqaro standartlar sari. Shuning uchun albatta hamma tadbirimizga mana aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish tadbiri, mana bu metodologik takomillashtirish, yangi standartlarni joriy qilish, doimiy ravishda buni har chorakda, yarim yillikda doimiy muntazam kommunikatsiyani amalga oshirib boramiz. Qolaversa, bu hozir bu jarayonni mana Livan hozir aytib o'tdilar, Livanni e'tibor bergan bo'lsak, ya'ni birinchi o'rinda o'sha ro'yxatga olishni muvaffaqiyatli o'tkazish va uning natijalarini tezroq chiqarish va har bitta bosqichda keng jamoatchilikka yetkazish. Mana bugun hozir Umarjon mana bugun saytimizda e'lon qilinadi. Bu yalpi ichki mahsulotni, ya'ni milliy hisoblar tizimi ko'rsatkichlari, uning barcha qismlari bilan, komponentlar bilan birga nimasi bilan albatta ertaga ro'yxatga olish natijalari ham adashmasam eng minimum o'sha aholi ro'yxatga olishining natijasi bo'yicha 1000 dan ortiq yangi jadvallar chiqadi. 1064 ta hozir kutilib turgan. Agar qishloq xo'jaligini ham qo'shadigan bo'lsak, mana boyaga prezentatsiya jildlar aytildi, 200 ta 300 ta jild. Lekin u har bitta jildni ichida yana nechtalab tablisalar bor. Ya'ni minglab yangi tablisalar, yangi raqamlar e'lon qilinadi va har bitta bosqichda o'sha bosqich tugashi bilan keng jamoatchilikka qanday hisoblangan, qanday o'lchangan, nima metodologiya qo'llangan va bu metodologiya xalqaro standartda qanday buni solishtirib, shu bilan mosligini ko'rsatib va natijalar e'lon qilib boramiz. Yana bir bor hammani bemalol mana bugun savollar bo'lmadi, kimdir savol berishga balkim birinchi marta bu narsani eshitayotganligi uchun endi hali nima qilinmagan bo'lishi mumkin, lekin biz har doim keng jamoatchilikka, akademik qatlamga, foydalanuvchilarga, hammaga ochiqmiz. Mana shu metodologik jihatdan agar savollar bo'ladigan bo'lsa, aytaylik, yalpi ichki mahsulot hisoblash bo'yicha yoki keyingi temalar, mavzularimiz bo'yicha hisoblashlar bo'yicha bo'ladigan bo'lsa, Milliy statistika qo'mitasi har doim ochiq. Har bitta raqamni qanday hisoblangani, nima, qayerdan olinganligini tushuntirib beramiz. Rahmat.
Thank you very much to you and also Mr. Malik, and also from the head from the macro statistics department. I think it has been an interesting session. If I can say, first of all, the importance of communicating transparently, exposing the changes is really cannot be overemphasized for the sake of the users to know what are the new developments and what the new updates are. But we've also continued to hear about the importance of the population and agriculture census, not in their own right, but also for economic statistics as well. For that, we continue to wish you good luck and success in the implementation of the population census, and also highlighting the importance of communication of the results that not just about the GDP calculation, but also from the census as well, which goes to an earlier point that was discussed in the previous session about embracing more innovative approaches for disseminating the results and the data from the census as well. So because the information that can be generated from there is vast and it might be best utilized with the embracing of innovative approaches, but also broader participation of users and stakeholders in the process of analyzing and communicating the results of the data as well. Thank you very much for sharing this information. And now we can break off for lunch, and we hope everybody needs to be back here by 2 o'clock. Given the observation from the last break, I would say everyone needs to be back here by 10 minutes to 2 o'clock to give this 10 minutes allowance for people to move back to the room. But see you again after lunch. Thank you.
Ha, 3 sekundda. Yes. Ha, tashkil. Tashkil. Assalomu alaykum. Yaxshi. Sonlarda. Bo'ldi, tashkil. Nimasi kerak? Mana o'shani bittasini olib kel. Bittasini olib. Aha. Bo'ldi, o'sha tashlab qo'yganmiz. Hozir olaman. Bekzod kelsa. Bekzod. 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 Ibragimov. Respect. Respect. అరేనే ఇచ్చేయని మానిటర్లో సాయి కూడా నేర్పిస్తాయి సాయి కూడా ఊర్త దిగిన చేసేకి Kelchasi faqat Nodir akaga bor. O'zbeklar bilan
Jasur, klik kirishni javob beravering. Da, agar narsa qasdi bor. Bo'ldi, o'sha yerda turib turing avvallar. Nimasi? Jasur kliker ishlayaptimi?
Подогнать видимую область плеч. Мгм.
Oh.
Bir.
Aytma, to'rt burchaknimi? Aytib aytmasizlar. Ham to'rt burchakni aytyapman. To'rt burchak atrofida. To'rt burchak ikki bo'ladi. Bu anaqa bilan birga o'rtada. Chirog'imizni o'chira olmaymiz. Chiroqni o'chirsak qorong'i bo'lib qoladi. Jasur hammasi bittada yonadi. O'n uch daqiqa qoldi. Soat 14:00 bo'lishi. Hozir
Thank you all especially for coming back on time. It's time to continue our conversation. In the morning, we covered the preparations for the population, housing and agriculture census, and several discussions that happened after that simply highlighted the importance of the census in its own right, the importance of the census for economic statistics and the changes that this may imply going forward. And we have also discussed some of the results from the transformation that is happening in the statistics system in context of expanding data sources, changing methodologies to be in line with the international best practices. And one of those results was the updating of and recalculation of the nominal GDP estimates for Uzbekistan that the chairman of the National Statistics Committee has presented, and we have heard more about that process from stakeholders that were involved, including the IMF. If we continue to discuss in terms of this process of transformation, one of these key results has also been in the area of improvements in inflation and estimation methodology. Now everyone knows about inflation because nobody likes it, and the ability to monitor the evolution of inflation is important for the government's own policy making, but it is also important for the private sector as well. So this is actually quite an important exercise. And to discuss this today, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Rastan Makhmadev, who is the Deputy Chairman of the National Statistics Committee. I think his previous experience as from the central bank also is similar from that of the chairman, in the sense that being a policymaker and user, especially in the area of price statistics in inflation. Now we are also in the position from the National Statistical Committee to oversee some of the improvements and enhancements in this area of economic statistics. And as you all know, one of the primary objectives of the central bank is to fight inflation. The control of inflation is really the central objective of any form of monetary policy, and the price statistics are sort of key interest from the central bank. And for that, to also get some reflections from Mr. Achilov, who is the deputy chairman of the Central Bank of Uzbekistan. But we are still going to discuss a little bit more some of these details and nuances that are involved in the estimation of price statistics and the calculation of inflation. And for that sort of additional detail, I would like to call upon Mr. Abdullayev, who is the head of the Price Statistics Department of the National Statistics Commission. Please, you can. I'm feeling lonely here. Please come and sit on this on this other side and provide me some command and provide some rebalancing, right? So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining this panel, where we are going to talk about the improvements in the inflation estimation methodology. So I'll start by inviting Mr. Rastan Makhmadev to talk about some of the recent change in the methodological adoption that has been made in the estimation of inflation. Over to you.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Robert, assalomu alaykum, hurmatli hamkasblar, anjuman ishtirokchilari. Prezentatsiyam bor edi, shu inflyatsiya bo'yicha qisqacha sizlarga ma'lumot bermoqchi edim. Agar ruxsat bersangiz, ingliz tilida yo o'zbek tilida aralashib gapiraman. Let me talk about recent innovations and new approaches to improving our CPI calculations. So basically, we have currently, at this slide, you can see that we have currently two main outputs of consumer prices. Is first is CPI, which is well-known index. It covers consumer prices, and second is average consumer prices. Average consumer price is a weekly prices which calculated from the common places, markets, supermarkets, and which are available on a weekly basis. And CPI is a more comprehensive coverage of prices. In CPI, we cover a lot of goods and services. It's about 510 goods and services covered and across 60 regions. So here you could see the scope of our coverage of CPI and the dynamics, how it changed. So from 2019 to 2025, you could see that the number of objects in CPI decreased from 120 to 60. But at the same time, we increased the number of prices from 386 to 510. So despite decreasing the number of objects, we increased the number of goods and services covered in CPI to balance the decrease of the number of surveyed objects for the CPI. And at the same time, you could see that with the decrease of objects, we also witnessed the decrease of price quotes. So it was in 2019, it was 10,000 price quotes for services and goods, and now it's about 7,200. So why we are doing this? This is done for better capture of price changes. So it's not done because we wanted to decrease the labor, to decrease the work of our statisticians, but to better capture price changes, because CPI should be as close to the true picture as possible. Of course, you cannot survey price quotes in every shop, in every corner of the country. You could do it with a reasonable sample. So we think that this approach currently is a better way to deal with reflecting true price changes in the economy. So we decrease the number of objects, but we increase the number of goods, but we also balance the number of price quotes. Here, we also wanted to highlight that we started using alternative data. So when we started this in 2019, there was no alternative sources. So what is alternative source? It's price quotes which are besides these statisticians who go and gather price quotes using tablets, or before it was paper-based. Now we rely more on administrative sources, so-called administrative sources, and from 2021, and you could see in 2025, we already have 90,000 price quotes, which are sourced from alternative sources, like it's a state tax committee and also web scraping. So these two are our basic sources. And why we are doing this? Because when you get prices from these sources, you also increase the representativeness of prices which are available online, because not all prices which you see in the markets, in the shops, are maybe a good reflection. Many people, good reflection of the overall situation of price changes in the economy. A lot of people do their shopping online. A lot of people do their shopping somewhere else where our statisticians go. So we increase first the scope of prices, we increase the speed of their collection, and also quality. So this is one of the drivers for this. And the next change is about frequency of observation is a big change. Currently, we are working on a 10-day schedule. So our price statisticians, they go to their places, and also other sources, we select just from 10th day of the month till 20th. So it's 10 days of observation, which is not so bad, but it could be done better. And we are moving to this new approach of 30-day 30-day period starting from January 2026. What we will do is from the first day till 30th day of the month, we will collect prices. And what it gives you better quality, better accuracy, reliability, because not all the prices may be available during these days. Also volatility, you also decrease the volatility of prices during this period if you spread price collection across the months. So this is about period. And what about weights? This is also important change coming soon is how we approach weights in our CPI. Currently, we use data from Household Budget Survey, HBS, which is okay, but it could be again done better if we use price weights for prices informed by the SNAs, System of National Accounts, because normally we call it final consumption method. Final consumption weights and distributions normally better because they have adjustments and they're cleaner and better reflect consumption of goods by the consumer. So what we plan is, in broad terms, we plan to take categories. There are 13 categories from the SNA final consumption method, and then use HBS Household Budget Survey data for individual positions of goods and services. This is again starting from the next year. Yeah. So another one important change is a transition to a new formula. What we use now is called low formula. It's also used internally. It's nothing wrong, but with the advice of International Monetary Fund expert, we plan a transition to the Young formula, which is which uses geometric averaging, and again, it better reflects the consumption of goods by the users, and it would be better reflection of their preferences for goods and services. And another important changes, which are not related to CPI, but broadly in the area of price statistics, is improvement in PPI of Producers Price Index. Again, some changes there. And another one is improvement in the Housing Price Index, which I think will be interesting for the colleagues from the central bank, because they closely follow this index for their analysis of housing dynamics, how housing prices change in Uzbekistan, and whether there is bubble or not. So we improved again with the support of the International Monetary Fund housing price index. We're transitioning from what we are doing now to the so-called hedonic regression approach. In simple words, hedonic regression takes account of some quality attributes of the housing, which we were missing before in the previous method. So housing, have a number of quality attributes, such as the year of construction, its location, as a material of construction, what else, and how high is your apartment. So all this, as we all know, affect the price of the housing. So with the transition to the hedonic approach, we will better adjust and reflect these attributes in the and let me reassure you that whatever we price statisticians, whatever work they produce is closely, and how they work, their work is closely monitored by us. So we use copy method for roughly, I think, the bigger part of the price quotes collected, and the copy method is what they collect using tablets in regions. So we have this GPS monitoring system, and you could see some examples of how it works. They enter their application using tablet, and then they choose the location, and you could see either from headquarters or from the regional branch of the stats office where this price statisticians located, and whether they indeed visited the objects of the observation. So it's very important for us to ensure quality, and using copy method, using this GPS monitoring tracking system is one of the way to ensure quality of data they collect. And of course, it's not the only one monitoring system or filter. After that, at HQ headquarters here in Tashkent, we also do rigorous monitoring, cleaning, and sorting of the data they collect. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I turn to you, Mr. Achilov. You are, like I mentioned before, a key user and take particular interest in the policy-making process on the price statistics. So it would be good to hear some of your reflections on the proposed changes and how that will impact on your policy-making process.
Hello. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear guests, and first of all, I want to say a big thanks to National Statistics Committee for organizing this kind of big conference and this kind of global with the global participants. And if I don't miss, it's the first time in history of Statistics Committee, I think. And as being the main user of statistics in price dynamics and price changes in economy, we are, as a central bank, very much focused on what Statistics Committee, National Committee, paying attention on price, assessing price dynamics in economy. Because our all actions, all mandate, and all operations focused on inflation and focused on assuring the price stability, macroeconomic stability in economy. Our first vision, first eyesights directed to the inflation and its dynamics. So how we receive information from the Statistics Committee and where we analyze it, very important for us in making our daily decisions and preparing our monetary policy guidelines, where we go, where we do, what we do, and how we can go forward by using these numbers. So first of all, we always refer to national statistics data in making decisions. Yes, we have our own sources of data. We have some kind of statistics which comes from the bank's balance sheet, the central bank balance sheet, and other informations, other sources. But our main focus is always about national statistics, official data. So in our analysis, we try to use different kinds of price dynamics. First of all, we look for general headline inflation, how it moves, what factors affects to these dynamics, and the composition of these changes. So which factor influenced a lot to the formation of price dynamics. And during the last 2-3 years, we started to analyze different subcomponents of the price dynamics. We started to analyze what is the share of the goods and services in consumer basket with a lower slowdown or with a higher increase. And this data shows us that what percentage of basket is increasing, what percentage of basket price are increasing with slower phase. And we also tend to analyze the basket by dividing into parts, which part of the basket is higher than 10%, because we understand that, first of all, in the short term horizon, the price should be the one-digit single number in our operation target. Secondly, we have the inflation target, which is a 5%. We should reach up to the 2017. We also analyze the part of basket, the shares of goods, the number of goods growing or increasing higher than 5%. So we take raw data from the statistics agency and the official data. We try to do different kind of scenarios with data, different kind of analysis in data. This is very important for us that starting from this year, we are receiving data fully and seeing in the official website. And nowadays, the other analytics, not only central bank and other users of this data have access to the whole basket, or how the basket changes. And it's very important for all of community, public, to make decisions, to do forecasts and other things. So by using the official sources, we create our own data for making the decisions and analysis. For example, in our models, we always use core inflation, which is like somehow change it, we take all data and differentiate in the parts where the foods and non-foods, as well as the fruits and vegetables. And we differentiate the highly volatile goods, also regulated goods. And we calculate from ourselves core inflation. The core inflation is a basis for our model-based analysis. Why we formulate core inflation, taking account of official data? Because it's less volatile than headline inflation. At the same time, this is very useful for making forecasts, because this is excludes the policy injections by the government, because we know that some prices are set by the government officials in terms of regulated prices. The utilities, some kind of commodity prices, still nowadays set by the government officials, and they have some kind of liberalization process. But we exclude these regulated prices in our analysis to pay attention to the core inflation. And the changes in the core inflation are very important for us. We should pay attention to what factors bring the core inflation up or down, and that's why we divide core inflation into the also parts: core food inflation, core inflation of the services, core non-food inflation. And at the same time, we more often use some kind of seasonally adjusted inflation decomposition. We use some kind of models to seasonally adjust data and to properly indicate what the fundamental factors are moving the prices. This is very important for us making decisions, because, as you know, the monetary policy decisions are directed to the more forward-looking, more the medium-term horizon. And while making the decisions, the data and core inflation should be except of the political, cyclical, and volatile things. And that's why we put more emphasis on calculation of core inflation using the official data. And at the same time, we produce streamed inflation. We do some kind of weighted weighted changing the little bit determinations, and we use basket from the point that we exclude some very high changes and very low changes. We try to take medium of the basket, and we try to take consumer basket with the highest lowest price change without highest and lowest price changes. This also gives us some kind of sense where mainly about 70% of basket are going forward, and what is happening with the main part of the basket. Also, we used to calculate median inflation in our analysis and use this median inflation in terms of understanding what is the median price change, what is the median price dynamics in this basket. This is also very important for us. And we use this all kind of dynamic time series analysis in our all structural models and also the short-term models to forecast inflation and forecast other macroeconomic variables. We try to come close to foreign experience in calculating the core inflation. Many countries exclude food items and all good items. Many countries also exclude the transportation from the whole basket to calculate core inflation. We try to be median of this experience, and excluding about 15% of the goods regulated, and also fruit and vegetables. Nowadays, core inflation reflects 76% of the whole headline inflation. So in the previously we ourselves as a being central bank, we collected some kind of data in order to understand the price dynamics. This data collection will focus it mainly the underlying factors of price changes. Firstly, we focus to the official data, statistics data, but at the same time, we collect some kind of signals from the regions, from the markets, of how prices can change in future, what are the underlying factors of these factors. In the beginning, we tried to collect data, but nowadays we're paying more attention to the factors, to the contributors of these changes, not the change itself, but the meaning of this change, contributions of change. Also, we try to get some kind of sense how this price dynamics will be after 2 weeks, after 3 weeks, after 1 year. And we intervene with the market participants, with the producers, with the like providers of services to get sense of their expectations about sense of their price formations. We changed a little bit focus. Starting from this year, we're paying more attention to the underlying factors while doing this kind of analysis in regional analysis, not to duplicate what official committee is doing on collecting data, and we more targeted to the factors and the composition of these factors and what are the influencing points we can get from the regions, from the markets. And this is more about getting signals, getting the additional information about price dynamics in a republic. And in the future, we also want to keep this kind of analysis, but more paying attention to forward kind of things, asking more about the future harvest, asking more about how the future import dynamics can affect to the price dynamics, and how we can understand other factors in the economy. And also, we, from a perspective of understanding the price behavior in economy, we also collect some information in terms of inflation expectations, because we understand the somehow inflation expectations after some period becomes inflation. And that's why with the use of our regional departments, with use of some kind of online services, we try to calculate inflation expectations, households and business entities, to understand the price dynamics from the different angle. And monthly, we do surveys of 5,000, 4,000 people and business entities face-to-face, and also the about 1.5, 1.3 thousand people, respondents face to face in order to understand their opinion about inflation, opinion about the factors of expectations, factors of inflation. This also gives us a signal of the another way of understanding how we can go forward. And also in the last our analysis, we try in the last 2-3 years in our analysis, we try to use inflation expectations numbers in order to calculate real rates, real effective rates, real changes of the data, real changes of information. So in overall, we are very closely working this direction with our colleagues, National Statistics Committee, and at the same time, we are closely collaborating in forming the new methodologies. We are very open to, first of all, understand and to receive new changes and discuss with the agency. And we will be the first receiver of the price dynamics data. And at the same time, all our focus will be directed to the, lowering inflation. At the same time, enhance our capacity to analyze data, analyze inflation dynamics, and make proper decisions based on official data. And hope we will look forward to work with all dimensions of our mutual work. And first of all, from our side to reach targets, from another side to be in line with the best international practices, and also to be best coordinating agencies, which are very important in making decisions, also making the sense in overall economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for going into detail in terms of how do you use price data. I want to turn back to Mr. Abdullayev in terms of many of the innovations have been discussed around the upcoming changes, and they're of course reflective of the transformation, including the work that we are doing when using alternative sources of data, web scraping. So maybe you can use this opportunity to elaborate and to provide more details on some of these upcoming changes.
Thank you. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari. Bugungi taqdimotimda Milliy statistika tomonidan o'sha narxlar indeksini inflyatsiyani hisoblashda muqobil ma'lumotlar manbasidan foydalanishimiz va o'zimizni tajribamiz haqida qisqacha to'xtalmoqchiman. Va shu bilan birga o'sha aytib o'tganlaridek web scraping yoki soliq idoralari ma'lumotlari va umuman narx statistikasidagi modernizatsiya, oxirgi yillarda qilingan modernizatsiya ishlari bo'yicha to'xtalib o'tmoqchiman. Umumiy hozir birinchi navbatda to'xtalib o'tmoqchi bo'lganimiz bu statistik qamrov. Statistik qamrovimizda hozirgi kunda o'sha respublikamiz bo'yicha 60 ta tuman shahardan tanlanma asosida narxlar shakllanadi va u hududlarda 60 dan ortiq registratorlarimiz o'z faoliyatini olib boradi. O'sha jami 4500 dan ortiq hozirgi kunda obyektlarimizdan 190 mingdan ortiq narx kotirovkalari, narxlar yig'iladi. Iste'mol savatchamizga to'xtaladigan bo'lsaylik, 510 turdagi tovar va xizmatlardan iborat. Bunda 170 ta oziq-ovqat mahsulotlari, 250 ta noziq-ovqat mahsulotlari va 90 dan ortiq xizmatlar o'z ichiga oladi, xizmatlarni o'z ichiga oladi. Oxirgi yillarda o'sha mana shu inflyatsiya ko'rsatkichlarini, o'sha iste'mol narxlar indeksini shakllantirishda qilingan modernizatsiya ishlarimiz haqida to'xtalmoqchiman. O'sha 2020-yildan boshlab Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi ekspertlari tomonidan bir nechta o'sha texnik missiyalar qabul qilingan. Bunda asosan o'sha mahsulotlarni, tanlab olingan tovarlarni diversifikatsiya qilish va metodologiyani qayta ko'rib chiqish bo'yicha tavsiyalar berilgan. Shunda mana shu yilni o'zida 2020-yildan boshlab biza o'sha boya aytib o'tganimdek 510 ta tovar va xizmatlar soatchamizni kengaytirganmiz 510 tagacha. 20-yildan boshlab planshet dasturlari yoki maxsus dasturlar orqali KPI texnologiyasiga o'tganmiz. Ya'ni o'sha qog'oz ko'rinishda yig'iladigan narxlardan biza KPI texnologiyasini qo'llagan holda planshetlar asosida narxlar yig'ishga o'tganmiz 20-yildan boshlab. 21-yildan boshlab esa o'sha iste'mol narxlarini xalqaro tasdiqlagichi bo'lgan o'sha maqsadlar bo'yicha individual iste'mol klassifikatori, milliy klassifikator ishlab chiqilgan va shu milliy klassifikator asosida o'sha narxlarni shakllantirishda bevosita o'sha MIT deb nomlaymiz. O'sha MIT 2018 klassifikatoriga bevosita o'tilgan va shu asosda shakllantirib kelinmoqda. 23-24-yillarda o'sha Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining Osiyo va Tinch okeani iqtisodiy komissiyasi SKTO bilan muqobil ma'lumotlar manbalarini ishlash bo'yicha ularni o'sha inflyatsiyada foydalanish bo'yicha loyiha amalga oshirilgan, u hamkorlik amalga oshirilgan. Bunda o'sha bevosita muqobil manbalarni qanaqa qilib nima deydi foydalanish, ularni o'sha oddiy tozalash ishlaridan boshlab qanaqa metodologik o'zgarishlar kiritish kerak. Bularning hammasi o'sha 23-24-yillarda amalga oshirilgan. 24-yildan biz boyagi prezentatsiyada ham ko'rdinglar, 24-yildan boshlab biz muqobil ma'lumotlarni to'liq inflyatsiya hisob-kitoblariga joriy qilganmiz. Bittama o'sha qilingan barcha modernizatsiya ishlari va shu bir nechta tajribalarni o'rganib, biz turli xil manbalardan turli xil usullarni qo'llagan holda o'sha manbalardan ma'lumotlar shakllantirish orqali olingan ma'lumotlarni o'sha alohida o'sha iste'mol narxlar indeksini hisoblash bo'yicha foydalanib kelyapmiz. Buni strukturasini ko'radigan bo'lsaylik, asosiy o'sha KPI texnologiyasi asosida yig'iladigan ma'lumotlar, web scraping ma'lumotlari, soliq idoralarida beta keltirdik. Bu o'sha onlayn kassa, chakana savdodagi onlayn kassa mashinalaridan o'tadigan tranzaksiyalar, ya'ni o'sha cheklar orqali keladigan bizga ma'lumotlar va ma'muriy va korporativ ma'lumotlar shu strukturamizni tashkil qiladi. Bu shu orqali shu barcha ma'lumot manbalaridan biz mana keyingi slaydda ko'rsatganmiz. Hozirgi mana oxirgi oydagi o'sha mana 190 mingdan ortiq narxlar yig'ilgan bo'lsa, buni yarmi o'sha KPI texnologiyasi asosida yig'ilgan bo'lsa, qolgani mana soliq ma'lumotlari bu 3dan 1 qismini tashkil qiladi. 66 mingdan ortiq ma'lumotlar o'sha boya aytib o'tganimizdek onlayn kassa mashinalari ma'lumotlari asosida yig'ilgan. Bu yerda mana web scraping ma'lumotlari yoki ma'muriy korporativ ma'lumotlar bor. Bular ham o'sha asosiy bizning ma'lumotlarimiz manbalari hisoblanadi. Bu strukturadan ko'rinib turibdiki, biza faol o'sha boshqa alternativ yoki muqobil manbalardan foydalanib iste'mol narxlari indeksini hisob-kitob qilyapmiz. Birinchi o'sha qadamlardan bu hozir 3dan 1 qismi deb aytib o'tdik, soliq ma'lumotlari integratsiyasi bo'ldi. Bu birinchi qadamlardan. Bunda biza o'sha dastlab 2700 dan ortiq o'sha tovar pozitsiyasidan 1600 obyektdan narxlar yig'ib ma'lumotlarni oldik, integratsiyani boshlaganimizdan keyin. Bunda shunaqa birinchi oyda shunaqa ma'lumotlar shakllandiki, bu 70% dan ortig'i o'sha ishlatib bo'lmaydigan, ya'ni sifatsiz ma'lumotlar ekan. Bunda nima misol qilishimiz mumkin? O'sha tovar nomlanishdagi farqlar yoki bo'lmasa ulardagi nima deydi, xarakteristikasidagi farqlar yoki to'liq spesifik farqlarni ko'rishimiz mumkin edi. Bu xatoliklar biza to'liq iste'mol narxlarini indeksida hisoblashda foydalanishga yaroqsiz. Lekin o'sha standartlashtirish va o'sha bir xil ma'lumotlarni filtrlash nuqtai nazaridan biz 95 pozitsiyadagi tovarlarni dastlab tanlab oldik va umumiy gibrid yondashuvdan foydalanishga qaror qildik. Bizda
muvaffaqiyatli chiqqani mana ko'p konferensiyalarda e'tirof etiladi. Bizada muvaffaqiyatli chiqdi. Chunki mamlakatimizda mana shu soliq qo'mitasi tomonidan o'sha yagona elektron katalog joriy qilingan. Bilasizlar, xalq tilida o'sha MIXIK deb nomlanadi. Bu tovar va xizmatlarning milliy elektron katalogi hisoblanadi. Bu o'sha barcha o'sha biznes uchun yoki mana shu tovar va xizmatlar uchun umumiy bitta katalog joriy qilingan. Bu o'sha soliq idoralari uchun, mana biza statistika idoralari uchun o'sha klassifikator bo'lib foydalanishimizda ancha qo'l kelyapti. Biza mana bu yerda namunaviy tarkibini ham ko'rsatdik. Oddiy o'sha mahsulotni qanaqa kodlanishi nuqtai nazaridan. Bizadagi boya aytib o'tganimiz maqsadlar bo'yicha shaxsiy iste'mol individual klassifikatorimiz mavjud. Bu biza ikkalasini o'tish kalitlari orqali biza o'sha ma'lumotlardan to'laqonli foydalanishni yo'lga qo'ydik. Bu o'tish kalitlari orqali biza har bitta o'sha tovar bo'yicha yoki har bitta bo'layotgan tranzaksiya bo'yicha ma'lumotlarni o'zimizni klassifikatorga moslagan holda foydalanishni qo'llab kelyapmiz hozirda. Endi mana shu tasnif soliq o'z deb nomlanadi. Biz bitta misol keltirdik bu yerda. O'sha tovar va xizmatlar yagona elektron katalogi. Bu yerda har bitta tovar bo'yicha uni xarakteristikasi, uni o'sha vazni deymizmi yoki boshqa ko'rsatkichlar bo'yicha hamma parametrlar inobatga olingan. Har bitta tovar o'sha bo'yicha biza tadbirkorlar ham yoki o'sha bundan foydalanuvchilar bevosita kirib aynan qaysi tovarlar yoki mana biza ko'p ishimiz tushadi supermarketlar. Alohida mana shu klassifikatordan foydalangan holda har bitta tovarlarni kodlab chiqishi mumkin. Bu juda ham qulay, juda ham biza uchun qo'l kelgan o'sha mana ko'rishingiz mumkin. Shu katalogda 400 mingdan ortiq o'sha mahsulotlar va xizmatlar nomlari mavjud bo'lib, bevosita to'liq qamrov mavjud bu yerda. Endi bu hozirgi kunda juda ham mashhur bo'lib boryapti. Misol uchun o'sha biznes yoki bo'lmasa o'sha davlat idoralari bu klassifikatordan keng qo'llanilib kelyapti. Xo'p, biza ikkinchi o'sha asosiy yana muqobil ma'lumot manbalarimizdan bu web scraping hisoblanadi. Ya'ni chakana savdo, hozir bilamiz, mana onlayn platformalar shu hayotimizda muhim rol o'ynayapti. Bu biza web scraping orqali ularni ruxsat olgan holatda biza har bitta bo'layotgan onlayn chakana savdo saytlaridan biza web qirqish yo'li orqali ma'lumotlarni, uni tovarlar to'g'risidagi xususiyatlari to'g'risidagi ma'lumotlarni bevosita olishimiz mumkin. Bu yerda biza qancha narxlar o'rganayotganimiz va qanaqa tovarlar sonliligini ham keltirdik. Shu bilan birga O'zbekiston tajribasida mana korporativ ma'lumotlar ham mavjud. Bu misol qilib keltirishimiz mumkin. Biza o'sha supermarketlar tarmog'i hisoblangan Havas tarmog'i bilan anglashuv memorandumimiz bor. Ya'ni o'sha tarmoqdagi mavjud hamma supermarketlardagi oylik tovarlar narxlari to'g'risidagi ma'lumotlarni bevosita biza kelishuv asosida doimiy ravishda olib turamiz. Bu yerda mana ko'rib turganingizdek, ulardagi supermarketlar soni 250 dan ortiq, tovarlari 190 dan ortiq, narxlar har oyda doimiy ravishda o'sha o'rtacha 9700 dan ortiq narxlar kirib keladi. Va shu bilan birga ma'muriy ma'lumotlar bor. Bu ma'muriy ma'lumotlar o'sha davlat tomonidan tartibga solinadigan tariflar, mobil aloqa operatorlari xizmatlari narxlari yoki bo'lmasa o'sha temir yo'l, avia chiptalar, bularni biza ma'muriy ma'lumot manbalari sifatida olamiz va bu ham bevosita o'sha iste'mol narxlari indeksini hisoblashimizda asosiy manbalarimizdan bu hisoblanadi. Endi asosiy mana umumiy aytib o'tadigan bo'lsaylik, bu yerda mana gibrid yondashuv biza foydalanyapmiz. Bu gibrid yondashuv yoki mesela muqobil ma'lumotlar bu bir reja emas, bu o'sha asosiy bizni foydalanayotgan ma'lumotlarimizda to'ldiruvchi sifatida foydalanishimiz mumkin. Misol uchun mana muqobil ma'lumotlarga to'liq o'tib ketmasligimizni ham sababi shundaki, misol uchun qanaqadir soliq organlaridagi uzilishlar yoki bo'lmasa boyagi
manbalardagi bo'lgan uzilishlar biza o'sha registratorlarimiz tomonidan bevosita joyiga chiqib o'rganishlarimiz ham mavjud va shuning uchun biza umumiy holatda gibrid metodda foydalanamiz. Endi biza erishgan shu natijalar yoki bo'lmasa bizga keltirgan foydalari o'sha umumiy gibrid metodda biza o'sha muqobil ma'lumotlar foydalanganimizda oldin kuzatgan 130 ta obyektimizga ya'ni o'sha registratorlarimiz mehnati tejalib ularni biza muqobil ma'lumotlar manbasidan olyapmiz hozir va ma'lumotlar kelish tezligi 30% ga oshdi va o'sha ko'rganingizdek 2019-yildan bilan solishtirganda narxlarimiz soni 70% dan ko'proq bo'ldi. Bu albatta bizada bu boshlanishi o'sha katta ishni boshida turibmiz. Ya'ni bu muqobil ma'lumotlar boya aytganimdek katta big data bu juda ham bizga qul, lekin bu qo'l keladi, lekin uni ichida ham ma'lumotlar ko'pligidan keyin uni tozalash ishlari yoki undan foydalanish metodologiyasi bor. Bu bo'yicha biz yana ishlarni davom ettirib kelyapmiz. Rahmat e'tiborlar.
Thank you very much. So far we have heard about the upcoming changes at a much broader level, and also into very specific details in terms of that is collected, and especially focusing on the processes around incorporating some of the new data sources. And we've also heard at a greater length in terms of how the central bank uses this information on the price statistics, the analysis that they do, and other complementary information that they also try to incorporate in the policy-making process. We do have time to take questions from the audience. We'll take 2 at a time before we return to the panelists to respond to those questions. So is there anybody with a question? Please, a mic can be handed to you. Any questions? Okay, so we do have 2 questions. So first of all, let's me start with Ms. Mariana from.
Okay, so hello everyone. Just to shortly introduce myself, I'm from the National Statistics Office of Georgia, Geostat, and we have the question with regards of web scraping. You've mentioned and partially said what areas are touched by web scraping, but kind of to sum up, so we have 2 questions. For example, in our case, we use web scraping for the real estate markets, and we calculate average price for square meters in all districts of Tbilisi, for example, disaggregated data. And we have a question in which areas you use the web scraping in PPI and CPI, and do you have any further plans, because you're always transforming your data, trying to improve your data sources, etc. So are you kind of, for example, planning to enlarge the areas where web scraping is used? For example, we have seen that the largest part of the information is based on the tablet, so probably for 52% or something around that. So therefore, once again, so are you planning to enlarge the area of web scraping, or maybe using any other alternative data sources probably? So this is our question. Thank you.
Rahmat. Actually, my question was same with her question for you, and another 2 questions for Mr. Rashidov and Mr. Muhammadi. Mr. Muhammadi, which one is better, with Laspeyres law formula or Laspeyres Yang? Which one is better? The advantages, disadvantages, why we don't change directly from one to one? Another question for Mr. Achilov. What do you think? What might be next next decision of central bank, because you show us core inflation and medium inflation, just inflation. I think most of the people here in the auditorium interested in this question. Thank you.
So, want to start?
Ha? Rahmat. Savolingiz uchun rahmat. Biza web scraping bo'yicha ochiq kodlardan foydalangan holda yo Python yo GitLab ko'rinishda ma'lumotlarni hozir olib kelyapmiz. Ma'lum bir hudud so'radingiz. Hudud endi onlayn planshetkada hamma hududlardan kirib ma'lumotlar tovarlar sotib olsa bo'ladi. Biza kelajakda rejalarimiz bor. Hozir juda ham rivojlanib kelayotgan onlayn platformalar bor. Misol uchun hali bizada uzun platformasi bilan web scraping ma'lumotlarni olish bo'yicha kelishuv yo'q. Biza harakat qilyapmiz hozir shu ulardan ham o'sha web scraping orqali ma'lumotlarni olishga. Ya'ni demoqchimanki, kelajakda o'sha rivojlanib kelayotgan onlayn platformalardan web scraping orqali ma'lumotlarni olish rejalarimiz bor. Bu orqali ham muqobil ma'lumotlar manbasini ko'paytirmoqchimiz. Chunki bu real hayotda asosiy bo'layotgan narxlar o'zgarishini ko'rsatib berishda eng yaxshi vositalardan biri. Rahmat.
Qo'shimcha qilsak. Bu web scraping texnologiyasini biz qo'llashni boshlaganimizda dastlabki bosqichda juda ham ko'p xizmat obyektlarini biz xizmatlar va tovarlar sotuv obyektlarini kirgizgan edi, lekin mana texnik mutaxassislar biladiki, axborot xavfsizligi nuqtai nazaridan ba'zi bir o'sha sayt egalari, portal egalari buni cheklaydi. Bizda ham shunaqa holat kuzatildi, lekin mana so'nggi paytda biz o'sha ko'p marketplace'larni tarmog'i bilan hozir mana O'zbekistonda ham ko'pgina marketplace'lar rivojlanishini hisobiga juda ham ko'p maydonlarda bu savdo ma'lumotlari joriy qilinmoqda. Shuni hisobiga biza hozir shu mana janob Abdullayev aytganlaridek marketplace'lar bilan ishlashga harakat qilyapmiz. Sababi savdoni ham juda ham katta qismi bosqichma-bosqich foydalanuvchilar tomonidan shu marketplace qismiga o'tyapti. Shuning uchun web scrapingda ham hozirgi savolga javob ko'proq shular bilan ishlashga harakat qilinmoqda. Rahmat.
Let me address a question regarding low and young formulas. So the better one is young in short, if I say it shortly, because young formula better captures the change of consumer preferences. So if the consumers switch from one product to another, which is a normal case in any country, including Uzbekistan, then the young formula better captures it because it doesn't use price updating of weights, which currently low formula uses. So if I say simply, the young is a better reflection of consumer preferences and price changes. But also in our case, we use geometric average index for the sub CPI indices, but our total, the headline index is not geometric average. So according to the IMF recommendations, it would be better if we use also for the headline index geometric average, which is a young formula instead of low formula. So this is regarding the question of what formula is best.
So next question was about what will be the next decision by central bank. This is very important and tricky question. Yes, good numbers, decreasing inflation expectations, and the share of the goods and services the prices are increasing with the lower pays are increasing. These are all good numbers, gives us foundation to not increase policy rate further, not to tighten even more the monetary policy stance. But in terms of other parts, for example, we still observe some risks from some food items, very important food items. Also, we should be completely sure in the decreasing trend of inflation in a long period of time. That's why the upcoming years will going to keep relatively tight conditions. And after the second half of next year, we can reassess the tightness of the stance and make some corrections on it based on the upcoming data, upcoming forecasts. And partly the question is how to say, good numbers gives us good foundation not to increase forward, but at the same time, some risks still persist in economy, and some risks we can observe from other global price and other supply side effects. And in order to be in line with our overall stance, relatively tight monetary policy, relatively tight conditions, we'll keep this stance a little bit longer, and exact key policy rate will announce after the December 8th. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much for both the responses to the questions. We can take one more question if there's any. Otherwise, we can wrap up the session. Please. Is there anyone else who has a question? Just in case. Okay, this is what. So we do have 3 more questions. We can compensate for the lack of questions from the previous session by taking all these 3 questions together and then wrap up the session.
Assalomu alaykum. Savolim Rustam akaga edi. Men yangi metodika orqali hisoblansa, inflyatsiya foizlari qanchalik o'zgarishi mumkin? Bunga Markaziy bankning reaksiyasi qanaqa bo'ladi? Shu targeti bor oldinda, shuni ham tushuntirib bersanglar.
Thank you very much. My name is Rail Isfak. I'm from International Organization for Migration, Uzbekistan. So my question relates to migration, specifically to remittances. I'd like to know, do your agencies conduct any analysis of remittances, specifically the purposes, how citizens spend remittances, and if you do such kind of analysis, can you share us the methodology briefly and the key insights of such kind of analysis? Thank you.
Hurmatli, ruxsat bersanglar, menda ham bitta savol bor edi Markaziy bankdan. Savolim Milliy statistika qo'mitasiga. Avvalo, rahmat. Juda ham batafsil qiziq prezentatsiya uchun va o'sha ma'lum qilgan kelajakdagi rejalar, ambitsiozni rejalar uchun. Savolim shundan iborat ediki, mana bir necha yangi o'zgarish tendensiyalarini qayd etib o'tdingiz. Inflyatsiyani baholash, takomillashtirish yo'nalishida bu web scrapingga ko'proq urg'u berish, bundan tashqari soliq ma'lumotlaridan foydalanish. Endi bulardan kelib chiqib, mana o'sha taklifim bo'ladimi yoki savolim, kelgusida Milliy statistika qo'mitasi tomonidan umumiy inflyatsiya bilan birgalikda yana shaharlarda kuzatiladigan inflyatsiya, ya'ni ingliz tilida bu urban CPI inflation deyiladi. Shuni alohida yuritish rejalashtirilganmi, yo'qmi? Nimaga bu savol beryapman? Bu birinchidan mana qayd etib o'tdingiz prezentatsiyada tumanlarda, ya'ni yuzma-yuz kuzatuvlar soni tumanlar qamrovi biroz kamaytirilgan. Shu bilan birga haligi web scraping hamda soliq qo'mitasidan olinadigan ma'lumotlar kengaytirib olinmoqda. Bu web scraping bilamiz asosan
onlayn savdolari yirik shaharlarda yo'lga qo'yilgan. Ularda o'sha distributsiya tochkalari asosan shaharlarda hozir rivojlanishda katta faol davom etyapti. Ikkinchidan, soliq qo'mitasini onlayn platformalari ham ko'proq shu mamlakatimizda yirik savdo tarmoqlari, o'sha korzinka, makro, havaslar, bular ham asosan shaharlarda keng tarmoqqa ega. Ya'ni narx kuzatuvida asosan narxlar hozir shaharda kuzatib boriladigan narxlar ulushi ortib bormoqda. Shu bilan birga olis tumanlarda, o'sha qishloq joylarda kuzatiladigan narxlar nisbatan kamaygan. Shu jihatdan ham bir tomondan bo'lsa, ikkinchi tomondan o'z aholini o'zini oladigan bo'lsak, deyarli yarmisi qishloq joylarda yashashgani bilan birga, ayniqsa mana oziq-ovqat tovarlari, xizmat tovarlarini o'ziga yaqin bo'lgan shaharlarda xarid qiladi va bu ham o'z navbatida umuman o'zi inflyatsiyani kuzatishda shahardagi narxlar muhimligini ko'rsatadi. Va mana AQShda ham misolida ular umumiy inflyatsiya ko'rsatkichi sifatida hozirgi kunda urban CPI inflationni nazarda tutishga o'tgan. Ya'ni shu jihatdan ham mana sizlarda shu yo'nalishda qanaqadir rejalar bormi, yo'qmi? Shu bo'yicha ham to'xtalsanglar. Rahmat.
Bo'lmasa boshlaymiz. Foizlar bo'yicha menimcha savol bor edi. Qanaqa o'zgarishi? Endi bu qanday jarayonda ishimiz yangi formulaga. Hozir bu jarayon ketyapti. Endi yakunlashi bilan biz e'lon qilamiz. Ekspert bilan solishtiramiz o'z ishlarimiz, to'g'ri yo'nalish bo'yicha ketyapmizmi, yo'qmi? Endi foiz pastga yo yuqori bo'lishi hozir oldindan aytishlar qiyin bo'ladi. U chunki ishimiz hali jarayonda. Muhriddin qo'shimcha bo'lsa, marhamat.
Biza buni 26-yildan yangi formulaga o'tmoqchimiz. Hali nima deydi, o'sha metodologik jihatdan asoslantirish bo'yicha umuman bu jarayon qanaqa bo'lish bo'yicha o'sha ekspertlardan xulosalar olganmiz. Yana dekabr oyida Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi tomonidan yana bitta texnik missiya kutyapmiz. Keyingi yildan bu ko'rinadi. Keyingi yildan o'sha bu formulalar hisob-kitobga o'tamiz. Hali hech narsa aniq emas.
Question on remittances. I wanted to clarify whether it was in context of inflation or it's just in broad terms. So to the best of my knowledge, remittances, we take account of them in our household budget survey. So in terms of source of income. So, but yeah, we would need to represent from that department who how we reflect. So I believe it's part of income source. Not sure that we do a deep analysis of remittances. I think it's more of interest for the policy-making agencies like Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, who are more, I think, interested in how remittances used. But I believe it's reflected as a part of source of income for household budget survey. And about okay.
Orbit, let me birinchi savol bo'yicha hozir ikkita formulani farqida, ya'ni inflyatsiyaning yakuniy natija raqamlariga ta'sir qiladimi yo'qmi deganingizda, bu hozir men o'ylashimcha, ekspertlik fikrimcha unaqa katta ta'sir qilmaydi formulaning ta'siri. Lekin albatta o'sha hozirgi aytilgan low weight adjust deydi, ya'ni narxlarning o'zgarishiga qarab vaznni yana bir marta qayta tortib olish, bu hozirgi qo'llanayotgan low formulasi. Lekin ko'proq u geometrik, u murakkab va zamonaviy formula. O'ylaymanki unaqa katta farq chiqmasligi kerak, lekin natijasi bo'yicha albatta press konferensiya qilib, ikkovida ham hisoblab, ikkovida qanaqa nima ketayotganini ko'rsatib, kerak bo'lsa ma'lum bir muddat mana o'sha natijalar chiqqandan keyin masalan 1 yil yoki 3 yilgacha ikkita formulada ham bir xilda hisoblab borilishi mumkin. Chunki transition deydi, ya'ni bu formuladan bu formulaga o'tishga. Ya'ni sizni xavotiringiz, savolingiz juda ham o'rinli. Ya'ni ertalab formulani o'zgartirdik, mana inflyatsiya pasaydi degan unaqa nima bo'lmaydi. Kerak bo'lsa kamida 3 yildan 5 yilgacha ikkita formula birgalikda e'lon qilib boriladi, ko'rsatiladi. Shu bilan juda ham yumshoq bu zamonaviy formulaga o'tiladi. Ikkinchi savol bo'yicha bevosita juda
Yo'q, bu Rustam kutilmalarga, Rustam akaning kutilmalarga qaraymiz degan gaplarni men eshitmadim ma'ruzalarda. Bu menimcha ko'proq rejalar haqida qilmoqchi bo'lgan ishlarning rejasi, lekin natija uchun hech narsaga kutilmagan. Yo'q, unday emas. Menimcha nimada tarjimada nima bo'lgan bo'lsa kerak. Chunki ikkinchi savol bevosita migratsiyaning savol juda ham yaxshi savol. Bu savol bo'yicha mana hozir Ayon bilan nimamizda hamkorlik dasturimizga kiritilgan. Bu savol bizda O'zbekistonda migratsiyadan keladigan, ya'ni o'sha remittance pul o'tkazmalaridan keladigan daromad shaklida ko'ramiz, lekin olingan daromadlarning qanday maqsadlarga va qanday maqsadlarda ishlatilayotgani bu hali birorta men publikatsiya qilingan tadqiqot ko'rmadim va bu keyinchalik mana bizda uy xo'jaligi kuzatuvlar bor, household survey o'tkaziladi. Uning ichida ma'lum bir ma'lumotlar bor. Chunki agar unga kirib analiz qilinadigan bo'lsa, daromadi qayerdan kelgan va nimaga xarajat qilgani bor. Mana bir shu cheklangan ma'lumotlar bilan qaraydigan bo'lsak ham ko'proq investitsiya ta'limga, o'qitishga, farzandlariga va hokazoga qilinadi. Lekin juda yaxshi mavzu, bu mavzuda alohida kuzatuv yo'lga qo'yib, alohida o'rgansak juda yaxshi bo'ladi. Menimcha kelajakda buni qilamiz. Uchinchi savol urban inflyatsiya bo'yicha savol. Bu ham juda ham muhim savol. Urban inflyatsiya bo'yicha kelajakda narx statistikasini rivojlantirish doirasida bosqichma-bosqich mana web scraping, ma'muriy bazadan, onlayn kassa ma'lumotlardan foydalanish bilan birga hududlar bo'yicha va urban inflyatsiyani sekin-sekin hisoblash yo'lga qo'yish rejamiz bor. Bu bo'yicha xalqaro tashkilotlar bilan birga ishlanadi va biz hamma vazirliklari, mana Iqtisodiyot moliya vazirligi, Markaziy banki bu jarayonga taklif qilamiz. Birga metodologiyani rivojlantirsak juda yaxshi bo'ladi. Endi bevosita Muhriddinning tushuntirishi bo'yicha mana juda ham muhim momentini aytib ketyapti. Qariyb bir 40%, ya'ni 52.9-52.6 hozir ko'rsatilgani bu boshqa manbalardan, ya'ni 100% intervyudan emas, boshqa manbalardan olinayotgan ma'lumotlar bo'ladigan bo'lsa, uni ma'lum bir 100% o'tib ketilmaydi. O'rtacha masalan xalqaro tajribadan ko'rilsa 40% gacha, masalan 60% web scraping yoki ma'muriy ma'lumotlar oladigan bo'lsangiz ham bir minimum 40% face to face intervyuga qoldirilishi kerak. Men o'sha bitta nimani, ya'ni viloyat tumanlarda narx olish kamayib ketayotgan degan fikr aytdilar, unga qo'shilmayman. U kamayib ketmagan. O'sha tochkalar olinadigan joy 60 tadan ortiq 63 ta viloyatlar qoldirilgan. U kamaymaydi, chunki uni o'zgartirsangiz bu dinamikaning bazaga ta'sir qiladi. Shuning uchun hozirgi mana web scraping narx statistikasini takomillashtirishi hozirgi olinadigan face to face soni qoldiriladi. Nechta joydan qancha ustining ko'paytirilishi qo'shimcha ma'muriy ma'lumotlar hisobi ko'paytirilib boriladi. Shuningdek yana bitta holat aytishimiz kerak. Menimcha sentyabr, avgust oylaridan boshlab viloyatlar bo'yicha inflyatsiya darajalarini saytda e'lon qilish qo'yilgan. Ya'ni 510 ta tovar bo'yicha har bitta viloyat bo'yicha. Bu ham foydalanuvchilar uchun hamma foydalanuvchilar, shu tashkilotlar va resurslar uchun foydali hisoblanadi. Rahmat. Albatta, agar narx statistikasi bo'yicha har bitta bosqichda erishilgan, aytaylik, takomillashtirish, metodologik jihatdan takomillashtirishlar bo'ladigan bo'lsa, uni shunday press konferensiya tashkil qilib, keng jamoatchilik bilan birga muhokama qilib, har bittasi metadannis yozib, sabab tushuntirilib boriladi. Rahmat.
Markaziy bankka tegishli chasti bo'yicha qisqacha aytib ketmoqchi edim. Agar boyangi savolingizga foizli o'zgaradigan bo'lsa, Markaziy bank reaksiyasi o'zgaradi deb. Endi Markaziy bank har safar inflyatsiya haqidagi ma'lumotlarni olganda, umuman asosiy stavkaga qaror qilganda ko'p kompleksli ma'lumotlarga tayanadi. Faqat joriy kutilayotgan emas, 3 yillik prognozlar, boshqa makroiqtisodiy ko'rsatkichlar prognozlariga. Shuning uchun ham birinchi savolda ham shunaqa, ya'ni muhit yaxshilanayotgani bilan ham hali beri stavkalarni pasaytirishga shoshmayapmiz, chunki to'liq ishonch hosil qilishimiz kerak pasayuvchining doimiy pasayishiga. Ikkinchidan, barcha shoklarni hisobiga olib, har bir shoklarning darajasi o'tib ketgandan keyin, ta'sir darajalari kamaygandan keyin albatta pul siyosat yo'nalishlari yoki o'sha qat'iyligi qayta ko'rib chiqiladi. Lekin yuqorida Bekzod Sayilxonovich aytganday, ertaga masalan foiz o'zgarib qanaqadir pasaygan bilan Markaziy bank reaksiyasi shunga ertaga birdan bo'lmaydi. Markaziy bank reaksiyasi ko'proq uzoqroq muddatni inobatga olib, shu bilan birgalikda uzoqroq muddatga yo'naltirilgan bo'ladi. Joriy to'g'ri tendensiyalar ham bor tarkibida, qarorlarimizda va modellarimiz tarkibida, lekin biz ko'proq uzoq muddatli stabilность nuqtai nazaridan yondashamiz bu masalaga va ikkita agar yo'nalishda ham olib ketiladigan bo'lsa, biz ham keyinchalik modellarimizda va core inflyatsiyani ikkita usulda hisoblashga o'tamiz, bevosita bunga muvofiq ravishda koordinatsiya qilib boramiz. One more question was about the remittances. Yes, as a factor of demand, gross demand in economy, we analyze remittances from the aggregate level. And as the chairman said, we also have plans to widen our analysis, widen our surveys, our usage of remittances. Now we mostly, the remittances, big contributors of our model in terms of demand and in terms of forecast of the future flows in the market and FX flows, I mean, because it's a big part of the foreign supply by commercial banks to the foreign exchange, because people receive money abroad and they supply to the banks. This money comes to the foreign exchange market. This is a big contributor to the formation of overall supply. And this is a big contributor of the last appreciation trend of the SOM. If you just see the recent months. That's why our analysis, our focus will be on remittances in terms of big aggregate levels, but in terms of usage of individuals, in terms of how it can affect the consumer decisions, we will also do our researches. We have planned. In our analysis, it will be more focused on the more behavioral side, how the individuals use these resources and how these resources affect to other sectors and other dynamics, overall macroeconomic indicators. We came from the different angle, from the behavioral side and behavioral equations. We also, another point, we're also planning to widen our analysis, how this remittance is forming in remittance sending countries. For example, most of countries saying that, oh, your people are working here, sending money, you're like taking dividend of these workers. Sorry, at the same time, these people creating some kind of value added in that countries. So our second phase, second direction of our analysis will be how one worker creating additional value in that country, how they creating the additional production, additional services at the same time, while they're sending money here, they are at the same time using some portion of money over here and creating demand for that economies, creating also same supply of working force at that economies. So it's not that they're just taking money from those economies, they're contributing from their own. And our focus will be also the formation of the value in the remittance sending countries, and we also publish these results, and we will say by that we are not just receiving, we are creating money at that countries, and also it's not from the only negative side that we are taking out some kind of resources. We're providing another kind of resources, capital, human capital, some kind of expenses, some kind of services and others. So that's why it should be broad-based analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both to the panelists for a good sharing good information, and also for the participants for asking questions. So this has been both a good discussion that also concluded in time. So I would like to thank you everyone for showing that discipline, but at the same time sharing the relevant information. Let me just conclude one, I think on migration, there are other analyses that are being done, also including by the World Bank in terms of the use of migration and its overall development impact. And there's some surveys that have been collected that share some more information on the use of remittances. You can help me chat to my colleague who is around here to share some of the information for Uzbekistan. But coming back to the topic of the discussion, which was on prices, I think this has been a very informative discussion. What I would like to summarize is the key takeaways from that, based on the questions that people are asking, in terms of what are the next communication and what information that would be useful. Of course, there are questions about how does this affect the trends of inflation going forward? for which suggestions that Mr. Amref you said about the continued production of the series going forward using the two approaches would really be useful, and being transparent about the estimation would be also be useful in terms of how these changes are affecting the sort of projected inflation. Also questions regarding what are the implications for urban prices versus the provincial prices is also just a call for more information there also to be later provided that provides some of these comparisons in terms of what are the implications of some of the changes, the adoption of the new data sources. Is it different from what you are getting from the older sources? I think what you can see from this discussion is that the transparency of this sort of on the methodology, of course, gets more questions, but in a way, answering those questions also increase the credibility and the value that people will place on statistics. And also, it was a good display of what more information, it's a more disaggregated information could be used in the policy making process as well. So what is important is not just the headline number, but when people have access to more information, disaggregated information, they could also do additional work with that information that is informative for the policy making process. So thank you very much for this productive discussion, and we can now stop this session here. We take a quick break, 10 minutes, and reconvene to have our final session where we talk about plans going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for excellent moderation.
Thank you. Exactly. Yes.
It's here, right? Okay.
Jim? Yeah.
Not he, but me. Wali Oblast.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. But yes, you can. Abdulwaliyev. Yeah. Man qilaman. Bu chet tilida chet.
So which one is your last family name?
Abbasov Duvalevich.
No, like if I call you, when which one? If I say Mr. Do I say Mr.
Abdulaziz
or Mr. Abdulaziz?
Abdulwaliyev.
First name
Yes, first name.
and so
Second, family name.
family. So Mr.
Abdulwaliyev Abdulaziz.
Abdulwalif. Okay. So this is a deputy director for the Institute of Statistics.
Yes. Right.
So do you have Mr. Babatalev? Yes. Vivian. Supposed to start where? Randy? Sorry? the break is so good that people don't want to leave the food. I think next time we should provide smaller snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, can we come in so that we can start? Now we are just giving a couple of minutes for people to trickle in so that we can get started. Okay, I think we can start now. I'm just looking to make sure that all the panelists are in the room, which appears to be the case. Are you ready? Okay. So this session focuses on the future of the national statistical system. Because transformation is at the heart of the agenda for the national statistical system in the country. One of the key activities, for example, which was in the Presidential Resolution 75, if I remember correctly, was the formulation of a new national statistics development strategy for Uzbekistan covering the period of 2026 to 2030. But we all know that, to transform the statistical system, there is a strong institutional element. Some aspects of the transformation, including the use of alternative data sources, integration of that data, are also dependent on a permissive legislative environment and regulation to allow some of these statistical activities that are transformational to take place. So with that in mind, I would like to call to the stage Mr. Mamad Dadliev, who is the member of the Legislative Chamber of Holy Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan. He's not new to the statistical system, but it's good to have him on the other side. Please, you can sit over here. Secondly, I would like to call once again my colleague from the World Bank, Mr. Olivier Duprez, who is the Deputy Chief Statistician of the World Bank. Please, you can sit right over there. Also, it is also important to keep in mind that to successfully transform the statistical system, you need the human resources that are also fit for purpose. You cannot transform a statistical system without also the right skills in place, without building the necessary human capacity to execute new activities, implement new methodologies, and for that, I would like to shed light into this aspect of the discussion about the future of the national statistical system. I would like to call upon the Deputy Director from the Statistical Institute. I think formally that will be the Institute for Staff Advanced Training and Statistical Research. So Mr. Ablaev, please come to the stage. Last but not least, statistical activities are anchored in national statistics development strategy. A lot has been achieved based on the statistics development strategy that is running up to 2025, and now Uzbekistan is currently in the process of preparing a new one. which sort of shapes the agenda for the statistical system going forward. And we would like to hear more about what is next. And I would like to call upon Mr. Ulukbek Noipov, the head of the Department of International Cooperation and National Statistical Committee, to speak more about this. Thank you. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in this panel. Let's start more when we talk about the future in terms of the bigger picture. Like I mentioned before, that the transformation, the way statistics can be produced, they all depend on a permissive legal environment. And I would like to first call upon Mr. Mamadlev to just offer his thoughts and remarks regarding to the legislative landscape for the statistical system.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Уважаемые дамы и господа, aziz hamyurtlar, hamkasblar. Avvalambor bugungi tadbirda ko'rishib turganimizdan bag'oyat mamnunmiz. Mana bugun tom ma'noda statistika kuni desak to'g'ri bo'ladi. Kun davomida mana turli muhim masalalar, umuman sohamizdagi olib borilayotgan islohotlar va umuman oldimizda turgan yuksak marralarga erishish yo'lidagi islohotlar haqida fikrlar yuritilmoqda va o'zi umuman olganda mana shu transformatsiya jarayonlarining istiqbollari mavzusidagi bir muhim masala bilan muhokamada ko'rishib turganimizdan bag'oyat mamnunman. Shunda albatta bilamizki, milliy statistika tizimimiz tarixida 5 ta transformatsiya jarayonini boshdan kechirgan bo'lsak, avvalo demak 24-yildan boshlab o'zi umuman tizimni o'zining tashkil topishi, uning yaratilishi, xususan 2002-yildan boshlab mustaqil organ sifatida bir faoliyat yurish tizimi yo'lga qo'yilgan bo'lsa, so'nggi 3 bosqichimiz transformatsiya jarayonlarimiz bu shiddat bilan o'zgarish, shiddat bilan rivojlanish davriga to'g'ri kelmoqda va davlatimiz rahbarining alohida farmon va qarorlari bilan Milliy statistika qo'mitasi sifatida joriy yil boshidan boshlab mana mutlaqo yangi qadam, yangi bosqichga tizimimiz chiqdi desak mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. O'zi umuman olganda mana o'sha milliy statistika to'g'risidagi rasmiy statistika to'g'risidagi demak qonunimizni qabul qilinishi, aholi ro'yxatga olish to'g'risidagi qonunlarimiz, 10 dan ziyod prezidentimizning farmon, qaror va farmoyishlari va hukumatning bu borada 40 dan ziyod qarorlari ham aynan mana shu soha faoliyatiga yo'naltirilgan. Albatta natijalar umuman olganda xalqaro hamjamiyatga integratsiya jarayonlari, ilg'or statistik uslubiyotlarni amaliyotga joriy etish, demak eng so'nggi statistik uslublarni, dastaklarni jarayonlarga kiritish masalasi, raqamlashtirish masalalarida juda katta natijalarga, xususan mana Jahon banki hamkorligida o'zi ilk bor demak statistika faoliyatini, demak milliy statistika tizimini rivojlantirish strategiyasi 22-25-yillarga qabul qilindi. Mana shu doirasida islohotlar amalga oshirilgan bo'lsa, mana hozir biz demak aynan keyingi bosqichga, transformatsiya jarayonining keyingi bosqichiga, sifat jihatidan yangi bosqichiga olib chiqish jarayonida turibmiz. Albatta amalga oshirilgan qatorda foydalanuvchi sifatida bir ikki og'iz takliflarimni demak fikrni o'rtaga tashlamoqchi edik. Albatta bugungi kunda statistika olamida yangi axborot maydonlari, umuman raqamlashtirish, sun'iy intellektni demak kundalik hayotimizga kirib kelayotganligi va o'zi umuman olganda katta hajmli ma'lumotlar bilan ishlash borasidagi yangicha yondashuvlar tizimning ham doimo demak zamon bilan hamnafas holda demak rivojlanib borishini, so'nggi esa yangi uslubiyotlarni, yangicha yondashuvlarni amaliyotga joriy etishni taqozo etadi. Shu nuqtai nazardan o'ylaymizki, hozirgi kunda mana shu ishlab chiqilayotgan kelgusi 5 yillik strategiyamiz doirasida bir qator jihatlariga e'tibor qaratilsa, o'ylaymizki, yana ham ijobiy holat bo'ladi. Albatta, strategiya ishlab jarayonida bu masalalarga e'tibor qaratilgan, shak shubhasiz ekspertlarning takliflari inobatga olinganligi biz ishonchimiz komil va shu bilan bir qatorda yana bir muhim jihatlariga e'tibor qaratmoqchi edik. Avvalambor, demak, bu huquqiy asoslarni takomillashtirish masalasi. Chunki bilamizki, har qanday transformatsiya jarayonlari, milliy statistika tizimidagi demak olib borilayotgan o'zgarishlar, xususan mana demak muhim jihatlardan bu jihatdan sifatida bu demak masalan nomarkazlashtirish jarayonlari, ya'ni qo'shimcha yangi rasmiy statistika ma'lumotlarini ishlab chiqaruvchilarning tizimga kirib kelishi, bularning barchasi muvofiqlashtirishni, faoliyatni yo'lga qo'yishda demak ishlarni tartibga solishni taqozo etadi. Shu bilan bir qatorda demak yangicha yondashuvlar, yangicha innovatsion uslublarni joriy etilishi ham demak bevosita qonunchilik asosidagi, huquqiy asoslardagi takomillashishni taqozo etadi. Va bu demak bevosita huquqiy asoslar borasida demak ishlarimizni davom ettirishni zaruratini ko'rsatadi. Endi uslubiy jihatlarida bilamizki, mana statistik xalqaro statistik uslubiyotlar, klassifikatorlar muntazam yangilanib bormoqda va bu ham demak zamon bilan hamnafas bo'lish nuqtai nazaridan birgalikda takomillashtirish yuzasidan ishlashni davrning o'zi taqozo etmoqda. Endi raqamlashtirish masalalari bugungi kunda yangilik emas, lekin mana shu jihatida mana yangi muqobil ma'lumot manbalarini kirib kelishi ham demak xususan demak mana katta hajmli ma'lumotlar va albatta mana bu bizning tez orada demak o'tkazish kutilayotgan aholini va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish tadbirimiz ham shak shubhasiz bizga eng yirik asosiy ma'lumot manbaini taqdim etadi. Lekin shu bilan bir qatorda demak qo'shimcha ma'lumot manbalarini ham va mana demak savdo tochkalari, yirik savdo obyektlaridagi muqobil yana masalan demak mobil ma'lumotlarimiz, shu bilan bir qatorda yana qo'shimcha yangi chiqib kelayotgan axborot manbalarini demak umumlashtirish, yagona axborot makonida umumiy axborot bazasi sifatida foydalanish nuqtai nazaridan raqamli texnologiyalarga tayangan holda qayta ishlash jarayonlarini takomillashning zaruratini yuzaga keltiradi. Shu nuqtai nazardan demak mana shu yo'nalish ham doimiy kun tartibidagi masalalar sifatida qayd etish mumkin bo'ladi. Albatta xalqaro andozalarga moslashishda bugungi natijalarni qayd etgan holda ayrim jihatlariga ham e'tibor qaratmoqchi edik. Demak, bilamizki, mamlakatimiz Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasining ma'lumotlarni tarqatish umumiy tizimiga ulangan. Demak, mana shu jihatdan keyingi bosqichda bevosita ma'lumotlarning sifati, davriyligi, dolzarbligini ta'minlash doirasida uning yuqori darajalariga, maxsus standartlarga o'tish jarayonlarini demak shak shubhasiz kelgusi bosqichimizdagi muhim yo'nalishlardan biri sifatida ham qarasak o'rinli bo'ladi. Albatta mana shu barcha jarayonlarni qamrab olganimizda ochiqlik va shaffoflik masalalari doimo diqqat e'tiborimizda, doim kun tartibida bo'ladi. Shu nuqtai nazardan foydalanuvchilar ehtiyojlarini qondirib borish, ma'lumotlar ochiqligini, shaffofligini ta'minlash borasidagi ishlarni davom ettirilishi bevosita avvalambor tizim uchun demak ishonchning oshishiga, shu bilan bir qatorda foydalanuvchilarning ehtiyojlarini qondirishga xizmat qiladi. Umuman olganda bu jarayonlarda qonunchilikni takomillashtirish, huquqiy asoslarni takomillashtirish barobarida bevosita hamkorlikda ishlashga va biz tarafimizdan ko'mak bo'ladigan jihatlarda doimo amaliy yordamchi, ko'makchi bo'lishga doim tayyorligimizni bildirib qolamiz. Rahmat.
Thank you very much. Talking about the next stage, so we had the focus based on the direction of the president around the digital transformation as a critical part of the sort of transformation of the statistical system. You've also seen that from the implementation of the NSDS that the World Bank sort of helped the statistical committee to develop. There was a significant improvement in the statistical performance index for Uzbekistan, I think from around 54 to around 72 now. I think it's now standing head and above shoulders for across the region. So what do you see as what's next in terms of for the next stage of the transformation from your perspective, using your global experience, and see how sort of the World Bank can also help the statistical committee in this journey for transformation?
Thank you, Albert. As you know, I mean, the World Bank in 2019 had been invited to support Uzbekistan in the development of the first national statistical strategy. I didn't have the pleasure to be involved in that, so I have to rely on the information that my colleagues provided to me and on the SPI index. What I've been told is that it has been a major success. During this time, 2025, obviously the Uzbek economy has gone through some very profound change, and the statistical system has gone hand in hand with this transformation of the economy, which is, of course, very good news. And this is something clearly that will continue. I think the two presentations before on the CPI and on national accounts and the commitment to adopt the SNA 2025 by 2030 or before is really testimony of the commitment of the statistical system to really embrace change and continue the reform that have been initiated. During this time, it's not only that we have seen a change in the economy and statistics within Uzbekistan, we have seen a lot of change in the ecosystem, in the data ecosystem, the global data ecosystem in which the official statistics operates. One thing first is AI. I cannot go to a meeting these days without AI being mentioned. And, you know, both as a challenge and as an opportunity for official statisticians. AI did not exist when the first strategy was developed, but you cannot escape that these days. With AI came a lot of change also in the user's expectation and on who the partners are for statistical systems. So this is something that will certainly influence a lot what will have to be done in the next 5 years, especially, I would say, in the area of data management and dissemination, maybe not as much yet in the area of data collection, data production. Another thing that is a global trend is, of course, the diversification of the data source. You know, the private sector has become a key provider of data, sometimes even maybe a competitor to official statistical agencies. And this is something that, you know, statistical agencies will have to take advantage. I mean, you just mentioned the importance of having the legal framework and the capacity for statistical agencies in general, not just in Uzbekistan, to take advantage of data from the private sector, big data in particular. And so all these, of course, are major change that, you know, will influence the evolution of the statistical system in general and the statistical strategy 2630. Now, 10 days ago, I was at OECD in Paris attending the a meeting of Paris 21, which is to some extent the birthplace of the NSDS. I think Paris 21 are the agency that established the guidance on how to produce NSDS. And this meeting was very well attended. There were about 70 participants, including the national statistical agencies from quite a few countries, international partners. And for the first time in this type of meeting, Google was also present in this meeting. And that really shows that, you know, the big techs are really more and more interested in the production of official producers. Part of the reason for that is that AI is still very bad at dealing with official statistics. So I think that's also something that we have to take into account in the production, management, and dissemination of official statistics. Now, for the NSDS in general, and I'm not going to be specific on what needs to be done in Uzbekistan, because I think that will come in a next presentation. But the key trends that we see in what really matters for an NSDS, and I'm talking also based on talking points that I received from my colleagues who are working with Uzbekistan on the development of the new NSDS. The first one is, you know, keep in mind that the fundamentals have not changed. Population census, agricultural census, registers, you know, like business registers. I mean, the traditional type of data sets remain extremely important. Sometimes at the World Bank, when we talk to senior management, they ask us, why do you still need so much money, you know, to conduct surveys and census? Why don't you just use big data and these different sources, satellite imagery and others? I mean, the reason is because we have these different sources of data, we need these traditional sources of data. They are the ground truth. They are the way we can calibrate models. So they are absolutely essential. So we need to keep, of course, we need to modernize them, but we need to keep paying much attention to our traditional sample surveys, population, agricultural census, economic census. Second, of course, is that we need to take advantage of the alternative source of data. We're talking about web scraping. We haven't talked about satellite imagery, but that's a major source of data. We need to make better use of mobile phone operators' data. If you want to do that, again, you need to have data privacy and legislation that will enable that. You need to have the trust of the population and the trust of the data providers. So this is something that really needs to be worked on. But obviously, there is a lot that can be done and that will be done in Uzbekistan using this data in the context of digitization of the economy. Third thing is openness and transparency. I mean, that's very clearly the topic of this meeting, this workshop today. I think openness and transparency is absolutely essential. In the past, official statistical agencies saw the users a little bit as the clients. I think it's more important not to see them as partners, both the private sector, the civil society, the public, all these, and of course, government agencies really need to be partners of the statistical system. If you want a contribution, you need to be open, and then you will have the input you need from these different stakeholders. So that might mean, some change. For example, opening some access to microdata to the research community and to some categories of users. So, some change, some modernization will need to take place in this area, which again may require some legal change, technical change, acquiring new skills and others. Another thing is, modernize the modes of data dissemination. APIs and data should be seen not just as a product, but also as a service. So API data dissemination is absolutely critical these days. You need to make your data machine readable, machine understandable, so that third parties can really tap into your data to build new platforms, new service for the clients. Fifth, be ready to AI. There's a lot of interest in AI readiness. That will be the topic of a special session at the next United Nations Statistics Commission. It is the topic also of a working group under the high-level group on modernization of official statistics at the European Economic Commission for Statistics. So there's a lot of work on AI readiness. What that means is that the data produced by official statisticians, again, need to be open, need to be made accessible via APIs through modern modes of data collection, and need to come with much better metadata. Again, that's closely related to the issue of transparency and openness. For that, you need, skills that may require, reskilling existing, the staff that you already have, maybe bringing some new people on board. And that's a challenge that we face ourselves at the World Bank. Some of the new staff that we're recruiting in the data group at the World Bank are not statisticians at all. They have degrees in computer science, in physics. These are people who really understand machine learning, AI, and things like that. So we need this type of expertise in our business. Sixth point is skills. We will have a presentation on the importance of training. We need to develop skills in new areas, machine learning, AI, data management, metadata management, all that are things that will be absolutely essential. I'm absolutely sure that this will be part of this next NSDS. And the last one, and I'll finish on that, Robert, is really maintaining and establishing new partnerships and collaborations, including with the private sector, with the big techs. So international organizations can serve as intermediaries for that. We can work with statistical agencies for that. The World Bank obviously will be very happy to be a partner with the National Statistics Commission and the National Statistical System in general in this area. Just a very last small point of information. In the past 5 years, the World Bank has landed about $2.2 billion to statistics in about 40 countries. All that was made possible by the fact that countries had much better national statistical strategies. Without that, there would not be a lending program, there would not be the trust between international partners, sponsors, and the data producers. So these strategies that you have implemented successfully and the next one that will be implemented equally successfully are absolutely essential for the collaboration with all the EU national and international partners. So, thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. I just to reiterate on your last point, I think my last activity before I started working on Uzbekistan and Central Asia was actually the development of like a $300 million project, a regional project, which was a program for results on statistics. And the angle of that program for results was a strong a national statistics development strategy across each one of those countries. So I think this just highlights the importance of having a clear program in also attracting funding and support for statistics. I want to turn on to talk of the role of the institute in the statistical modernization. So we are talking about new skills being required. We are also talking about also the new skills being required to implement also new methodologies, right? So I'm glad that the name of the institute is Staff Advanced Training and Statistical Research. So that is not just about training, but also undertaking research as well. So can you please share in terms of, with the audience, in terms of what is next from the perspective of the institute in terms of its contribution to the statistical transformation agenda?
Robert, thank you very much, Mr. Robert. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xalqaro konferensiya ishtirokchilari. Avvalambor berilgan fursat uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Demak, bizning taqdimotimiz transformatsiya jarayonlariga bag'ishlangan institut faoliyatida va so'zimni avvalda alohida ta'kidlab o'tmoqchi edimki, mana kirish so'zlarida hurmatli raisimiz O'zbek Sayilxonovich tomonlarida ham shu milliy statistika tizimida transformatsiya jarayonlari to'g'risida alohida to'xtalib o'tildi va shu jumladan bugungi kunda institutimiz faoliyatida transformatsiya jarayonlariga tayyorgarlik to'g'risida ham bir qisqacha taqdimot tayyorlagan edik. E'tiborlarga havola etamiz. Demak, transformatsiya islohotlarini asos soluvchi joriy yilda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Vazirlar Mahkamasining 106-sonli qarori bo'ldi. Mazkur qarorda ikkita asosiy yo'nalishlarga alohida urg'u berilgan. Bu ham bo'lsa, institutni shu malaka oshirish va ta'lim faoliyatini takomillashtirish va shu bilan birgalikda ilmiy tadqiqot faoliyatini takomillashtirishga qaratilgan. Alohida ta'kidlash zarurki, shu malaka oshirish tizimi quyidagi asosiy yo'nalishlar va bosqichlar belgilab berildi. Bu ham bo'lsa, har 2 yilda malaka oshirish kurslari tashkil etilishi, keyingi qadam sifatida shu kadrlarni tayyorlash va qayta tayyorlash bo'yicha elektron platformani yaratish. Endi bu platforma deganimizda bu sayt emas, aynan barcha jarayonlarni o'z faoliyatiga qamrab oluvchi platforma to'g'risida gap bormoqda. Keyingi bir asosiy yo'nalish sifatida shu Koreyaning trening instituti bilan ta'lim dasturlarini yangilash va xorijiy o'qituvchilarni faol jalb qilish. Shuningdek, statistika ma'lumotlarini yig'uvchi va hisobotlarni tayyorlovchi respublika va mahalliy ijro hokimiyati mas'ullari uchun kurslarini tashkil etish belgilangan. Va bugungi kunda statistika tizimida faol qo'llanilib kelayotgan Stata dasturi bo'yicha kurslarini yaratish va o'tkazish belgilangan. Mana bu bo'yicha bu yildan kurslar tashkil etilgan va faol amalga oshirilmoqda. Va asosiy yo'nalishlardan biri bu kichik biznes vakillari uchun hududlarda sayyor kurslarni tashkil etish. Mana bunga ham start berildi. Birinchi hududimiz shu Jizzaxdan boshlandi. Va o'ylaymanki, keyingi bosqichlarda barcha hududlarni qamrab olamiz. Bir institutning bir asosiy yo'nalishlaridan biri bu ilmiy tadqiqot faoliyatidir. Bunga alohida to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, bunda ham transformatsiya jarayonlari asosan shu quyidagi yo'nalishlarda ko'rishimiz mumkin. Demak, joriy yilda shu raqamli statistika ilmiy amaliy laboratoriyasi tashkil etildi. Elektron statistika xalqaro ilmiy kutubxonasi tashkil etildi. Bu mazkur ikkita katta tizimimiz Jahon bankining ko'magi asosida tashkil etildi. Mana shaxsan janob Robert o'zingiz ham yil boshida tashrif buyurdingiz, guvohi bo'ldingiz tashkiliy ishlar bilan va natijalari bo'yicha. Shuningdek, mazkur kutubxonamizni Web of Science, Springer Nature, EBSCO kabi shu xalqaro ilmiy nashrlar bilan, elektron nashrlar bilan boyitishga erishildi. fundamental, amaliy, innovatsion va startap ilmiy tadqiqot loyihalarini tashkil etish va unda faol ishtirok etish yo'nalishlari belgilangan. Endi bunda alohida ta'kidlash zarurki, shu institutni ilmiy tadqiqot faoliyati bo'yicha asosiy buyurtmachi sifatida shu Milliy statistika qo'mitasi bo'ladi va statistika tizimida dolzarb bo'lgan tadqiqot yo'nalishlarini qamrab olishga harakat qilamiz har yil davomida. Tadqiqotlarimiz asosan amaliy tadqiqotlar va ba'zan shu amaliy tadqiqotlarimiz shuni ko'rsatmoqdaki, bu tadqiqotlarimiz innovatsion tadqiqotlar ham bo'lib chiqmoqda. Bu bo'yicha yana alohida bir yoritib beramiz. Va bir ilk bora mana yangi qadam qo'yildi. 26-27 yillarda ilmiy tadqiqot dasturlarini shakllantirish vazifalari belgilangan. Mana shaxsan raisimizning o'zlari shu tadqiqot yo'nalishiga alohida e'tibor berib, qiziqish bildirib, tadqiqot dasturlarimiz hattoki qayta ko'rib chiqildi bu yilda va bugungi kunda shular faol amalga oshirilmoqda. Tadqiqot faoliyatiga alohida e'tibor qaratildiki, shu Koreyaning ilmiy tadqiqot instituti faol jalb etilishi belgilangan. Mana bu bo'yicha mana oldimizda bir ulkan vazifalar turibdiki, shu Koreyadagi bor tajribani, shu tadqiqot aynan tajribasini bizani institutda joriy qilish vazifalari turibdi. Va shu bir muhim bir yo'nalishlardan biri shu xo'jalik yurituvchi subyektlar uchun shartnoma asosida ilmiy tadqiqotlarni o'tkazish. Mana bu bo'yicha yana bir alohida to'xtalib o'tamiz. Bu bir nechta rejalarimizni belgilaganmiz. Endi malaka oshirish tizimiga e'tibor beradigan bo'lsak, malaka oshirish tizimimiz 3 ta asosiy yo'nalishlarni qamrab oladi. Shu birinchisi bu statistika qo'mitasida iqtisodiyot ta'lim yo'nalishi bo'lmagan xodimlari uchun qayta tayyorlash kurslari tashkil etilgan. Demak, bu statistika fani bo'yicha qayta tayyorlash kurslari bo'lib, 576 soatdan iborat bo'ladi va har yili 3 ta yil davomida 3 ta kurslar tashkil etiladi. Endi o'rtacha hisob bo'ladigan bo'lsa, har bir kursimiz 3 oyni qamrab oladi. Keyingi bir asosiy yo'nalish bu statistika qo'mitasi xodimlarining malakasini oshirish kurslaridir. Endi bu kursimiz ancha keng kurs bo'lib, jami 26 ta kurslarni qamrab olgan. Bular bo'lsa 14 ta shu tarmoq statistikasiga bag'ishlangan kurslar, 7 ta kurslar shu axborot kommunikatsion texnologiyalari, raqamli texnologiyalar, bitta kursimiz shu rahbar xodimlari uchun kurslar va 4 ta kursimiz shu yuridik xizmatlari, buxgalteriya xizmatlari, ijro intizomi va xodimlar bilan ishlovchi mutaxassislarga bag'ishlangan. Va bir so'nggi yo'nalishimiz bu statistika tizimida bo'lmagan mutaxassislar uchun statistika bo'yicha bilim va ko'nikmalarini oshirishga qaratilgan kurslardir. Mana bu bo'yicha oldimizda bir ulkan vazifalar turibdi. Ya'ni vazirlik va idoralardagi mutaxassislarni qamrab olgan holda ular uchun bir kurslarni tashkil etish vazifamizda turibdi. Yuqorida alohida ta'kidlab o'tdimki, shu Vazirlar Mahkamasining 106-sonli qarori bilan alohida belgilanganki, institut Koreya statistika institutlari bilan hamkorligini faol amalga oshirishi. Mana yaqqol misolini ko'rishimiz mumkin. Joriy yilda shu Milliy statistika qo'mitasi va Koreyaning statistika qo'mitasining ko'magi asosida institutda zamonaviy o'quv xonasi tashkil etildi. Mazkur xona to'liq ta'mirlandi, zamonaviy kompyuter texnika texnologiyalari, ekranlar va vositalar bilan ta'mirlandi. Mana kuni kecha yakunlandi va hozirgi kunda harakat qilyapmiz ochilish jarayoniga tayyorgarlik ishlarini. Yuqorida aytib o'tdikki, demak, Milliy statistika qo'mitasi va Jahon bankining ko'magi asosida bu yilda elektron kutubxonasi va raqamli statistika laboratoriyasi tashkil etildi. Endi elektron kutubxona to'g'risida gapiradigan bo'lsak, bu bugungi kunda bir o'zida ikkita asosiy yo'nalishni mujassamlashtirgan kutubxona bo'lib chiqdi. Demak, ham elektron resurslar bilan boyitilgan va shu bilan birgalikda mana yilni boshida Jahon bankining ko'magi asosida 400 dan ortiq yangi kitoblar xarid qilindi va mazkur kitoblar yangi kitoblardirki, ya'ni 20 va 25 yillarda chop etilgan asarlar, ya'ni bular statistika, iqtisodiyot, raqamli iqtisodiyot, sun'iy intellektlarga bag'ishlangan zamonaviy adabiyotlardir va shu bilan birgalikda yana bir narsaga alohida urg'u berib o'tmoqchimizki, badiiy asarlar bilan ham kutubxonamiz boyitildi. Ya'ni xodimlar va izlanuvchilar zamonaviy badiiy asarlar, jahon adabiyotlari bilan tanishib borish uchun yangi kitoblar xarid qilingan. Elektron kutubxona sifatida shu EBSCO, Springer Nature, Web of Science kabi xalqaro ilmiy nashrlar bazalariga ulanilgan va yana bir narsaga alohida e'tiborlarni qaratmoqchimanki, mazkur kompyuterlar shu milliy kutubxonani elektron resurslariga ham ulangan. Keyingi taqdimotimizda shu raqamli statistika laboratoriyasiga bag'ishlangan. Bunda laboratoriyaning asosiy maqsadi shu zamonaviy, mana janob Oliver alohida ta'kidlab o'tdilar, sun'iy intellekt, katta ma'lumotlar bazasi bilan ishlashga qaratilgan loyihalarga moslashtirilgan va mazkur laboratoriyada Stata va boshqa zamonaviy platformalar joylashtirilgan. Bundan tadqiqotchilarimiz foydalanishi mumkin. Joriy yilni 22-26 sentyabr kunlari shu Koreya statistikasining ko'magi asosida shu institutda ilk bora Python bilan statistik tahlil qilish boshlang'ich darajasidagi kurslar tashkil etildi va mazkur kursda Milliy statistika qo'mitasi mas'ul vakillari, shu jumladan hududiy bosh boshqarmalari mas'ul vakillari ishtirok etishdi va xalqaro sertifikatlar bilan taqdirlanishdi. Endi malaka oshirish tizimiga e'tibor berilgan bo'lsa, mana transformatsiya jarayonlari joriy yildan boshlandi deb alohida e'tibor berdik. Demak, 4 ta yangi kurslar joriy qilindi. Shu 36 soat, 48 soatlik kurslar. Bu ham bo'lsa milliy hisoblar tizimi, raqamli iqtisodiyot, katta ma'lumotlar va sun'iy intellektlar yo'nalishidagi kurslar. Va keyingi yilda rejamiz bo'yicha statistika data analytics va Python bilan statistik tahlil boshlang'ich darajadagi yangi kurs joriy qilinishi belgilangan. Alohida aytib o'tishimiz kerakki, shu O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining PF 173-sonli farmoni e'lon qilinishi bilan institutda shuni aholini ro'yxatga olish va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish tadbirlariga tayyorgarlik ko'rish, ya'ni mutaxassislarni tayyorlash kurslari institutda faol amalga oshirib kelinmoqda. Va kuni kecha mana BMTning aholishunoslik jamg'armasini O'zbekistondagi vakolatxonasi hamda milliy mass medianing qo'llab-quvvatlanish va rivojlantirish jamoat fondi bilan birgalikda ommaviy axborot vakillari uchun o'quv kurs seminari tashkil etildi va muvaffaqiyatli o'tkazildi. Tadqiqot yo'nalishimizda bir asosiy, bir katta bir yutuq bo'ldiki, joriy yilda shu statistika tizimida xalqaro standartlarni joriy qilishga qadam qo'yildi, ya'ni ISO standartlari. Mana bu yilda 2 ta ISO standartlari bugungi kunda to'liq joriy qilishga tayyorlandi va joriy qilish bosqichlari amalga oshirilmoqda va xudo xolisa keyingi yilda shu Milliy statistika Qo'mitasi qo'llab-quvvatlanadigan bo'lsa tomonidan yana 2 ta standart bo'ladi va unda institut faol ishtirok etishga reja qilib turibdi. Alohida e'tiboringlarni jurnal faoliyatiga qaratmoqchimiz. Mazkur jurnalimiz 2019-yildan beri chop etiladi va bunda bir katta yutug'imiz deb hisoblayman. Jurnalni xalqaro darajada tanilishiga harakat qilmoqchimiz. Ya'ni bunda o'tgan yildan faxriy xorijiy tahririyat a'zolari taklif etildi. Bu hamkorimiz Koreya statistika institutlari vakillari, shu jumladan Italiya hamda Yevropa hamjamiyati vakillari taklif etildi. Endi keyingi yilda transformatsiya jarayonlarida quyidagi yo'nalishlarni qamrab oladi. Albatta bu institut faoliyatini takomillashtirish, ya'niki zamonaviy bilimlar markazini tashkil etish, elektron platformani joriy qilish, Koreyaning trening instituti bilan shu malaka oshirish, qayta tayyorlash kurslarini takomillashtirish va ba'zi hollarda uni to'liq qayta ko'rib chiqish, shu jumladan mazkur jarayonga Koreyaning mas'ul mutaxassislarini jalb qilish va yakuniy bir yo'nalishimizda bu ilmiy tadqiqot faoliyati. Bu bo'yicha ham bir nechta yo'nalishlar belgilangan va eng asosiy yo'nalishimiz o'ylaymanki O'zbekiston Respublikasida aholini va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish natijalari asosida ilmiy tadqiqotlar institut tomonidan bajariladi. Shu jumladan yashirin iqtisodiyot statistikasi, kreativ iqtisodiyot statistikasi va bir narsaga e'tiboringlarni qaratmoqchi edik. Demak, mikro ma'lumotlar laboratoriyasini tashkil etish rejamiz ham bor. Yaxshi bilasizlar, bugungi kunda O'zbekistondagi shu statistika ma'lumotlariga tobora talab ortib bormoqda, ayniqsa talabalar, tadqiqotchilar tomonidan va o'ylaymanki, aynan institut mazkur platforma vazifasini bajargan holda laboratoriyani tashkil etilsa, maqsadga muvofiq bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. Hurmatli yig'ilish ishtirokchilari, avvalambor rahmat e'tiboringlar uchun. Qisqacha shu.
Thank you. So if we were to bring this all together in terms of the next stage of the transformation, there are developments that are needed from the legislative point of view, from the human capacity and methodological development, but also changes within the data ecosystem, new partnership being required, the importance of AI, and that just many forms and sources of data are now being created. How do you bring this all together in terms of formulating the next stage for the statistical systems transformation, which will be underlined by a new national statistics development strategy? So to just give a quick overview of what's upcoming, what's being discussed, and sort of what's on the table for the next stage within the upcoming National Statistical Development Strategy. I'll invite Mr. Ulukbek Noipov to offer a quick overview of the formulation of a new national development strategy for Uzbekistan. Over.
Mr. Robert, thank you. Good afternoon, dear guests, colleagues. With your permission, I would like to continue in Uzbek. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli mehmonlar, hamkasblar. Bugungi konferensiyamiz shu mamlakatimizda statistika sohasida amalga oshirilayotgan chuqur islohotlarni bir muhokama qilish uchun bir yaxshi platforma deb hisoblayman. Shu nuqtai nazardan 2030 yillarga mo'ljallangan O'zbekiston statistika tizimini rivojlantirish bo'yicha ishlab chiqilayotgan yangi strategiyamiz haqida, milliy strategiyamiz haqida tanishtirib o'tmoqchiman. Avvalambor har bir strategiyalar ishlab chiqilishidan oldin shu mamlakatdagi, ushbu sohadagi hozirgi holat, ya'ni shu mamlakat qay darajada shu sohada rivojlangan yoki qaysi sohada, qaysi yo'nalishlarda nima muammolari borligi o'rganiladi. Shu boisdan Milliy statistika tizimi 2024-yilda global baholashdan o'tkazilgan. Bu nima uchun kerak bo'lgan? Yangi strategiyani ishlab chiqish uchun asos sifatida foydalanish, o'zimizdagi bor yutuqlarimizni, shu bilan birga kamchiliklarimiz va qaysi sohada orqada qolayotganligimizni ko'rish uchun xalqaro ekspertlar jalb qilingan. Bunda bizga shu Yevropa iqtisodiy komissiyasining statistika bo'limi, Eurostat, Yevropa erkin iqtisodiy assotsiatsiyasi xodimlari, shu mutaxassislar, xalqaro ekspertlar yaqindan yordam berishgan va ularning ko'magida 2025-yilda iyun oyida biz tarmoq baholash, sharhlashdan ham o'tdik. Bu aynan milliy statistika tizimini emas, milliy statistika qo'mitasini baholashga qaratilgan tadbir. Bunda ham shu xalqaro ekspertlarning tavsiyalari, takliflarini kelgusida nima sohalarni rivojlantirishimiz kerakligi bo'yicha ularning fikrlarini oldik. Shulardan bir qator keltirib o'tmoqchiman. Milliy statistika tizimini muvofiqlashtirish. Bu yo'nalishda bizda oldimizda juda katta vazifalar turibdi. Xususan shu milliy statistika tizimida yangi ijrochilar, yangi tashkilotlarni paydo bo'lib kelayotganligi, ular o'zligining yo'nalishligi bo'yicha soha statistikasini yuritishni boshlayotganligi biz uchun bir yaxshi yutuq va yaxshi yo'nalish. Bu yo'nalishda ham ishlashimiz kerak. Ma'lumotlarning sifati bo'yicha, ya'ni shu integratsiya jarayonlarida, avtomatlashtirish jarayonlarida tanlama kuzatuvlarini yig'ish, ma'lumotlarni yig'ish jarayonlarida shu xalqaro tashkilotlar tomonidan tavsiya etiladigan standartlarga joriy qilinishi va milliy statistika tizimini sifat nuqtai nazaridan koordinatsiya qilish masalalari ham oldimizda turgan vazifalardan hisoblanadi. Keyingisi bu ish jarayonlarini hujjatlash va raqamlashtirish. Milliy statistika tizimida ko'p vazifalar, ko'p yutuqlarga erishilgan bo'linsa ham ba'zi bir sohalarda, yo'nalishlarda shu xalqaro tavsiyalarga asosan hujjatlashtirish, rasmiylashtirish ehtiyojlari bor. Innovatsiya madaniyatini shakllantirish bu keyingi asosiy bir yo'nalishlardan rivojlanish uchun driver bo'lishi mumkin bo'lgan yo'nalishlardan biri hisoblanadi. Ushbu global baholash va tarmoq baholashlari sharhlaridan kelib chiqib bizda bir qator ishlar amalga oshirila boshlandi. Uslubiyotlardagi o'zgarishlarga xususan to'xtaladigan bo'lsam, hisobot yuklamasini kamaytirish bo'yicha bir qator ishlar qilindi. Alohida ekspert guruhlari tashkil qilindi va uni natijasida 2026-yil uchun hisobot yuklamasi tadbirkorlar uchun 26-27% ga kamaytirilishi rejalashtirilmoqda hozir. Kuzatuvlar ko'lamini 6% ga oshirishni rejalashtirganmiz. Shu bilan birga uslubiyotlarni takomillashtirishda ham ishlayapmiz. Bu 2-3% ga o'zgartirishlar, yangi metodikalar va uslubiyotlar joriy qilinishi rejalashtirilgan. Shu bilan bir qatorda Milliy statistika qo'mitasi shu global baholash va tarmoq sharhlaridan tashqari o'zimizni shu Milliy statistika qo'mitasi tizimini chuqurroq tahlil qilish maqsadida konsalting kompaniyasini yolladik. Bu Deloitte global kompaniya. Bu kompaniya ekspertlari bilan birgalikda chuqur diagnostikadan Milliy statistika qo'mitasi o'tdi va ularni o'rganishlari natijasida 5 ta asosiy yo'nalishda 70 ga yaqin kichkina loyihalar, ya'ni muhim oldimizda turgan kichik tashabbuslar va loyihalar ishlab chiqildi. Bular haqida xususan keyingi slaydda batafsil to'xtalib o'taman. Birinchi yo'nalish bu institutsional mustahkamlash va sifat yo'nalishi. Ko'rishimiz mumkinki, bu global baholashda berilgan tavsiyalar ham shu Deloitte tomonidan o'tkazilgan chuqur diagnostikada bir-biriga mos kelmoqda. Ya'ni institutsional mustahkamlash, qonunchiliklarni takomillashtirish, panelimiz a'zolari ham bu masalada yuqorida to'xtalib o'tishdi. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu statistik jarayonlarni modernizatsiya qilish, ya'ni xususan ma'lumot yig'ishni markazlashtirish. Bunda shu avtomatlashtirishga ko'proq e'tibor berish, elektron shu ma'lumotlarni yig'ish jarayonlarini kengaytirish nazarda tutiladi. Keyingi yo'nalishimizda bu raqamli transformatsiya va infratuzilmani takomillashtirish. Unda biz shu Milliy statistika qo'mitasida markazlashgan ma'lumotlar bazasini, yagona ma'lumotlar bazasini yaratishni rejalashtirmoqmiz. Bu borada boshqa vazirlik idoralari bilan ham, xususan raqamli rivojlantirish vazirligi bilan ham yaqindan hamkorlikda ishlaymiz va Jahon banki bilan amalga oshirilayotgan hozirda o'sha birinchi strategiyamizni amalga oshirishga qaratilgan loyihamizda ham katta data center, ya'ni data markaz qurish rejalashtirilgan. Bu mana shu yagona ma'lumotlar bazasini yaratishga platforma sifatida xizmat qiladi. Kadrlar salohiyatini oshirish va korporativ madaniyat bu yo'nalish ham o'ta muhim hisoblanadi. Kadrlar HR strategiyasini ishlab chiqish maqsadida biz ishlarni boshlaganmiz. Bu shu milliy statistika tizimiga yangi yosh talantlarni jalb qilish, ularni doimiy ravishda uzluksiz o'qitib borish malakasini oshirish masalalarini qamrab oladi. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu foydalanuvchilarga yo'naltirilganlik, user orientation deyiladi. Bunda biz shu foydalanuvchilar bilan bu barcha turdagi foydalanuvchilarni nazarda tutmoqdaman. Hozir davlat tashkilotlari, jamoatchilik, ilmiy doira va ular bilan doimiy ravishda muloqotda bo'lib, foydalanuvchilarning ehtiyojini qondiradigan kerakli zarur statistik ma'lumotlarni vaqtida tez, sifatli yetkazib berish nazarda tutilmoqda. Endi xususan yangi o'sha 26-30-yillarga mo'ljallangan yangi strategiyamizga to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, bu strategiyamiz Jahon bankining ekspertlari ko'magida, texnik ko'magida amalga oshirilmoqda. Bu bo'yicha ishlarni boshlaganmiz, xalqaro ekspertlarni jalb qilganmiz. Britaniyadan malakali ekspertlar jalb qilingan. Polshadan, Polsha statistika idorasidan, xususan shu Polsha statistikasini oldingi rahbari sifatida faoliyat yuritgan juda yuqori malakali tajribaga ega bo'lgan va ushbu mamlakatlarda statistika tizimlarini transformatsiya qilish jarayonlarida bevosita ishtirok etgan xalqaro ekspertlarni jalb qilishga harakat qilganmiz. Ular bilan hozirda shu strategiyani ishlab chiqish jarayonlarini birga amalga oshiryapmiz. Strategiyamiz asosan inson resurslari bo'yicha shu yo'nalishlarni qamrab oladi. Axborot texnologiyalarini takomillashtirish, foydalanuvchilar bilan muloqot, metodologiyalarni xususan Jahon banki, Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi, BMT statistika bo'limi, Yevropa iqtisodiy komissiyasining statistika bo'limi tomonidan ishlab chiqilgan tavsiyalar va standartlarni milliy statistika tizimiga joriy qilinishi va ularga doimiy ravishda ulardan foydalanishga qaratilgan bo'ladi. Yana bir muhim yo'nalishlardan biri bu ma'lumotlarni tarqatish yo'nalishi. Ma'lumotlarni tarqatish yo'nalishida xususan mikro ma'lumotlarni tarqatishga katta urg'u bermoqchimiz. Shu paytgacha bu sohada katta o'zgarishlar bo'lmagan. Buni ochiq aytishimiz kerak. Mikro ma'lumotlar o'ta muhim hisoblanadi, chunki ular chuqur tahlil qilish uchun asosiy manba hisoblanadi. Mamlakatda bo'layotgan, iqtisodiyotda bo'layotgan o'zgarishlarni chuqur tahlil qilish va kelgusidagi prognozlarni aniqroq amalga oshirish uchun mikro ma'lumotlar doimiy ravishda kerak bo'ladi. Shuning uchun bu yo'nalishda ham rivojlantirmoqchimiz va bu yo'nalishda harakatlar olib boramiz. Ushbu slaydda shu 2026-yildan boshlab 2030-yilgacha Milliy statistika Qo'mitasi oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlarni bir qator sanab o'tmoqchiman. Birinchisi bu strategiyani ishlab chiqish jarayonida Milliy statistika Qo'mitasining maqsadi va vazifalari vision deyiladi. Vision, mission bu narsalar nima uchun muhim? Yuqorida aytib o'tgandek, Deloitte kompaniyasi bergan tavsiyalarda korporativ culture, ya'ni korporativ madaniyatni rivojlantirish o'ta muhimligini ta'kidlab o'tgan. Shu nuqtai nazardan Milliy statistika qo'mitasini oldiga qo'ygan maqsad vazifalarini aniq qilib belgilab olish strategiya doirasida rejalashtirilgan. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu uslubiyotlarimizni takomillashtirish. Bunda shu tarmoq statistikasini, soha statistikasini xalqaro standartlarga moslashtirish nazarda tutilmoqda. Yana ham keyingi yo'nalishda bu xodimlar malakasini oshirish, salohiyatini oshirish, shu uzluksiz malaka oshirish tizimini joriy qilish nazarda tutilmoqda va Milliy statistika qo'mitasi huzuridagi shu malaka oshirish va statistika tadqiqotlar institutini ham tubdan modernizatsiya qilish, transformatsiya qilish va kelgusida 2030-yilga qadar ushbu malaka oshirish institutini mintaqadagi eng yaxshi, eng nufuzli, eng salohiyatli institutga aylantirishni rejalashtirganmiz. Keyingi yo'nalishimizda bu raqamli transformatsiya, ya'ni hozirgi kunda shu yuqorida ta'kidlab o'tilgandek sun'iy intellekt masalalari, machine learning deymiz, mashinaviy o'qish masalalari, katta hajmdagi ma'lumotlar, big data, GIS texnologiyalari o'ta rivojlanib bormoqda va bu statistikada o'z aksini topishi zamon talabiga aylanib bormoqda. Shuning uchun ushbu yo'nalishda ham biz уже bir qator ishlarni boshlaganmiz, xususan sun'iy intellekt, big data yo'nalishlarida va GIS texnologiyalarini joriy qilishni boshlaganmiz. Qo'mita tarkibida alohida ishchi guruhlar tashkil qilingan, xalqaro ekspertlar jalb qilingan. Bu yo'nalishlarda ham ishlarimizni davom ettiramiz. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu zamonaviy ma'lumotlar yig'ish tizimini takomillashtirish, joriy qilish. Bunda KAVI texnologiyalaridan foydalangan holda hozirda Milliy statistika qo'mitasi KAPI sistemasi orqali, planshetlar orqali kuzatuvlarni tashkil qilib, ma'lumotlarni yig'ishni amalga oshiradi. Kelgusida KAVI sistemalarini, ya'ni telefon orqali intervyular o'tkazish, kompyuter yordamida sun'iy intellekt orqali kuzatuvlarni inson omilisiz tashkil qilish masalalariga qaratmoqchimiz. Xususan open data, ya'ni ochiq ma'lumotlar ekosistemasini takomillashtirish bo'yicha alohida strategiyalar ishlab chiqilmoqda. Hozirda bu yo'nalishda bir qator yutuqlarga erishgan bo'lsak ham, xususan Odin bo'yicha, ya'ni xalqaro shu ochiq ma'lumotlar reytingida O'zbekiston 11-o'ringa ko'tarilgan. So'nggi yillarda katta o'zgarishlar tufayli, ya'ni open data sohasida bo'lgan o'zgarishlar tufayli. Lekin shu bilan ham biz cheklanib qolmoqchi emasmiz. Kelgusi yillar uchun ochiq ma'lumotlar sohasini rivojlantirish maqsadida sohaga doir strategiyalar va konsepsiyalar ishlab chiqilishi rejalashtirilgan. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu foydalanuvchilar bilan muloqotni yaxshilash, doimiy ravishda o'sha ommaviy axborot vositalari, boshqa vazirlik idoralari ehtiyojlarini o'rganib borish va ularni talablaridan kelib chiqqan holda zarur bo'lgan statistik ko'rsatkichlarni ishlab chiqish maqsad qilganmiz va ushbu yangi strategiyamizni ishlab chiqishga asos sifatida ko'rilgan va foydalanilayotgan o'sha global baholash sektor sharhlari, sektor revyularni doimiy ravishda o'tkazib borish bo'yicha o'sha xalqaro tashkilotlar bilan ishlamoqdamiz va bular biz uchun juda zarur bo'ladi. Yangi strategiyani ishlab chiqib bo'lganimizdan keyin ham uni implementatsiya qilish jarayonlarida qaysi yo'nalishlarda yaxshi yutuqlarga erishyapmiz, qaysi yo'nalishlarda ko'proq e'tibor berishimiz kerakligini shu sharhlar va global baholashlar orqali aniqlab bormoqchimiz. Keyingi muhim yo'nalishimiz bu xalqaro hamkorlikka oid bo'ladi. Ya'ni shu butun dunyoda eng rivojlangan statistika ofislariga ega bo'lgan mamlakatlar bilan yaqin hamkorlik qilib, ularni darajasiga chiqish bizni rejalarimizda bor. Bu yo'nalishda shu Britaniya, Polsha, Kanada statistika organlari bilan, Koreya statistika organlari bilan yaqindan hamkorliklar o'rnatganmiz va bu hamkorliklarimizni yanada kengaytirib boramiz. 2030-yilga borib bu maqsadimiz biroz ambitious, ya'ni erishish qiyindek ko'rinishi mumkin, lekin oldimizda eng katta rabart maqsadimiz bu shu Milliy statistika qo'mitasini xalqaro subyektlarga mos ravishda faoliyat yuritadigan, xalqaro standartlarga javob beradigan tashkilotga aylantirish va mintaqada eng yaxshi shu sohadagi yetuk tashkilotga aylantirishni maqsad qilganmiz. Bu Center of Excellency ideologiyasi orqali yurmoqchimiz va shunga jamoamiz bilan hamjihat bo'lib harakat qilishni boshlaganmiz. Ushbu yangi strategiyamiz shunga asos va bir yo'l xaritasi sifatida xizmat qiladi deb umid qilamiz. Rahmat.
Thank you so much. I think we have heard about the new developments and what they imply about the next stage for the transformation of the statistical system, but also the plans that are being put in place to take into account these new developments and also the ambition that is being set to transform the national statistical system. I think the ambition to have a center of excellence is a welcome one that shows that you want to go beyond just ticking the boxes of doing what is the latest, but actually to stay at the frontier so that you stay on board with the new developments as you go into the future. Right now, we can have spend some 10 minutes just to take on board some questions. So we know from the Geostat, from the Central Bank, any other any others? Okay, let's start from the visitors. Then I'll come back to you. Yes, so Mariana, please.
Is it working? Yeah. Hello again. So I'd like to mention a few. I have comment rather than a question. I'd like to elaborate a bit on the topic mentioned shortly by Mr. Olivier Duprier about big data. I'd like to share our experience that NSO Geostat has with this regard. So we were member of the UNCBD, so working group on big data. And in case, probably you already know, but in case you don't have information on that, they have, so we were collaborating with them already for, I guess, for 5 or 6 years now. And they have produced, so we were working on the handbooks. They have produced 6 thematic handbooks with regards of tourism statistics, migration statistics, dynamic population, disaster statistics. So I guess taking into consideration your level of penetration in the population, and based on the fact that big data, mainly like mobile positioning data, is used, this type of the data, and also taking into consideration the pace with which you develop, probably for you would be useful to be a member of that group. They have online meetings and sometimes physical meetings as well. So they have collected the experience. So the members of the group are, for example, Positium, which is like data analysis organization based in Tallinn. And there are other groups. For example, there is ITU member also in that group as well. So all around the world, there are the countries, representatives of NSIs, etc., and other organizations which have experience on how to use mobile positioning data. And this is good alternative, especially for even for learning domestic tourism and international outbound and inbound tourism as well, and in terms of internal and international migration. So just wanted to mention that, and to wish you good luck with the strategy and with fulfilling action plans. Thank you.
So thank you very much for all speakers for today's conversation. My question is to Oliver Dupree. You mentioned about diversification of data sources involving more private sector, and you have seen the practice in during the shutdown of United States government. Private sector have contributed some kind of data dissemination, data generation system, but taking account the consistency, responsibility and standards and access issues. Yes, there is importance of official data collection and dissemination, but at the same time, being as official agencies, how we can develop the private data centers, private data, alternative sources of private data. For example, as a central bank, we are very much depend from the inflation expectation survey, which we conduct nowadays ourselves, but we want to outsource this service to the private institutions, but at the same time, the quality and affordability and overall capacity of these institutions, private institutions, are not sufficient enough. That's why from being at the government institutions, what we can do in order to diversify data sources, to support private sector, to promoting additional data, additional information in a macroeconomic agenda, and how we can work together with statistics committee in order to build this kind of private data sources, private data alternative informational centers. So this is the first question. Second question regarding all the Mr. Ulubek, Mr. Directors, sizlarga umumiyroq xulosa, biz ham hozir mana transformatsiya bo'yicha juda ko'p ishlarni qilyapmiz, lekin umumiy qilib olganda 5 yildan keyin o'rtacha statistika qo'mitasi ishlayotgan odamni portretini qanday tasavvur qilasizlar? PhD'si bor, 25-30 yoshda, Pythonni biladigan yoki qanaqadir kriteriyalarimiz bormi 30-yilgacha? Rahmat.
Let me start with Olivia to respond while you think about the more complicated last question about Olivia.
Yeah, you certainly need to be selective in what kind of big data you're going to use and who you get this data from. At the World Bank, we're not an official data producer, so we don't have, like a central bank or national statistical office. an obligation to provide time series that are really consistent over time for the long term. So we're making extensive use of some of these data from the private sector, for example, geographic data sets, geospatial imagery, because we know that they are sustainable. We're also using some of these data, including mobile phone data, in the production of derived data sets, especially when we really need to generate, highly disaggregated data, not necessarily time series, but, specific point in time. So for this, we don't really have the problem of, ensuring the consistency over time of the data we got from the private sector. In the past, we got, we tried that with Google Trends, where we had in mind, the idea of building some time series. And Google were kindly offering this data. They really wanted the bank to use this data. They were pushing us to use this data. But when we asked them if they could commit to, keep all the tags and, the words that they were using in Google Trends consistent over time, they said, no, that's, we decide on that. So we decided not to use this data. So they said an assessment of the fitness for purpose of the data that you're going to use. But again, in the context of the activities we're doing at the World Bank, we don't see that as a major problem. And probably also for, official data producers, for some data sets that may need to be produced, at specific point in time, not necessarily, as a continuous time series. I think a lot of this data can really be used and extremely useful. When you have data from the census, from surveys, combining that using smart machine learning with mobile phone data, with satellite imagery, you can generate some, extremely valuable derived data sets. We're doing, for example, poverty mapping using census surveys and satellite imagery. This is not something that requires, a commitment from the private sector to be 100% consistent over time in the provision or in the quality and the content of the data. Obviously, whatever we do with data that comes from third parties, we have an obligation of due diligence. About a year ago at the World Bank, we issued a policy on data quality. And any use of data that comes from outside the bank, data that we do not control, we have an obligation of due diligence that would not expect the data to be perfect, but at least we have to assume that, to evaluate whether the data is fit for the purpose for which it is intended. So that is something that, you cannot escape this valuation of the relevance of the data for your specific purpose.
Robert, I will answer this question. I think endi hozir Nodirbek bergan savolga ko'proq menga bergan savol u to'g'ri, endi hozir Ulug'bek strategiyani ichini to'liq ochib bera olmadi, chunki vaqtimiz juda ham kam. Lekin men o'ylashimcha 3 yil, 5 yildan keyin statistikada ko'proq data analitiklar ishlaydi. Ular ko'proq bizdan ko'ra ancha aqlli bo'ladi va ko'proq ma'lumotlar yig'uvchidan ko'ra ma'lumotlar tahlil qiluvchilar. Ya'ni Oliver janoblari aytganday, sun'iy intellekt qoidalari ko'p qo'llaniladi. Katta ma'lumotlar bazalar. Masalan, biz buni xronologiyaga endi vaqtimizni tejash uchun nima qilinmadi. Masalan, bitta statistika xodimi viloyatda yoki tumanda yoki respublika idorasida bitta jadvalni ishlab chiqish yo bitta hisobotni yakuniga yetkazish uchun qancha vaqt sarflayapti? Masalan, soatlab, kunlab, oylab, yillab. Buni katta ma'lumotlar analiziga qiladigan xodimlarga aylantirilgandan keyin statistika ancha jadallashadi, ya'ni ishlab chiqarish samaradorligi oshadi. Ko'proq shu data analitiklar va tarkibiy tuzilmada ham o'zgarish bo'ladi. Shuning uchun hozir mana institut platforma bo'yicha qisqa gapirildi, lekin platforma umuman boshqacha bo'ladi. Ya'ni statistikaga ishga kirish, shu platforma orqali ishga kirilib, shu platforma orqali ko'tarilish nimasiga erishadigan. Ya'ni yoshlar masalan institutlar bilan hamkorlik, institutdan kelgan xodim statistikaga kirgandan keyin u aniq qachon, necha yildan keyin nimalar qilsa qanday darajaga yetishi to'g'risida aniq vision tutilmasi bo'ladi va shu nima bilan, ya'ni shu yo'nalishda rivojlanib borish tizimi, xudo xohlasa bular bo'yicha ham alohida natijalari bo'yicha bunday bir davra suhbatlari uyushtirib e'lon qilamiz. Shuningdek, Mariyaning savol juda ham yaxshi. Bu inisiativaga Ulug'bek o'zi bizda nima deydi, mas'ul va bunga e'tibor qilish kerak. Shuningdek, mana bu Odiljon akaning, ya'ni parlamentning roli ham kerak bo'ladi, chunki Yevropada ko'p davlatlarda, ayniqsa o'sha mobil tracking masalalarida boshqada bizda qonunchilikda qilishimiz kerak bo'lgan ishlar bor. Haqiqatan turizm, ichki turizm uchun ham juda ham foydali va bu yoqda o'sha yana takomillashtirish bo'yicha ishlarimiz bor. Katta rahmat, albatta bunga biz qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz bu g'oyalarni.
Thank you very much. Doesn't seem like we do have any questions, so we move over to the closing. But let me take this opportunity first to thank the panelists for this discussion outlining what are the recent developments from needs from the next point of view, from the human capacity skills development research point of view, and sort of the broader trends that have to be incorporated into sort of the next national statistics development strategy to sort of move with the times and have sort of a statistical system that is sort of fit for the time that we live in, taking advantage of technological developments, taking advantage of new sort of data sources, taking advantage of new partnerships that are sort of emerging within the statistical landscape and broader changes in the data ecosystem. So thank you very much for this interesting discussion. And now we can move over to the closing session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying from the morning until now and not just disappearing after lunch. So it's always nice when people come back. It shows that they do have a particular interest in the topic and that they find some value in the discussion that is happening. So we are now closing today's discussion. First of all, we'll have like just a quick video that will sort of show a summary of the discussions for the day, but also what is planned ahead. And after that, I'll call upon Mr. Amrev to come and just say some concluding remarks to end the session. Thank you all. Now let me call upon Mr. Amrev to offer some concluding remarks for the session. Before he does, let me just say that I think today, as someone mentioned, this is one of the first sort of opportunities where there has been a direct interaction between the National Statistics Committee and data users. And I think it sets a very nice precedence that many would hope to see continuing going forward. This discussion is, among other things, highlighted first the developments for the population and the housing and agriculture census, how that is important in its own right, how that is important for the for other statistics. And we have also discussed some of sort of the results of the transformation process as they are reflected in the incorporation of new data sources, new methodologies in the computation of economic statistics, GDP and price statistics to be in particular. Then we have just heard about the next stage of the statistical transformation, things that we cannot ignore, like AI, the importance of building skills, the importance of the right legislative environment, and some of the big developments in terms of new partners, the private sector, as far as the statistical production is concerned. So it has been a broad-based discussion. And now to just wrap up the session, I would like to call upon Mr. Hamrayev to offer his concluding remarks to close the session.
Katta rahmat Robert, chunki bugun alohida rahmat Robertga shunday juda ham yaxshi 4 ta sessiyamizni ham moderatorlikka samarali va juda yaxshi olib borganligi uchun albatta biz Jahon banki bilan hamkorligimiz mana shu strategiya ishlab chiqishda yaqindagi o'rta va uzoq muddatli strategiyalar ishlab chiqishda davom etadi. Biz bundan juda ham minnatdormiz, shuningdek barcha ekspertlarga, bugungi panelistlarga, shu biz bilan birga shu aholi va qishloq xo'jaligi ro'yxatga olish jarayonida qatnashgan UNFPA, FAO, migratsiya tashkilotlari, umuman vazirlik va idoralar, Markaziy bank, iqtisodiyot, moliya vazirligi, umuman hamma statistika bilan birga shug'ullanayotgan barcha vazirlik, idoralar va ekspertlarga minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Bugun mana hozir ta'kidlanganidek, statistika har doim foydalanuvchilar uchun, ya'ni foydalanuvchilar uchun shaffof va xalqaro standartlarga mos ravishda, ya'ni uni taqqoslab bo'ladigan bo'lishi kerak boshqa davlatlar bilan. Shuning uchun yana bir bor hammaga vaqt ajratib kelgani va bugungi sessiyalarda juda ham qiziqarli ancha takliflar bo'ldi. Strategiyani yana rivojlantirishimiz bo'yicha o'ylaymanki, mana oldimizda turgan eng katta bizda nimamiz bor. Bu aholi va qishloq xo'jaligini ro'yxatga olish tadbirlari. Bu nafaqat biz aholi va qishloq xo'jaligi deb qisqartiribroq aytyapmiz, uning ichida o'sha uy joy sharoitlarini ro'yxatga olish, bu boshlanishi, statistikaning ya'ni rivojlantirish strategiyasining boshlanishi bo'ladi. Mana bugungi hamma o'tilgan sessiyalar umumlashtiradigan bo'lsak, demak bundan keyin takomillashtirish, rivojlantirish bo'yicha umuman boshqa yangi rejalar ishlab chiqiladi. Albatta buning uchun huquqiy asoslari, prezidentimizning farmon qarorlari, hukumatning farmon qarorlari bilan keng imkoniyat yaratib berilyapti. Qolaversa parlament bilan juda yaqindan hamkorligimiz, qonunchilik bilan qo'llab-quvvatlashlar, bu bunga har bir rivojlantirish uchun bu huquqiy asos va u uchun kerakli sharoitlar yaratib berilyapti. Biz albatta hukumatdan yaratilgan sharoitlar uchun prezidentimizdan juda ham minnatdormiz va aytishim mumkinki, kelajakda statistika, Milliy statistika qo'mitasi statistikada ishlaydigan odamlar bu nimamizni, o'zimizning strategiyamizni takomillashtirib borib, o'sha xalqimiz, foydalanuvchilar uchun, umuman xususiy sektor uchun, iqtisodiyot uchun foydali bo'lgan ma'lumotlarni e'lon qilishda davom etadi. Yana bir bor hamma qatnashchilarga, spikerlarga, hamkorlarimizga va qatnashgan har bir shu yerda eshitib o'tirgan ishtirokchilarga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman va boshda aytganimizdek, bu boshlanishi. Har bir darajaga kelganimizda ma'lum bir nimada muddatdan keyin xuddi shunday ochiqlik va shaffoflik va xalqaro standartlarga moslashuv yo'nalishida ishlarimizni davom ettiramiz. Katta rahmat hammaga.
Thank you, Mr. Amrev. Thank you in particular for organizing this event. It's also heartening to see the support from the legislature, denoted by the representative from the Olis Majilis in today's discussion. the support from other government institutions and agencies. We have seen the Association of Mahala being represented today at the highest level, other users of the statistics and also members of the statistical system like the Central Bank, the support from development partners from IOM, UNFPA, IMF, and FAO were also together here today, as well as representation from other user stakeholders from the academia. This has been a fruitful discussion, and I'm happy to call this session to a close, and I wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you very much for coming and participating today. Thank you. Let me, so that I can.
Rec-